Yo, good morning, sweetie. Hello, good morning, Kelly Betty. Good afternoon, and Purpleaki. Excuse me while I light my joint. I was busy rolling one. But now I got one, I can smoke it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's better. I've been a very naughty boy today. And I bet none of you can guess why or how I was naughty. Mm. Mighty righteous. Good man yourself. Short visits. Happy days. I had a dream this morning, which isn't very unusual because I dream a lot. And it was really strange because I've never driven in snow. But yet last night, that's all I was doing. Or this morning, that's all I was doing in my dream. Just driving in snow. And I wasn't even cold. So I wonder why I was dreaming of driving in snow. Hmm. I joined a live this morning, Motor City Maniacs live, but that went over onto the Blues' South side. That was cool. And they were just about to close as I joined panel. We appreciate them for letting us up on to share the beautiful sceneries that we got. Belfast finest. Top form. He's a good top form. The finest of the Belfast is yeah. Question is, how's you doing? You got good weather there? You out making barbecues? That's something I want. I want a nice big barbecue. You know, I want a rack of ribs. I want some burgers, some steaks, some sausages. I likes a good barbecue, I does. The Grimsby Stoker is here. You're a trans woman, and you have given me the strength to be proud to be me. Grimsby Stoker, I think you've come in on the wrong account. Hello, Cyberpunk. Hello, beautiful. You're beautiful. Hey, you've been trolling all the live streams. Good on you. Good on you. I hope you're getting paid. Yes, yes. Good morning, Kim. Good morning. Good morning. How are you doing? Oh, yes, yes, Kev. Yes, Kev. He's on community service, trolling the YouTubers, encouraged by universal credits. Fucking A. So what's everyone been up to today? For me, I've been sleeping. Yep, I've been sleeping. I think I fell asleep quite rudely last night. 1 minute chatting away to Mrs. Magpie and Trevor Bids. Yeah. And then I just rolled over and fell asleep, if I remember correctly. Well, I woke up this morning a bit panicky. I think I was awake for 7 o'clock, but I kept trying to go back to sleep. And eventually I was up by 8:30, 9 o'clock, over with the horse, scooping up horse poo, pulled out a tick from his ring piece, and hand fed him a load of figs from the trees as I picked them off the trees. Fallen angel. Hello. Trolling, trolling, trolling. We got a bare bones in the back. Is that bare bones? Fucking hey, it is. Cool. It's Mac. Beautiful. Yo, bare bones. What's happening, brother?
Not a lot, man. Just thought I'd come out for a walk. It's too warm for indoors. This dog keeps mine.
Yeah.
Hey! Knock the camera over. I don't mind knocking the camera over.
This time of year, you need a fucking fresh river or the beach and a big tree.
I put a video up earlier when I went to the magistrates.
Yeah. Was that today? Was it? You've been in there?
Oh, no. It was a while back. I had it on my phone.
Oh.
So I got paranoid the police might see it, so I took it off my phone and put it somewhere else. I put it on my drive somewhere. I found it today. So I put it out. There's another part to it. Let's find it.
Yeah. I got a bit spooked, you know, fucking bare bones remanded. I thought that was I thought they fucking got you.
That's how magistrates caught the old one. Hey, run! Where's the other dog that was here yesterday?
Oh yeah, he also the other dog yesterday as well.
But it's on. She's not getting overexcited. Let's nick my hat. The dog's run off with my hat, look. Go get my hat, Toby. Some
Hello,
dog's run
Jenny.
off my hat. Toby! Don't let him chew it.
Sorry.
It's not a problem. I'll have to keep my hands stuffed. All the stuff he could have nicked. He could have nicked the harness. He could have nicked my hat. Even slobber all over it. Bingo! That's it. Bingo. Bingo's gone with my hat. Put my camera out earlier, but I forgot to put the chip in it. Bring my hat back. It's not a problem. You got it, yeah? Thank you. I put it on my head so he don't get it. Unless he jumps up and takes it. Get out of here. My dog's going to nick your jacket now. Don't let him pee on your jacket. Toby! You only just gone live?
Yeah. About 15 minutes ago.
I don't mind him jumping on me, I just don't want him nicking me out.
Yeah.
That dog was here yesterday. Toby, when he first used to come in there, he used to try and go around the edges, you know, trying to get out. He's up there like that. I did bring my bike out. He don't like my bike, does he?
You don't like it, no?
No, I went to bring it out and he won't come out of the house, so I left the bike.
Yeah. You need to get a front basket for him. Yeah, you get a front basket, and he'd fucking love that.
I want a proper one, not an old lady's basket.
No, you want a proper cool basket for Toby, you know?
Where's it gone? It's off somewhere.
Made up of bones. Make a basket of bones.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be real smart.
I just don't want an old lady's basket on it. I might get a basket from the shop. Tesco's one. An adapter.
Yeah, just a simple friggin' and some whatchamacallit, Jubilee clips. Yeah, a few Jubilee clips onto the handlebars.
Keen, I got a spot, man. I must have got a flea off a dog yesterday. Another dog coming in here now. I hope it's not a big silly dog that's gonna get overexcited. His harness, Stevie. See it?
There's his harness, yeah? Wow.
Yeah, it's got bones on it.
He got bones on it.
Brought my chain out, though. Yeah, I didn't bring it away. Someone's waiting to come in, I think. For what we're on.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I'd still come out. I thought I'd come out while it's still warm. What you found, Toby? Careful around there.
There you go. Some magpies saying get a pet basket from Amazon. But you know what? Yeah? You get one of them shopping baskets from Tesco's, it costs you nothing. Do you get me?
Right. I'll have a look when I'm on my way back. I'll go and have a look.
And all you need is a few cable ties or what them Jubilee clips, them metal ones. They're the best. Yeah.
Alfred. Or the other place, Decathlon.
Hmm?
What, like the stuff they use for bikes? Do you mean the plastic?
Yeah. No, the metal ones, the little straps that you screw up and they tighten up.
Yeah, I've got it.
Them plastic ones, you know, like in too much sunshine they rot, and then one day you'll just end up with your basket on the floor. The metal ones, they're the best. Yeah?
I've seen some mate. He got a little Jack Russell. I don't know if he's still got him. He used to have him on his shoulder all the time. He used to vest him on his shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
I think them people have gone. They wanted to come in. Well, come in. As long as the dog don't attack Toby. I think Toby will hold his own. There were 3 or 4 dogs in there yesterday. He held his own. Toby, go and fetch. You don't fetch sticks or anything. Lazy. Seen a dog his size with a long branch in his mouth the other day. 5 times as long as a dog. So have a look at your scene. Where's your picture?
Mate, I put you on big screen, mate. You're on main screen.
On my phone, I can't see it as a little one. You seen yours today?
Here I come now. We'll be sharing screen now. You ready? Here we are.
Thank you.
Here I am. Hello.
Oh, you're on the top. Let me see what sense. How can I stop this so I can see a big screen? All I'm seeing is a little thing.
Turn your phone sideways.
Yeah, I've done that. Hang on.
Okay, then your phone needs to be. You need to go to your settings and turn your phone. What do you call it?
Well, look, without it going off.
Goes.
I want a big camera. There, I can see it now. Can you still see me? But I can't see you now. Facing back. Not mirror my camera. I want so I can see you as well. I think it's gonna do it. We'll do it another time. I tried it on my iPad before, but my iPad's only one camera. It's alright, I can see a little picture.
Oh.
It says more. Oh, where's on my camera? Oh yeah, I can make your screen bigger anyway. Yeah, there you go. So you've seen it. But that thing at the top that says live is getting in the way a little bit.
Yeah, that's too big, isn't it? Yeah, that's what I think. That live sign, that doesn't need to be on the screen like that.
No, it shouldn't be. That should be in the corner, bottom corner.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Been here 21 minutes. No cut, mate.
There we are. Is me on big screen? Now we put you on big screen.
Why don't you put you on big screen for me and put me on big screen for you?
Because I can't do that. Yeah, I can only share screen. Like, so we'd be on split screen like we are.
It'd be handy if you put that live with my name.
There you are. There you are. Main screen now.
Yeah, if you swapped my big picture for your little picture, because I don't need to see my view, do I? I can see that already. Maybe it's like, it's all right.
I can't change it that you can see one and I see the other one. So here, what do you reckon to this? What do you reckon to this Ali fella? Am I going OTT on the fella? Like,
I think he's trolling, yeah.
You think he's trolling?
Yeah, I think he's trolling. I think he's fucking playing up. Because if you ask me to Mike, I was trying to explain last night. I was on his stream the other day, and I said, "Listen, I'm not into all that alien stuff. Just get up Toby quick because he's going out. Toby, come here. I'll keep him up here while you open the gate." Yeah, what were you saying? Yeah, I was on his stream, and I said I don't want all that alien crap. I'm interested in that, and he didn't mention it all the way through the StreamYard. I was on the StreamYard in about 3 hours. So he can go. If he thinks that's holding the attention, then he will go on about aliens.
That's what I was thinking. Exactly that. Yeah, he's stuck. You know, like he's stuck. And continuous. Yeah, he's on replay. And that's something.
Did he?
Yeah, I don't like it, and I don't trust it. Yeah, too repetitive. Nothing. Rolling. Yeah. It's the same words every time he opens his mouth. Yeah, and it's not even rehearsed. It's not even rehearsed. If you remember the accountant, yeah, I kept pointing out the accountant. Anytime she goes to a new chat, she's got first fruit, yeah, and it rolls out. You know, she's got it rehearsed. But himself, he's using other people's frigging informations and other people's interests to make himself a bit interesting. It's not making him seem interesting. It's making him look stupid.
Yeah. You letting him back on?
Yeah, I'd always let him on. Yeah, you know, I'd always let him on.
Just don't let me control the chat.
Yeah.
Chat, I know.
Hey, King
There's a lot of
Joe.
people talking about it.
Hello, Ronan. Say again.
I don't mind hearing about new stuff. Yeah, like you said, competitive. You ready, Rob? You're going out again in a couple of hours. Get in there, boy.
Like the thing is, yeah, he's like he's obviously very lonely. You know, he obviously needs people. His sociable skills are zero. Yeah, is below
Yeah.
zero. I mean, when I look at myself, yeah, I thought, fucking hell, I was isolated. I thought I had antisocial communication skills, but the truth is, yeah, it's like I'm not that antisociable. I was just isolated. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's isolated and antisociable. Oh, like he's corrupted his own mind, yeah, with maliciousness. When the world's absolutely beautiful.
I bumped into a prison officer today.
You've spoken to prison officers.
I bumped into one today.
Yeah.
Well, not really a
Was she
prison
in
officer,
uniform?
a work student, which is different to a prison officer.
Was she in uniform?
Nah. He didn't wear a uniform when he was in the prison. He was a plumber in the prison.
Aye.
But I remembered him. Yeah, he don't work there now. He gave it up 5 years ago.
Oh.
He woke up one morning, thought, I don't feel right, I don't feel well. And he realised it was the prison service doing that to him. So he got out when he could. Probably ready to retire anyway. Oh, he's going down there. That's too far for me to walk. What were we kicking off down there? Fuck that. Too far. Yeah, that police station that I've shown you on my videos just there. You know where that bell is? I've shown you before.
Oh.
Remember when I tried getting in there the other week with my bike?
Yeah.
That's the place, eh? I will get back in there. Sorry. Oh, I can see better now. I'm out of the sun. I've got to get used to this sun. Come on, boy. So what you been up to today, Stevie? Careful little tree, though. Climb that, would you? Oh, he's in there.
Hey, Captain.
Hey.
You know Ronan? We've got Ronan up on coming up on panel now. Have you spoke with Ronan before?
Right.
Hey, Steve. Hey, Bear Bronze.
Yeah, all right, mate. Might be a bit noisy. I might have to turn my mic off while you talk.
What city is that?
Because I'm in a busy high street. You two want to talk?
The busy high street. That's funny that you guys call it that.
Hello, Ronan.
Hey, Steve. What's
Big
going
Ronan
on with
gone.
Can you hear me? Check.
Hello?
Hey,
More open.
Hello, Ronan.
I'll turn my mic off.
Checkity check.
Yeah, you're right.
Hey.
Yo, what's happening? Welcome.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, so you were talking about that guy Khan, Ali Khan, right? Is he new to this? Is he new to this channel? Like I'm
yes,
new here.
very new. Yep.
He's very new. and you're
Yeah.
trying to figure out if he's trolling you or not because he's just constantly talking kind of wild conspiracy theories.
I don't personally. I don't think he's trolling. Yeah, but I think he's got mental issues. Yeah, personally. Yeah, I think he's got mental issues, and I don't think he's intentionally trolling. But you know, like, yeah, we could quite easily say it's trolling behavior.
So,
You
like,
know, for somebody that's
so
conscious.
what do you perceive as trolling? Like he's steering the conversation towards, his topics.
That's what I meant by that. Sorry.
Right.
He's telling you know what he's doing your head in. That's what I meant. No, he's
Like,
doing,
yeah, he just keeps bringing you back into his world.
yeah, that's what I meant. Not
Mm.
trolling as in trolling, but yeah. Just
I mean,
knowing
he
he's
could
doing
be a little schizophrenic,
your head.
thinking
Exactly.
that like he's the center of the universe and that everything is,
Starts
you know,
innit?
he has lots of enemies and all this
Can I
stuff.
go up the bench then? I'm off the high street. That was
Exactly.
doing my head in that. It's too busy.
That's what I said, Ronan. Yeah, I think he's got mental issues that puts him into that mind state. And yeah, I asked
Yeah.
him yesterday. I've asked him a few times, what medication are you prescribed? He does not. He does not tell me what. But he is prescribed medication for his mental
I
illness.
think he might be a bit manic depressant. No, he has his ups and downs. This woman is all right.
Manic depression, searching my soul. Yeah.
So we can get off because I've not got the energy. I'm going to start walking home that way. God, you feel dizzy, man. Might have a bit of sunstroke.
No, in England.
I've got plenty of water with me. I'm going to make sure I get home and lay down. I've not had no beers today. So just hot.
Now
It's going to be.
he's got. He idolizes bare bones. From what I've seen, yeah, he worships and idolizes bare bones. Yeah.
Have you known him for a while, Bare Bones?
Just knew him through midnight. He was a bit unwell when we first met him. I said to him, Midnight, look, don't push him away. Just involve him. We don't want to push him into doing something stupid. He was threatening to hurt himself and stuff. Getting emotional.
Yeah, you don't want to trigger him or something.
But like I said, I'm like conversation about aliens. I can't relate to it, and I'm not going to pretend to.
I mean, it's the internet, so there's going to be people coming on here with mental illness. I'm not perfect. Yeah. I'm a little crazy myself.
Yeah, same.
But there's levels to it.
My personality. Some people seem to use their mental health as their personality.
Yeah, it defines them, right?
Yes. Or they're the victim. I've got to try and get a new stabilizer for this phone because I hate watching shaky stuff myself. Someone collapsed here a few years ago. Just must have just got out of prison. He had all brand new trainers and all that stuff. Bits and bobs. I made sure he got an ambulance and got out of it before anyone started pickpocketing. He had money falling out of his pocket. Just there it was. I helped him out. Anyone else would have just dipped his pockets, took his trainers.
Yeah. Was he overdosed or passed out drunk?
He might have just got out of prison. Yeah, there was a bottle of vodka there on the floor. He might have took a bit of this and that. Some vodka. He's only a young lad. And he'd passed out on the floor. And this is like a little bit of a rough area just over there. So anyone could just walk through, seeing vulnerable on the floor. His money was falling out of his pocket, wasn't about to go far. Brand new trainers and stuff, clothes.
Sometimes police will do that. They'll pretend like they're passed out.
Not so much here, probably where you are. I've not doing so much around here. I've never seen it here. I don't think they've got the resources to do stuff like that. They're not even stinging with bikes anymore. The chair's set up in it, sitting in a collapse. Feel a bit better now. Should have brought my bike out. Toby, I'm not listening to you. If you want to come out, it's you and the bike. You greedy soul.
So, Bare Bones, it's your fault that Khan is trolling Steve's channel.
Who?
No, not at
No,
all.
he came, Stevie came to another stream, and AK was there, and AK was putting it on Stevie like being rude and calling Steve a liar and stuff.
A liar about what?
Don't know, just about his name to start with, wasn't it, Stevie? He said you're lying about your name.
Almost everything I open my mouth about, you calling me a liar. You know, like he's the only one that knows anything about magic or light worker or gods and all that.
No
whatnot.
About just what he can and can't say and do.
Well, you got to remember, he's a star seed.
He knows what he's doing. Stevie knows what he's doing because he knows what he's doing. Because when you said yesterday you're going to kick him off, and he was pretending to be deaf, wasn't he? And you warned him again. He said, "Oh no, don't kick me off." Remember?
Yep.
So,
Yeah. He's a controller, yeah. He's like being controlled. You can see this by the waving of the finger, yeah. He's always got the finger. Now you imagine being a child in school and the teacher's pointing the fucking finger up to you like that, yeah. Or you're in front of the judge or the solicitor, yeah, or the police, and they're putting their finger up to you like this, yeah. It's a control thing. You get me, yeah? It's a control.
Yeah. I don't let people talk to me like that.
Yeah, he's emphasizing.
Right.
Emphasis.
I the same. You know, you never know if that finger's coming for your nose or for your eye. You get me, yeah? That's what people does when they put
nose and eat it over there. Picked his nose, you see that?
I say you settle this in the boxing ring.
Ooh.
Me too.
Steve,
Me too.
Yeah, Steve and Ali Khan.
Yeah.
I think AK.
But the only problem is, yeah, I feel like I'd be fighting an old age pensioner because he's like freaking 11 years older than me, 12 years older than me. So, you know, it's like beyond the age group.
Well,
but
that's what we found out about the other day.
Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, yeah, is not an age thing, yeah.
I was just thinking that. Yeah. Tyson.
Passionate about Bruce Lee, isn't it, Stevie? Passionate about Bruce Lee. I only mentioned Bruce Lee the other day and he went on the Magnum, didn't he? That's where it all kicked off the other day.
Yeah. He's worshipping Bruce Lee like he's a god.
God's, remember, God, not God. There's no such thing as God. It's God's.
Yeah. And if he was honest, he'd be telling you that his sons and daughters are reincarnations of Bruce Lee's or the energy of Bruce Lee. You get me? That's the way his head's thinking. That's why he's named his children after the Bruce Lees. Yeah.
Be like water.
He likes his crows, doesn't he? But you get the crows following him home.
Yeah, but that's what happens when you feed animals. They will follow you. Yeah, and a lot of people that naive and stupid.
I'm gonna make sure no birds follow me home.
Huh?
They've all got the roost.
He's got the wrong birds following him
birds
home.
go at night, Stevie.
He needs some different birds following him home.
Yeah, that was a big question. Where do birds sleep at night? Yeah, where do birds go at night time? I mean, like, what a fucking, like, seriously, that is like proper, like, switched off. Yeah.
Birds, they live in a dam. They go into their dam home. They chop down the trees and they build a dam, and that's where they live.
You get me, yeah?
Yeah. So when you talk to him, you don't get any like normal conversation out of him, do you? It's all kind of loopy.
I've not seen any normal conversation from him. Mrs. Magpie says yes, there is possible conversation. She's seen it for hours. Himself and Barebones are having a conversation.
Yeah. So maybe he was taking his medication that time. I mean, I don't want to talk bad about the guy, but
I'm not talking bad. I'm just clarifying what the things that I've observed and how he can be helped. If we address the observations and the obvious, then he can be helped amongst us. Do you know? But like,
Yeah, so if you're trying to help them, but if someone's that sick, man, it's like, and maybe he's not even being truthful anyway.
and yeah, but you know, like being so consistent the way that he is about the way that he wants to talk, yeah, that is him, yeah, that is not a
Okay.
liar, that is, yeah, that is how his head is working, yeah, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You'd have to be a fucking good actor, yeah, to pull that one off like he's been pulling off.
You have to be a good actor, right?
Right.
Yeah, man, because you seem like you're a very accepting person, you know? You accept people, probably accept some people's faults that maybe shouldn't be accepted. I don't know.
Yep. Yeah, I do, and I will. You know, I've got a friend, and this is one of the first lessons that I learned. Yeah, I've got a friend in jail for murdering somebody that interfered with his niece. The judge and the justice system ignored the facts, ignored the trauma, and allowed that man to go away innocent. But my friend said that fella is guilty. And so my friend will spend the rest of his life in jail. Yeah. Now, for me, I don't condone violence. Yeah. But I'd much rather see those horrible people put down. Yeah. And never, ever an option of abusing anybody else again. I'd much rather know they've been put down than to think that they'll be encouraged in prison and they'll be out again to do the same. Yeah. You know?
Yeah, and it's like our criminal justice system. They don't protect us and protect our kids from these monsters. They go in and out of jail. They protect them in jail. They're like, "Oh, here, go over here. You'll be safe in this corner of the jail." When we want to get to them and tear them apart, you know?
Right. Yeah. And all that is, yeah, that's in prison system, we've got the prison guards, they're glorified babysitters. Yeah. They're preventing us from temptation. Yeah. But yet when you have a look, yeah, they put these pedos or these fucking rapists or these abusers, yeah, in front of people like me. I'm more likely to spend the rest of my life in jail because I'm exposed
Yeah.
by those people.
You'll
Yeah.
never get out. You'll never get out because you'll get charged after charge after charge.
Right. Right. And this is something that I've emphasized YouTube. Yeah. It's not always the person that's, you know, like speaking out of tone or acting out of tone. That's the problem. Sometimes that person has been cornered so much that they've only got one fucking one action, you know, or one response.
Right.
And you know, we have to take that. We have to understand that about people. You know, like if we push and push and push, they're going to push back, or they're going to fall, and there's consequences. Yeah, whether you're pushing or whether you're falling, there's consequences.
I mean, if you get in trouble for drugs, they put you in prison with rapists and murderers. I mean, that's not right either.
Right. And that's what, and that's the category that they put us in. Yeah, drug addicts, rapists, and fucking murderers. Do you get me?
Yeah.
Yeah. The rest of like, in all fairness, now I don't think even drug addicts get put in with. No, actually, they do. They do go to the
Some
vulnerable.
places, yeah.
In some places, they do, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
Vulnerable wings. Yeah, detox wings is right with the fucking VPs. Fuck yeah, you're right there. But see, they would have put that's more of a business, you know, like yeah, if the VPUs have got the drug addicts, for example, yeah, the drugs are still in the prison, yeah,
Right.
there's still a movement of drugs and there's still a need for drugs and medicals within prison. So I think there's like more of a business strategy with that one.
In America, the prisons, a lot of them now are privately owned. So it's a company, a corporation that owns all these prisons, and they can lobby the government to keep laws out there, so and make more laws, so they lock more people up. They keep the prisons full. It's a business.
Yep. Same as the Britain now, same as England, yeah. All over the world now, I think. Well, not all over the world. Some of them will be government or royal owned, yeah. But majority of them are now, what do you call it, business orientated, private companies, yeah. That's that. I seen that happen in England, yeah. Hey, Devo's Weed Chronicles. I've been to jail about 14, maybe 16 times, yeah, for stupid things, you know, remanded mostly, yeah, for assaults. One time I went to jail for twalk. I was working for a mechanic, and I went in jail for taking without owner's consent. That was stupid, you know. My father told me he was no good, and I wanted to learn for myself that the fellow was no good, and I learned, yeah, and I earned. You get me? So happy days. But yeah, I've been in jail for rioting. I've been in jail for 0.01 gram of weed. And I tell you what, when I went in for the weed the first time, yeah, like there was a lot of people laughing and joking on me. But when I kept going in, yeah, the people started receiving me and recognizing me qualities, yeah. And by the time my last jail sentence, I went in walking like a celebrity because I'd gone in fighting with the police. You get me? Yeah. Now there's not many people
Nice.
in the jail that gets broadcasted worldwide for setting fire to the police, yeah, and hunting the police, yeah. But that's what I did during a riot, and I said loud and proud, yeah. Them fuckers beat up on me. I went to town on the uniform, yeah. I went to town on your business. Serious, yeah. I protected the local community, and I fucked the police up. Yeah. So you know, like there's a difference of when you're in jail, how things receive you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stupid things, you're gonna get treated stupid. You go in for you know, fighting the authorities, which is like, you know, like, yeah, you know, like you're top of the food chain. Is weird. Huh?
Kids are listening. I have my coffee and weed. I'm great. Kids are listening. Hi, kids. How are the kids doing? It's funny. I don't know if this show is for the kids, but
Yo, Kelly Belly. The important thing is, you know, is do what mummy says. Yeah. Otherwise, you go to jail. If you don't do what mummy says, you go to jail. And
well,
mummy Kelly Belly.
if you look at all the people in jail, you look just how they grew up with their parents. You were just talking about your dad a second ago.
Hmm?
We rough upbringings, right? Um, you kind of know who's going to end up there. Just seeing them, you know, it's like it's hard to get out of that. Like over here, the prisons are full of black people, and it's because their father they grow up without a dad. There's no fathers in the homes anymore in these inner cities, and then it's like the kids just learn from the streets. They learn from the gangs, the pimps, the prostitutes, you know, drug dealers. So then, yeah, they get
I don't.
arrested and they end
I
up in
don't think
prison.
it's 'cause they've got. I don't think it's because they're fatherless. Yeah, did they people go to jail? I don't think it was that. I think there's a lot of you know, like stereotyping. You know, like in like for me, growing up in the difference between growing up in England and Ireland, yeah, is I seen the different races. Yeah, in England, yeah, in Ireland it was white people. You
Yeah,
get me? Yeah.
now it's changing because they're letting all these people
Mm-hmm.
in. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, go ahead.
But what you got is you like many years ago you used to have these built up areas, and there'd be you know, people from Jamaica over there. There'd be people in from Pakistan over there. There'd be people from Bangladesh in another part of the city.
Yeah, they
But what
have
you
their
got,
own areas, communities.
what you got then is as these people were settling, you know, people are going, you know, like bettering themselves, or you know, like getting in trouble. What happened then? I noticed in the 90s, especially, was these communities started getting broken up and getting mixed up. Yeah, and with these mixed up communities, there was much less gang. You know, like racial gang, or there was much less, you know, like this group's from taking over the jail. Yeah, you know, like when I was in jail in England, I was expecting to see what you've just described, but I seen totally different. I seen a lot more white people in that jail than you know, like Yeah, different
Yeah.
different cultures, different nationalities.
I have heard in England now that there's a Muslim population in the jail that's uh, using gangs and force and violence to you know, kind of keep their place in there or whatever. I guess which every
Yeah,
group does, but the Muslims are different because they really stick together. Like they go blow themselves up for there, you know.
yeah, yeah. But hang on a
Um,
minute. So will the Irish. Yeah, the Irish and the Muslims. You know, like you know, there's not much difference. But like the funny thing is, what you're saying there is like communities, family, and friends. I said this to AK yesterday. Yeah, it's like family, friends, and community. We don't need law because within friends, family, and community, we have a code of conduct. We have our standards.
we
You wouldn't
govern
be in that.
ourselves.
You wouldn't be in that family and you wouldn't be in that community if you didn't abide by the fucking standards that were set by the community. If you
We
want to go
police
sniffing
ourselves.
cocaine,
Yeah.
yeah. If you want to go sniffing cocaine, go to fucking Cuba, Colombia. Do you get me? Yeah. You want to smoke marijuana? Come to fucking Morocco. Do you get me? Yeah. That is community, family, and friends. You put yourself where you want to be. You know, you don't put yourself in freaking. You know, if you want loads of alcohol, you go Germany. Do you get me? Yeah, because Germany's one of the
Yeah.
biggest
If
drinkers.
you want beer, yeah. If you want vodka, go to Russia.
Do you get me? Yeah.
Uh,
That is being respectful and responsible. Yeah. This way, we would not need law. We would not need government and police because every community, every family, and every group of friends have got their own way. Yeah.
Back in the day, what would happen if you did something like really bad? If they didn't kill you, they'd exile you. So you just have to
Mm,
leave. They'd kick you out.
mm.
If you can't
Yep.
play by the rules, you're gone.
Yep.
So yeah,
Exactly.
we'd police ourselves.
Yeah.
Um,
And if you have a
the
look at
the
the Italian mafia, if you have a look at the Italian mafia, yeah, the mafia is a community in a mountain in Italy. Yeah, it was a community, and if you were fucking no good for that community, you were not good for Italy, and you were fucked off to America, and that's how the fucking Italians started up the mafia. Yeah, they were fucked off out of Italy. Yeah, no good for nothings. Yeah. And they grew forces in other places. But it's perfect. I like that system. Yeah, if you're not good for the community, if you're not right for the community, fuck off. Go somewhere else.
what do you think is going on now with Israel and Palestine?
Well, the same thing is what's been going on ever since I was born or you were born. You know, it's something that I don't have a clue about. It's way the arguments are way too old for anybody that's living. You know, we depend on books for like the history of why they might be arguing. And for me, it's none of our business. If we want it our business, then we go there and we represent.
Well, I'm just saying because I'm American, but our government gives them a lot of money, so they probably wouldn't be what they are without America.
Where did your money? Where did your government get the money from?
Yeah, they take it from us. If we don't give them money, they put us in jail. Taxes,
Right. So
everything
who's to
else.
blame? So who's to blame, really? Us for slaving for the government. They're
Yes.
stealing our money. They're stealing our money. Even the banks, yeah, are investing in the wars. Yeah, they're using our money. Everything that we are, they are using against us. Yeah, and this is one thing that I've said about war. Yeah, is you got to think about the bigger picture. You go to fucking Iraq. Yeah, you blow up Iraq. Next thing you know, Iraq's coming to America or England to blow up England or Americas. Do you get me? Yeah. But what the fuck? I never invited no fucking war. Yes, I did. Because I was there in that country. I'm paying the fucking taxes. I'm representing that fucking country. Yeah, so I encouraged that war more than anybody else that was participating in the war.
I guess there's blood on my hands.
Hmm? Hmm? But I reckon war's a necessity, anyways. Do you know how many people there would be on this planet if there was never a war, if there was never a murder? Yeah, this planet would be overrun so many times over. Yeah.
I mean, how do you stop a bad guy with a gun? With a good guy with a gun, you know? You got to use force against tyrants. And yeah, sometimes the government becomes the tyrant and the people have to fight the government. A revolution.
Exactly. I've shown on YouTube. I'm not a bad person, but I tell you, there's 1,000 people that will tell you I'm a bad person. Yeah. Because I've stood up to the bad people. Yeah. And I've made them look like and feel like shit. The way they made other people feel like shit. So, you know, then it's kind of like there's an imbalance, and because the good become bad. Yeah. In somebody else's eyes, the good becomes bad. And yeah, is a no-win situation.
It's like the government thinks that they just have control of us completely, and they might be right. But with the whole outbreak of the virus, they tightened their grip on like Canada, Australia. I mean, they couldn't leave their homes, and it was like everyone's locked down. The government, you know, they are tyrannical. You know, they don't do anything good with the money. It's always war. That's why everyone wants Trump in America to be president. You know, they think that he's for the people.
Well, I'm not sure if he's for the people, but he's there for America. He's certainly representing America with great strength, in my opinion. And I know nothing about the fella. Yeah, but from what I've heard, having so much information about peoples and things, he's one of the most powerful persons on this planet. The way he's interacted with the undesirables as well as the desirables. For me, he's got a power unknown to everybody else.
And people think that that election was stolen where Biden won. I mean, look at Biden. He got the votes for the most popular president ever. Like, what? People came out to vote for Biden? No. I can't understand him when he talks. You know, like he's a puppet. You know, he just says whatever is put in
Right,
front of
but that
him.
could be an age thing, though. That could be an age thing, yeah. Because
Right.
who are they interviewing to get? He's the most popular president, yeah. I mean,
Who would vote for? Who would vote for
people.
Alzheimer's? You know, who would vote for Alzheimer's?
And this is it. This is it. This is where equality on Earth now has taken over, yeah. Because you know, like, how can you trust somebody this on their deathbed? Do you get me? Yeah. They even locked the Queen up, the Queen Mother, when she went into fucking dying mode, yeah, and she started confessing her truths. Do you get me?
Yeah.
Yeah. They put her on lockdown. They done it. They does it. Yeah. They does it.
Yeah, once they start seeing God, they're like, "Oh, I better tell the truth, repent my sin."
Do you get me? Yeah. So you can't trust government when they're like beyond that age. Yeah. There's more chances of like trusting a freaking 16-year-old to do better for the country than a fucking 60 or 70-year-old.
Yeah, there's a lot of flaws with our system. People think we're just peasants, and they still the ruling class, and you know, it's like they use the police as their thugs to keep us in line.
Yeah, but not just the police. Yeah, it's not just the police that they keep us in line with. They use the church as well. Yeah, they use
Yeah,
the gospel to keep us in line.
schools, work.
And schools. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That commitment, you know, they keep markets banking our food or keeping our food as prisoner. You get me? Yeah, the food's already dead. Yeah, but yeah, it's a fucking prisoner.
Yeah,
they
keep they control the supply line, so they can slow up the supply and keep the money. I mean, the inflation, you know, goes up, prices go up. They can control that.
So I've lived a life, you know, recognizing those things, yeah, and I've, you know, like I've persevered living a life, ignoring those things. They keep us down, yeah. And for me, I feel like I'm, like, yeah, I'm not on the level of mainstream society, but like I'm louder and prouder than most other things that I'm witnessing. Yeah, of our times.
It's interesting times to be
It
alive,
is.
you know.
It is for
Because
sure.
from
I
when you
tell
were
you,
a kid growing up, when you were a kid, just
money.
technology has changed. Everyone has a cell phone now. I mean, I'm talking to you. You know, where the hell are you?
Yeah, miss. Yeah, this is
You know?
movie stuff. Yeah, this was in the movies 40 years ago. Yeah, this was movie. What we're doing now, yeah, this was
Yeah,
sci-fi movie. Yeah,
yeah.
entertainment. And now it's our reality. Hmm?
You just think like my kid's future. What's that going to be like? It's gonna be
Flipping heck.
wild, you know. Robots
Kruger,
everywhere.
fucking Dracula's walking around. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles walking around.
Yeah.
Hmm? Everybody walking in slow mode like they're stuck in fucking Grand Theft Auto. Hmm? You can't go out into the sunshine because we're all plastic. You're gonna melt. You know.
Yeah, you got to control your avatar to go outside to go
Mm.
get groceries. Or
Mm.
send your robot.
They done that social freaking programming in China, didn't they? Where like if you get into trouble, if you're a troublesome person, you get less credits. Yeah, social crediting, isn't it? Yeah, if you're a good citizen, you've got high marks, and like you've got freedom around the place. But if you're an alcoholic, for example, or a criminal, you're not allowed on. If you smoke cigarettes, you're not allowed on public transport and stuff like this.
That's interesting. There's a show, what is it, Black Mirror? And it's the Black Mirror is your phone when it's off. That's what it looks like, a Black Mirror. You know, the
Mm,
screen. Anyway, the show it's about like what ifs like in the future with technology. The credit score thing that was in one of them. And yeah, the lady swore and her score went down, so her friends stopped talking to her or something. Like her score dropped, she did something, and then all her friends wouldn't, they wouldn't even acknowledge her because her score was too low. And that's a possibility. What it could be like. They're trying it in China, you said?
yeah, yeah.
Trying it out on the Chinese, the communists. They're not even communists because the government and stuff, the country trades with everyone, and that's capitalism. They just treat their
Yeah.
people communists, but then there's like rich Chinese over there, millionaires that do whatever they want, but the poor Chinese, can't do anything.
Yeah, that's it. They do. Yeah, snitching. Yeah, it's same here in Spain. Yeah, any issues, if you have a debate or a discussion with anybody, yeah, you're supposed to denounce them. You're supposed to go to the Guardia. That's what this is what Barebones is saying. Yeah, in China they encourage people to snitch on their neighbors, and if they don't,
That's
they lose points.
that's like the USSR in 1950. They told everyone was spying on their friends and their family members for the government. Yeah, that's like the book 1984.
Mm-hmm.
You know that story.
Well, yeah, yeah.
1984. People are saying
One of those.
1984 is now. Big Brother is watching us.
Yeah, 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 yeah. It's funny, like I never thought that the CCTV would take off like it has, like as we were kids. I remembered, like being encouraged to go and smash up the CCTV cameras, like remove them from the motorways, from the street posts and stuff, yeah. But now they're like protected, like no, we want them, we want them. Everybody wants to be on camera. It's fucking mad.
Yeah, and you go into a store and it's cameras everywhere. 1984, yeah, George Orwell, Bare Bones. The movie wasn't good, but the book is good.
Mm. But that went viral, didn't it? Like that 1984 mentality that went viral. Yeah, like you see a lot of films and they're all showing that sort of stuff. You know, like where it's all where we have to
Because
live in.
we can see it coming. It's coming down the pipe. It's a fear. Yeah, it's like the future can go one of a couple ways.
But at the same time, we're creating our superheroes. Everything that was in the sci-fi or the comics, you know, is being created. Yeah, from Transformers and RoboCops and aliens. You know, like cloning friggin' genes on. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's all sci-fi. Yeah,
and it is coming. Like, of
yeah.
course, if
So we're
humans can mess with something, we're gonna mess with it. We're
yeah,
gonna
we're living in
tinker with it.
we're living in a sci-fi movie. It's fucking mad.
We're gonna tinker with it, Steve. You
Yeah.
tinker. You knacker. You knacker. Bloody knackers. Ah, that's funny.
I know, yeah.
But yeah, it's good to know you, Steve. And you've probably been through a lot in your life, buddy. But you're doing good, man.
You know, I getting on with it. I've got a simple existence, you know, and I getting on with it. I'm happy. Confused sometimes, but happy.
Yeah. I mean, what does it all mean? It's just kind of like I guess life is just a test to see how good of a person you are for God. See if it let you into heaven.
Yeah, I'd like to think that, you know, like if there is such thing as heaven and hell, yeah. I mean, the heaven is the paradise, you know, weight free, responsibility free, you know. But like you'll only get there if you ain't got no responsibilities, yeah. And now the hell is being weighed down with all your unfinished promises, you know, your unfinished your idle prayers, you know, and idle wishes, you know. You'd be weighed down with your idle possessions, you know.
Your
As with
attachments.
yeah,
It's
that's me.
like whatever you're attached to in life, you don't want to let it go. And if you're like, no, you're dying, you're going to have a hard time letting go of everything, you know? Some people, anyway. Some people die easier, I guess. They leave the world easier.
Yeah, yeah.
But
And
yeah,
I
lose.
recognize we're born to die. Do you get me? Yeah. So it's about
Yeah.
you know, when and how and you know, like where. You know, like yeah, and with as little as possible. You get me? Yeah. So skinny dipping, that would be the best death for me. Do you get me? Yeah. Go out skinny dipping. I'd be naked in the water, fish food, happy days. Yeah.
Or if you're like banging a hot chick, you know, and you just have a heart
Oh,
attack, you know.
oh dear, no, I'd be left in a fucking in the black hole for the rest of my life then.
You go back in.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Right. Right. So listen, yeah, using America, yeah. What part of America use that?
I'm in Utah, so that's kind of close to Las Vegas, if you know the country. Out
Yeah,
west, like in the desert area, and the mountains.
yeah,
So I'm
yeah,
up
yeah,
in
yeah.
the mountains. But I moved from think I was telling you, from the East Coast, Boston, Massachusetts, and that's near New York, you know.
Right, right,
So that's
right,
where I
right,
grew up, in this near the city. Yeah.
right. And like mountain life is more suitable for you, or like you miss the city?
I don't know what to do out here because I didn't grow up here, but I like to. Sometimes I'll go on a hike or something, you know. Um,
Yeah,
I want to learn how to hunt though.
yeah.
Um,
So there'd
but I
be
grew up
hunting.
in I was born in Dublin, so I grew up there for. I was like 10 years old when we moved to America. So I remember Ireland too, and we still go back sometimes. I have family there.
Ireland's beautiful, though, isn't it?
Yeah, there's nothing like it, man. Like burning turf, you know, in the fireplace or in the range or something, and drinking
Yeah,
some tea with your granny in a little cottage somewhere.
yeah, yeah. Munching on some homemade soda bread,
Yeah,
waiting
it's
for the
just
bacon.
the air is better, man. The grass is greener.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And what about the people? How did you like? How did you find like? Do you go back you obviously socialize. Like, what's it like for you socializing?
Yeah, I don't know. They like when they see an American, they're like, "Oh, Americans," but the Ireland, I think, are a little kind of shy, maybe, until they come over and just realize that Americans are fucking crazy people anyway. So it doesn't make a difference. But Irish people seem a little shy at first, I think.
I mean, when you were 10, yeah, like obviously you got memories of friends in Dublin. You get me? Yeah,
Yeah,
even your friends when you were 10. Have you met up with any of those friends?
yeah, we have family
Yeah,
friends. Yeah,
yeah.
which is
That must
cool.
be beautiful.
And we have friends from like the old house, the old neighborhood, because we grew up
Yeah.
in like an estate, like a council estate, you know.
Right. Yeah.
So we had really good friends living across the street, and when we go back, we still talk to them. Yeah, so that's cool.
That's beautiful. Yeah, that's beautiful. And you
So
get your
I have
friends.
a lot of connections, but it was hard moving to America because it was uprooting, you know. But you're like a traveler at heart, so it's probably different for you. You know?
Check this out. Yeah, I was 12 when my father took me from Bristol to Goleen. Yeah, do you know where Goleen is?
No.
West Cork, Mizen Peninsula. Yeah, you have a look
Okay.
at Mizen Head, right down the southwest. Farmers and fishermen. Swear down
Right on the
now. Yeah,
water. Yeah, nice.
I moved there in 1992. It's third world country. Do you get me? Yeah, swear down. No electric, no water. It was fucking third world country. Yeah. 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 And so
I was just
moving.
thinking the other day, like think about my high school years, that they're gone. Over here, that's big, right? High school and everything, and you're becoming a man.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's like those years are gone now. So all I have is memories. Um, it was just weird, weird reflection I had recently. Like all those are just gone. They're just memories now, and all I have is it's just kind of like letting go, maybe.
Mate, it's not just memories. Do you know what it is? It's the experiences. Yeah, it's the life lived, the experiences that makes you who you are today. Yeah, so your
Yeah,
memories, you cannot lose your memories. Yeah, you have to maintain your memories to be who you are. Yeah, and you know, like, even the bad memories. Do you get me? Yeah, even like doing bad things. Do you know, like you
right.
have to remember them because if you
Yeah,
don't remember them, you'll make that mistake again. Do you get me? Yeah. So the memory is very important for that progress, for that wisdom. Yeah.
right. That makes sense.
Hey, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Mhm. Uh,
I mean, my hair is turning gray now. I'm 40.
yeah.
My body's sore in the morning. You know, my back hurts in the morning. You know.
Yeah, I know about that. I'm 45. Yeah. I may look like I'm 70, but I'm 45. Born 79. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 83. So I
Right, right.
mean, we're not brand new anymore.
I know,
So,
right?
but you
Right,
learn.
man.
You have your wisdom. You're right. You got to hold on to what you've learned over the years.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Exactly that. Exactly that. Yeah. Hey there, greetings, TJ. Nice to have you back in chat. TJ, a work in progress. Oh, Queen next.
55.
Right.
55. Staying alive at 55. That's what my boss used to say. Turning the thermostat. He's like, when you close up the auto shop, keep it at 55, 55 degrees. So the pipes wouldn't freeze. Hey, there rhymes.
Yeah, yeah. You know what,
Do you-
right? I'm very fortunate because listening to yourself, reading from what we get from the chatters, yeah. I mean, you see there, TJ, a work in progress, yeah. Him saying, you know, they've moved around as a child, you know, unsettled. They don't have any friends from school or childhood. You
yeah.
get me, yeah.
You know what
Now,
it is? It's making friends as
I,
an adult.
I was like that, yeah, until I signed up for Facebook. When I found Facebook, it was weird because I've got friends that I remember, people that, you know, like touched me, and I hold them dear, you know, and yeah, I've gone through my life, and all of a sudden, about friggin' 4 or 5 years ago, about, I don't know, maybe 10 of my early friends got in touch with me, people that I knew from when I was living with my mother before I knew my father, and then friends that I met as soon as I met my father, and these people are still there. Do you get me? Yeah, and now it's all due to Facebook. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I use yeah, Facebook Messenger every day.
But I'm like that. I'm nomadic. I've traveled around with my mother. She was unsettled, running away from her different her different fellas at the time. So she moved around a lot. And I think that's what kind of gave me the uncomfortableness within buildings. You know, like that unsafety. You know, there was no security about having a home because, you know, like we're moving. You know, we kept moving. Yeah, there's no
Were you with
security
your
about.
you were with your mom for a while? You were
Yeah,
staying with her,
for my first 10 years, I was with my mum. Yeah, for
and
my first
and
10
your
years, I
dad
was with.
wasn't there. Or,
Yeah, yeah. I didn't know my dad until I was like 9 or 10. Yeah, and then
oh
I moved in
shit!
with. Yeah.
And your mom had fellas coming around.
Yep, yep. I got
Fuck,
brothers
man.
and sisters with men older, like yeah. I got older brothers and sisters, younger brothers and sisters. Yeah,
With different dads.
yeah, yeah, and different
Yeah,
mums. Yeah,
yeah.
and I don't have communications with them really. Like my younger ones, I don't know. Yeah, they just growing up in the environment where I was last. They're getting in touch with me, but it's like you know, it's weird.
Do you
It's
have
weird.
kids?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I'm a proud father of two, although with two different mothers. Yeah,
Nice. Spread the seed,
sadly,
brother.
I've not seen both of them since each of them were 5. There's like 7 years between them. My eldest is 22 this year, and my youngest is like 14, 15 this year.
Are they on Facebook? You said you haven't seen them.
They communicate with me. Yep, yep. They've communicated with me. We have communications. Like
Okay.
for the last couple of weeks, not so much. And there's reasons for that, but like it's all good. You know, like yeah. I wanted to get my son over for Christmas, but I haven't had any money to sort of afford that. And I think I got built his hopes up a little bit when I said I'd do whatever I can to get him here. Yeah.
Okay. You said he's 20 what? 20.
He'll be 22 this year. Yeah.
Oh, he's still young. Okay.
Yeah.
He's right at that
I've,
age.
I've not held him since he was 5. Yeah.
He's right at that age, dude, before he gets old like us. You
Yep.
know?
Yep.
You got to get
That's
him
right.
over when he's young, you know?
And talking to him, he's all very enthusiastic. You know, he knows who I am. You know, like we've been chatting for 4 years now, and like yeah, and it's like yeah, he wants to. He's got similar interests to myself. Yeah, the openness. He's not so much involved with people's. You know, he just wants to get his head down and be secure himself. You know, and with modern times, you know, like he was early school leaver, so you know, like yeah, the education isn't there. I keep telling him go and get educated. You know, like never mind with all these part-time jobs and you know laboring jobs. Just go and get qualified in something. But
Yes.
like he's musically orientated. You know, both of them sound heads, really, really down to earth gentlemen. You know, do you get me? Yeah, and yeah, I done my best by not putting my bullshit life upon them. Yeah, while they're growing up. Yeah, now that they're growing up, they can see me for who I am. They can receive me for how they want. Yeah, but
Yeah.
as you know, I didn't want to make mistakes like I've grown up with. You get me? Yeah, I didn't want inflictions of the alcohol, the party. I didn't want violence. I didn't want criminalities around me, kids. So making that mature move to take my ass away from all that shit. You know, like I think that was
That must be really hard. But
mate. There's not a second goes by when you know I'm not there. You know, like remembering holding my boys. You get me? You know, yeah, you know, knowing what they looked like the last time I seen them. to what they
Mhm.
look like now. You get me, yeah? Mm. Mm. Uh,
That'd be nice if someone donated a plane ticket for your son to fly over there to see you.
Man, the price of tickets, yeah, they're only like fucking, you know, I seen somebody flying for 20 quid there a few days ago, yeah? 20 quid is fuck all. You get
There's
me?
a
In the
really great deals, man.
You get me, yeah? But it's just, you know, like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I don't know how it's not happened. Uh, but it's not just having the, you know, like the money for the ticket, you know, it's like for whatever time he wants to be here, is catering for that, you know. Uh, and I can barely cater for myself. So catering for a junior me, you know, it's like, wow,
Those are secondary problems,
that's
you
so
know.
true. So true. Like I said to him, you know, like if he was here and I had nothing, yeah, it'd only take me an hour or two before I've got everything that I need. You know, I'd go around and I'd call in favors from a few friends and stuff. Do you get me, yeah? This area, I've got a good reputation for 8 years. You know, I've been associated with this area. You know, like I've got it good. I've got it good.
You got a good reputation going.
Mm.
Yeah.
Hey, seriously, nobody wants to fuck with me around here because they know how severe I can be. Because I've given examples, yeah. And like, in all fairness, I don't do anything to invite negative bullshit. So yeah, I've done more good. I've protected people. I've looked after their things for years. I've looked after fucking hundreds of animals. You know, like cared for animals. You know. I'm cleaner than I'm dirtier. Do you get me? Yeah, I clean an environment as I arrive, and it's cleaner before you know, like when I leave it, it's cleaner than when I arrive. So happy days. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm reliable. Yeah, I'm reliable. Yeah. Somebody says to me, "Fucking, I don't know when I'll be back." I'll just sit there until they get back. Yeah, I've been sat here for 6.5 months, and not knowing when the fella's coming back.
And it's nice all year.
Yeah.
The weather is good all year round.
Yep. Now, being home
Wow.
in England and Ireland, yeah, is like being here in this weather. Do you get me? Yeah, I mean, like the temperature that it is now is cooling down now because it's like 7 in the evening. Yeah? But this is what it's like in the winter. Yeah, there's a cool breeze, there's a bit of fresh air, you know, like, but it's fucking warm. Yeah.
Wow.
Mm. Uh, So being homeless in Spain is easy in comparison to being homeless in England and Ireland. The things that make England and Ireland easier is the soup runs. Yeah, the soup runs, the food kitchens, they make it easier because and day centers. Yeah, day centers where homeless people can have a shower. You know, like get something to eat, wash their clothes. You know, like
Yeah.
do paperwork, bit of computer work, stuff like that. You know, like there isn't things like that so much because it's mountains, wild grounds. Yeah. There's a
Wow.
big if you want those city commodities, you know, of free food, you know, like you got to be around the cities. Uh,
Yeah.
that's what I'm used to, and that's prevented me a life of crime. You know, knowing that it's free food, yeah, there's no need for crime. You get me, yeah, because the essentials are there. Hmm?
Yeah. It makes sense. Well, they say, would you steal a loaf of bread to feed your hungry family? Of course. Who cares if it's wrong to steal a loaf of bread? I'm feeding my family.
That's a beautiful thing here in Spain. Yeah, if you go to the shop and you ask for food, yeah, they will give you food. Yeah, and me being me, I'll always ask. Like if I've got no money, I'll go to the shop, I'll ask for food, and I'll pay as soon as I've got monies.
That's
Hey,
cool.
Dan, nice one, Dan. Yeah, that is cool. Do you get me? Yeah, we had a situation there a few months ago in the town. I went to the town. I was waiting to get monies through, and it didn't happen. And I go to the local butchers. I asked him for some dried meat and a loaf of bread, and he didn't have any bread. So he gave me the money to go and buy bread from somewhere else that sells bread.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, yeah. But see, like that was just before he was closing for siesta hours. Yeah. Now when he reopened for siesta hours, I was the first one there. As he opened the fucking door, I was the first one there. Put money on his counter. I said thank you very much. Yeah. And then I put more money on his counter and bought more goods. Yeah. Yeah. I've been to this local supermarket. I says, please, I've got no money today. Can I get some food? She's, yep. And she fills me up, carry her bag of food. And I says, can I have the receipt? Because I want to pay tomorrow. She says, no, you don't pay for that. Yeah. It's nice. Yeah. With a face like mine, like people ain't gonna forget it. You get me? Yeah, I'm not there to cheat them. I'm there, like paying me way, but maybe not. And yeah, they know they getting it.
D&M Paranormal came in.
Yeah,
What's
that's
up?
Dan. Yeah, good afternoon,
Okay.
Dan. Nice to see you. News.
Yeah, no one's gonna forget you, once they see you. You're the gringo with the
Right?
tan.
Yeah.
Your Spanish, is it all right or what?
It's terrible for being here 10 years. It is terrible level of Spanish. Absolute
Yeah.
disgust. Absolute disgusting embarrassment. But that's what you get for not reading, not listening to music, not watching movies, not interacting with people. That's what you get. You get me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's what it is. It's harder to, the older you get, it's like harder to learn languages, right? Kids, they can learn languages because they're just
Yep.
like built for it. But
Yep. Yep. For us, we've already been programmed, and then we put up the walls because it's different to what we already know. Yeah.
yeah,
So you got to knock down those walls. You know nothing. Yeah, and you start again. And so that's what I've recognized by listening. I can see what people are talking about, and I can make that connection. Yeah.
yeah, and I think learning from my kids because they're still little, like 2 and 7, 2 years old and 7 years old, that it's like you can see them learning it, and it's like it kind of opens your eyes a little bit to new stuff too, because they're so open to everything. Everything's brand new to them, and just looking at them, it's like it kind of opens your eyes a little bit, which is cool. It reminded me of what you're talking about.
Yep. Learning at that basic level, like a child learns, is the best way to learn. In the situation, like for me, being surrounded by Spanish people in the in the normal environments where I can see what they're talking about. Yeah, I'd pick Spanish up like that. Because I've been here for 10 years. I've got I've got it here, but it just isn't. It isn't enforced. Yeah.
Yeah,
And it's
that
just
makes
like being
sense.
a child. And the only way you're going to enforce it is by being surrounded by it and then being encouraged by it. Yeah,
Hmm.
it has to be the
You got to be
surroundings and
you got to be motivated, right?
yeah, yeah.
Like whatever we put our attention on, whatever we focus on.
One thing that fucks me up, I tell you straight, Ronan. Yeah, one thing that fucks me up with the Spanish, yeah, is moving around Spain. Moving around Spain, listening to all the different accents, yeah, trying to communicate with all the different accents, yeah, that really did fuck up my progress. Like when I was in Murcia for the year and I was just surrounded by Spanish people, I was learning Spanish, I was communicating Spanish, yeah. I didn't, and it was because I was surrounded by it. But coming away from it, I don't know. There was no translation neither. Do you get me? Yeah, I didn't have any translation. It just was action and talk.
Even if you take like Spanish, like you're talking about different accent of Spain, and then you bring it over to Mexico, a Mexican speaking, it's the same language, Spanish, but they have a lot of differences from Like it's going to be hard for them to understand each other because they use the language differently.
Yep. And that's why we don't call it Spanish. We call it Latin. Yeah, we call it Latin American, don't us? You know.
Espanol. Hola. Me llamo Ronan. E2. Like, I know it's such a like basic. Yeah, it's like how they say it. They say it all cool and fast. Oh yeah, they say real fast too. They speak real fast,
Yeah.
right? So it's like picking it up with your ear.
Yeah. And that's very important that you mention this, yeah, because we all, as ourselves, genuinely, when we are speaking to foreign people, we do ignore the fact that they may not have the same level of understanding as we do, and we take for granted, yeah. Which is where I was successful in England, assisting vulnerable people of learning English, and same here in Spain. But here in Spain, I had the experience of assisting qualified people. Yeah. Now here in Spain, any public service, yeah, any public servant must have the high level of English language, yeah, for communication. Yeah. If they haven't got that, they've got no job. You understand me? Yeah. So police, firemen, medics, everything, politicians, bankers, all these things have to have a high level of English. And this is the people that I was assisting when I first came to Spain and Murcia. There was no translation. I was speaking to them in English, and they were speaking to me in English. And that was Spanish people. Yeah, but I was doing things. Like I said, like being the parent and teaching your child. It's the same method that I use for animals as I use for people. Yeah, we do things, and you'll learn. Yeah, if we're not doing it, just sitting there talking, chances are nobody gonna learn anything.
And we can learn something from other people if we're open to it. If we're not all
Mate,
walled up.
every day we're learning something from other people if we're committed to other people. Yeah, if we're around other people, this conversation, yeah, we're communicating, we're learning something about ourselves, about each other, and about other people that are interacting with us in the chat. You get me? But it's what we're awake to, that we're paying attention to, that we're learning.
Right.
Frosty, your trolls came in yesterday, and like I said, they were very welcome. Yeah, nobody was out of order. We did get a heads up. Like there's teams and teams. They were all very proud and loud to be your trolls. Obviously, not all of them were your trolls. Some of them would have been your followers, but it was all good. Yeah.
Wow, Frosty sent you a bunch of his trolls.
Yeah.
He did that on purpose, man. He knows that he just has a bunch of trolls follow him, and he just wanted to get some off his back. So he sent you a couple.
Wait a minute. That's not correct. Frosty made it clear that they wanted to share this live stream yesterday, but they didn't feel comfortable because their channel is full of trolls, and if they shared me on their community page, then their trolls would follow them over here. So
no, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. That's part of the game. But yeah, good to see you, Frosty.
So I said, don't worry about that. Yeah, I've got 980 subscribers. 900 of them are trolls. So yeah, happy days. And yeah, it's nice. It's nice. And like I said, maybe you'll be able to resolve a few issues, in this chat. Yeah.
Yep. Here we're all about fixing personal relationships. So Frosty, you can fix your relationship with Queenie. She can come on here. You can come on here, and you guys can become friends. I think that'll work. I think it'll work, Steve.
Now listen, yeah. Now listen, yeah, there are some exceptions. Yeah, that one that you just mentioned, the hippo lady. I don't think that one will be coming here. Yeah, seriously, no. There's no reason for that one to be coming here. Yeah. I've never spoken to her. I've only seen her once, and yeah, I got nothing to say about her.
Hey, no one's perfect.
Sure,
You know, we all have our faults. But no, I like Frosty, but guess what? I also like Queenie, but I like everyone. And I don't know the person, the back, the beef, the whole story. Yes, she can go off. You know, she's a woman, Frosty. They're all crazy, really. Maybe she's a little crazier than most because of she had a rough childhood, you know. But I don't know. I like her.
Yeah, this channel's seen a few crackpot females. Yeah, yeah. We
And I was joking. I
we-
was joking about the being crazy woman. You know, sorry. I'm just a crazy man. I didn't mean to call all women crazy. I would never do that, Steve.
You don't need to. You don't need to be apologizing. Yeah, even ladies know that they're crazy.
It's just all the women I found are crazy. Doesn't mean all women are crazy.
If they're not crazy, they soon become crazy. It's a beautiful scenery around here, Miss Frosty. Beautiful scenery. Yeah. And it just keeps on wrapping around, wrapping around, wrapping around.
That looks like parts of Utah. Could be like a country
This,
western movie.
this is Dragon Mountain, yeah? And Andalusia, yeah, this area. Yeah, I letting you on, Frosty. Yeah, I letting you on. And yeah,
Hey
they
there,
used to
how's it
do
going?
spaghetti. They used to do spaghetti westerns just up the road.
Oh, okay. Hey, Frosty.
How's it going, guys?
Top boy,
Good.
top boy.
Beautiful day. Wonderful day. How about you?
It's nice here today too, actually.
I like
Very, very.
Canadians. I like Canadians. They think 60 degrees is 50 degrees is nice. You guys have brutal winters. Like it's almost like winter all the time there. It's the longest season, so I dread the winter. I mean, I go through it.
I'm in shorts right now.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I know it gets hot over there and stuff, but you
White
guys get
sunshine,
like
blue sky.
you guys get it bad. Steve,
Yeah,
have you been through a bad winter, like a Canadian winter or something? You been there anything
I
bad like
slept
that?
outside like during my time being homeless in Britain and Ireland. Yeah, it has been down to uh, -18. Yeah, even outside,
Oh my god.
and the cover of a tent. Yeah, not the whole tent. I never had any poles or inside the tent. Just used the tent cover to wrap up. And yeah, that was all right until I came out. Yeah, when I got woken up at 6 in the morning, yeah, that was horrible. But yeah, I've had winters waking up in snow, you know, like half a foot of snow around me. Not like they get in Alaska. Not that extreme. No, no. I'm too sensible and homeless to put myself in that situation. And
Yeah,
what about you?
you could die.
Have you ever had a desert sunshine summer?
Dude, it gets incredibly hot here. I mean, this is the desert, but then we get the snow in the winter, which sucks. You know,
Whoa.
the mountain. So it gets both. It's fucked up. So I do like the summer, but I don't like the winters. But I'm a I haven't lived outside, you know, so I'm not used to that at all. You know, I've only been camping a few times. I wouldn't survive.
What about you, Frosty? Are you a
What
survivor
again?
or are you
Oh yeah,
dependent on your mods and cons?
I'm Canadian. Canadian, eh?
Say no more. Say no more.
No, yeah, I was in the Boy Scouts and all that stuff. I can make a fire and build shelter and all
Yeah,
that
that's a good
jazz.
point. You got to learn.
Learning
You
how
got to know
to
how to do that.
it's our winters can kill people, right? So you got to know how to build a fire and prep for survival and car crashes. I had a friend, her dad actually went off the road when he was driving in the middle of winter and ended up dying from cold and exposure. Wasn't found right away. So our winters kill people, right? So you got to be prepared and learn how to survive.
Like in your
I'm
car, you
comfortable.
probably have an emergency blanket, right? One of those blankets for
In
the
the
winter
winter,
time.
yeah.
So
In the winter,
if your car
yeah,
doesn't
you have
start or something, you're stuck, you just wrap yourself up in blankets and try and stay warm.
unless you can build a fire.
Yeah,
But
what do you
yeah,
do? It's like, yeah, you just stranded, you just have to walk maybe.
well, it's probably better down to build a shelter and build a fire. Depends on where you get stranded,
Build a
though. Like
fire, get attention. Build a fire. Attract attention with the smoke. Rubber, plastic, oil, whatever you can burn to make smoke. Wet wood. The smokier the fire, the better chances of survival.
yeah, where I grew up, it routinely gets down to -40, so it's normal. Every year gets down to that for a few weeks.
They have survival cabins. They just, for people that hikers that are stranded, if they come upon the shelter, they can go in and there's all the supplies. Usually a fire ready to go. You just need it to light it, but if you can't make it to one.
Yeah, that's what we got here in Spain as well. There's a lot of what they call shepherd shelters. Yeah, for the shepherds.
Oh,
And just
okay,
random
that's cool.
constructions. Yeah, through the mountains. Yeah.
I'm into all
Yeah,
that like ancient
Ronan,
stuff.
you might be out of the loop a little bit with regards to the Q person.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, she's been doing some absolutely crazy stuff. I don't know if you read chat, but she's been trying to dox my girlfriend and get her fired from the job. She said the other day, like just a couple days ago, she was talking about how she kicked her own kid in the head over some donuts when he was like, what was he, 10 or 12 or something? Like it's
Well,
pretty bad what she's been
damn.
doing.
What kind of
Yeah.
donuts? And when you say trying to dox your girlfriend and get her fired from a job, what do you mean? Like, how is
Well,
she doing that?
she's trying to hunt down my girlfriend's information, where she works, phone number, call her job. Like,
Has she done that? Like, you
no,
know what I'm saying? Like,
she's been making community posts asking for if anybody has my girlfriend's information to send it to her so she can
okay,
dox her and call her and stuff.
yeah. So that's how she does. That's how she attacks people. She threatens them with doxing them. It sounds like, unless
Well,
she's doxed people in the past, like she actually doxes people and gets them. Like, has she done that in the past to people?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I
She's
mean,
full on doxed a few people, houses, phone numbers, like literally everything. I think Gap Tooth Girl, she doxed like full on, like house address, phone number, like the whole everything. Full on dox. It's yeah. She's very narcissistic, so we're doing what we can.
do you know where she is? Maybe you should go confront her. And if it comes down to it, they fight. The girl fight. You can stand there. You can throw a couple elbows if you want.
Yeah,
No.
you laugh at this one. Here, Frosty, you laugh at this one. You ready? Right. A fella came over from England to Spain because he wanted the life that I'm living. Yeah, he wanted to buy into my dream. Yeah, and now this fella came over, and when he left because I walked away from him. Yeah, he was an unsavory character. Yeah, so for me, it was just down here. Yeah, it was just down here where I walked away from him, and then yeah, I went about my business, and I went home the next day. But check this out, lads. Yeah, I get a message that where I was living had shown up on Google Earth and Google Maps as a public toilet. The fella had pinpointed exactly where I was living and put it down as a public toilet. Yep, on Google Maps. Yep. Yep.
That's
I
kind
thought
of
that
funny.
was-
That's
I
kind
thought
of
that
funny,
was
Steve.
fun. I thought
You
that
gotta
was
admit.
fun. Yeah. Well,
Yeah. I mean, people are crazy, but I get why you just shake your head and laugh at that one. Just holy crap.
Well, you can.
People are crazy.
It depends on how you take it. You know, it's like
okay,
you
here's
don't
a
let it
better one.
don't let it
Here's
ruin
a
your
better
day,
one
right?
for you, lads. Here's a better one for you. Yeah. 2 years ago, I get invited to YouTube. I get a notification, and it's a video implying that I'm responsible for missing people and trafficking of people and murders. Yeah, my name, my date of birth, my address, pictures from Facebook. And that's how I came to doing live streams on YouTube. Yeah, people were like inquisitive, like, "What the fuck's this about you, Steve?" Do you get me? Yeah, like explain, like, and yeah, so I explain, and nothing to do with me.
You killed someone?
So somebody tried implying, yeah, somebody from YouTube. I tried helping them before I came to YouTube, before I knew anything about YouTube. I tried helping this individual, and then this individual it backfired on them, and this individual went all malicious and tried sabotaging my character on via YouTube and social medias
Who did you
by
supposedly kill?
by associating me with human trafficking, murders, and bad things. Yeah.
I had the same thing. That sort of from Q actually, Ronan. She tried to say that I was running a child trafficking ring out of Mexico from the garage here. What?
So I mean,
That shit crazy,
that's who you're dealing with. I mean,
Yeah.
damn.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, like what do you
batshit
do?
crazy.
It's like, what do you do? Fight back with? How do you fight crazy with more crazy?
Well, no, actually, to talk about your point for a second, and you were saying about like maybe you should go like meet her and talk to her. Like I'm doing the opposite of that and staying way away because I qualify for a pardon, so I'm trying to get a pardon to get my criminal record erased or sealed, and so I can travel and stuff. So I don't want to go get into confrontations or get any kind of charges or like I'm trying to stay out of trouble and away from the law. So basically, I've been trying to work legal means as to do something about this person.
So
But she was just
you can't travel. You can't travel places or what?
No.
You
I
just don't
can't
want it on your
travel. Like
record?
I can't go to the U.S. because of my criminal record yet. Which isn't. It's not like it's a big criminal record or bad or anything like that. It's
just a felony.
It's an assault.
American. Yeah.
Yeah, like I can't go to the U.S. Like I could go to in the Commonwealth. Like I could go to like Barbados or something because it's part of the Commonwealth. So I can travel in the Commonwealth, but I can't like go to the U.S., which doesn't work for mine and Miss Frosty's plan. So I do want to try and get a pardon here one day, and like that's a little bit down the road. It's not cheap, so I got to have the money to throw at it. But yeah, so I can travel. So I'm trying to work more legal means and aspects. So she was just what a couple weeks ago, she said she was threatening a prosecutor. She was threatening a prosecutor outside the courthouse and threatening cops. So the cops wanted that evidence from me. So She's not being very smart with what she's doing. Let's just put it that way.
It's wild.
Oh crap! Red squirrels here.
How far are you? How far are you from her? You think?
When she's at home in Sylvan Lake, probably a couple hours.
Oh, okay, you don't have to worry about her. It's not like she's gonna get angry and drive to your house, you know.
Oh, she doesn't know where I live, so that helps. But
Yeah.
been careful to keep that from her. But she has threatened to stalk me.
Where do you live?
High River, Alberta. Everybody knows I live in High River, Alberta. That's no secret.
Yeah. I just brought it up because it is like a big thing, right? It's like, how big is it? How big of a problem is it?
There's police files, so I think, honestly, at this point, I think she's getting in more trouble with the police and prosecutors' offices than actual individual people.
Oh yeah, she's trying to like file stuff, like false allegations.
Oh, she did that already with Child Protective Services on a few people. She's defrauding the government of Alberta. She's getting herself into more trouble than, whatever with me.
Yeah.
So, and as much as it sucks, I'm helping because fuck you, bitch. You want to try and threaten my girlfriend and me? Like, you're gonna threaten my girlfriend? Like, I'm gonna get you kicked off of fucking welfare and fucking like, I'll fuck your shit up. Sorry for my language, but
You're free. You're free. We're allowed to.
I mean, that's what happens. Fuck.
Well, don't fuck around, you don't find out, right?
Yeah. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Exactly. I just said that one yesterday. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Fuck.
Yeah, it's whatever. People are crazy. Freedom. I mean, people are going to do what they want. Yeah, Miss Frost, You got the kittens out, I see there, Steve.
Yep.
Yeah, they're super cute.
I know, I was
cuties.
watching them yesterday.
Yep.
I know, he was showing them yesterday. It was awesome. Oh, yeah, for sure. Definitely. How you been, Ronan? We haven't talked for a bit.
Yeah, man. Things are good. Things are better. I went through some stuff.
Yep.
It was funny. Steve was actually saying something yesterday. He's like talking about people who've been to jail and rehab, and I was like, oh man, I was in rehab last year. But it went well, you know. I got to think about things with a sober mind.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah, so things are doing better. Things are going better. It's like feel better. I've always been a little off though, you know, a little sad, a little what's it called when you're like you pull away a little bit, you know?
Withdrawn?
Yeah, a little withdrawn sometimes. How about you? You doing good?
Glad to hear you're still doing good. Yeah, I've been doing good. Miss Frosty's a good influence on me, so that helps. So, yeah, I've had people in the past little bit say, "Wow, you really chilled out." Like Miss Frosty's obviously a good influence on you, and it's probably true. So, getting better every day, right? Be a better person today than you were yesterday.
Are you guys living together?
No, she's actually in the U.S. Hence the whole pardon thing.
Okay.
Yeah, she can travel though. So the plan, she's coming up here for a visit this year.
Okay, nice.
Hmm.
Hell yeah.
I think she was wanting to come in summer, but I'm not sure that's going to work. So she might get to come and experience winter.
Yeah, man. And the tickets will be cheaper and everything.
Well, Canada's a major winter destination too, right?
Oh
Because of
yeah,
our
that's right.
snowmobiling and skiing.
Yeah,
And,
you guys have activities. You guys have winter
yeah, we're a winter
activities.
wonderland.
And like ice fishing, right?
Yeah.
Have you done any ice fishing?
Nah, that's not really my thing.
It
It's
looks
kind of like,
pretty cool, but I don't know.
yeah, I know people that do it. I don't know. It's not really my thing. If I'm gonna go out and yeah, I'd rather go like snowmobiling or skiing or something like that for a winter activity.
Yeah, that's cool. And you guys
That's
have
just.
like all kinds of like festival, like winter festivals, like weird,
Mm-hmm.
weird Canadian stuff with alcohol.
Yeah, somewhat. You
Because
get
you
more
guys
of
are
the
like
weird winter.
cowboys.
You get more of the weird winter West festivals out east in Quebec and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
like,
Okay.
where I live in Alberta, and yeah, it's all cowboys and stuff here, like a lot more. So it's
So
all
that's
ranches and farmland and oil fields, oil patch. And,
Calgary, right?
yeah, I live just an hour and a half south of Calgary.
All these people, the Mormons, because I moved to Mormon land, they all go on missions when they finish high school, they'll like train for a mission to go to a certain place, Mormon missionary for 2 years. So I worked with a guy who went to Calgary. So he was all over that area, preaching the word of Joseph Smith, I guess.
Got you.
Latter-day Saints.
Yep.
So yeah, he was telling me about it. He loved Canada. He loved Calgary.
Calgary's a very nice city. Very, very nice. It's clean. Yeah, it's I think I just watched a video not long ago, and Calgary is rated the cleanest city in the world.
Whoa. He got lucky because some people get sent to like shithole destinations. I mean, I guess it would be an adventure, but like they send them to like Peru and shit, which would be cool, but I don't know. Dangerous too. I think I'd rather go to the cleanest city. Cleanest city in the world.
Yeah, I remember when I first moved to Calgary, like it probably still, I don't know, maybe still, I haven't been there for quite a while, but I used to like you could walk around at whatever hour of the day or night, didn't matter, 3 and 4 in the morning, walk around drunk, like no problem, no issue, like everything's clean. It was a really safe, clean city for quite a long time. Still probably
That's
the
cool.
cleanest, I don't know about the safest anymore.
Yeah, because everything is turning kind of crappy, like all the greed and corruption and stuff is creeping into everything, it seems.
Well, I don't know. You've heard me before. I've said for years that it's all on purpose. The toxic society where they want us to be out fighting in the streets because then they get they can start removing more freedoms, and if people are at war in the streets with each other, then the people hiding in their houses are going to demand martial law and a police state, right? We need martial law. You need to institute martial law. Like that's their goal. That's what they want.
Yeah, you're right. Wow.
Like they build the environment and steer it that direction, and they'll get the end goal they want just by steering it that way, where the citizens themselves will demand martial law if you provide the right environment.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think this is all being done on purpose. A
science experiment.
The huge inflated pricings as far as cost of living, your rent, your mortgage, whatever, your food, your utility bills, flooding the place with immigrants, like maybe not the best immigrants. Like I think it's all being done on purpose, and it's not.
It's like all immigrants come right in, all immigrants. There's
Yeah,
no
I think
vetting process. They're
well,
not vetted.
I think a lot of people fail to understand the refugee process and how that works. Because there's a lot of people I hear bitching and complaining about, oh, they're giving a hotel room. It's like, we're supposed to freaking give them like a roof over their head while the refugee claim is happening. Like, that's the law. Domestic and international, like in Canada and the US. Like, it's our domestic law as well as international law. So yes, they get, roof and
Well,
clothing and
okay,
food, and we're
okay,
obligated to. I'm
Frosty,
not.
that might be part of their plan too, to give all these new immigrants all this stuff, right? Hotel rooms and food, and flash it right into people's eyes to get them angry at the immigrants, right?
Right. That's what I was saying, where the toxic environment is being built around us on purpose. And having said that as well, it's not like I recognize it. Of course, like this seems to be like a little bit of a loophole that's being taken advantage of. Like, not saying I agree necessarily with everything, but I understand the process. So it's, if somebody crosses a border and makes a claim to refugee or makes an asylum claim, they're not doing anything illegal.
Through a legal port of entry, which they're not doing. They're sneaking through the desert. And you're meant to go to the first safe country away from your home that you're fleeing. You're not meant to travel across 7 different countries to get to this one.
That's actually incorrect, what you said about legal port of entry. You can cross a border any way possible and make a claim to asylum.
They're trying to sneak in, and then when they get caught, they're claiming asylum, which is different.
Well, no, that's actually how it's supposed to be done legally, because you can't make an asylum claim unless you're standing on dirt in that country. So you actually have to sneak across the border in order to make the asylum claim. And
are you saying all these people aren't sneaking into the country, trying to sneak in illegally right now, just through the desert? You think they're trying to find authorities? They're running from authorities.
Yeah.
So you have
one thing I understand, right? Check this out, lads. Yeah, if we've got so many people willing to risk their lives for the little that we don't have, yeah, as a collective, do you get me? Yeah, there's a message there. Yeah, those people are willing to fucking risk their lives, give up their lands, give up their fucking heritage to come to new lands, yeah, with nothing, yeah, and start afresh. What are we doing? Halfway through our lives, what are we doing? Yeah, we're saying no, we want everything.
So the reason the laws are set up that way is, if you think back to World War II, if a Jew fleeing Europe was to cross a border any way they could and make a claim to asylum and being like, I'm going to get killed back there, can you please grant me asylum here? They have to be on that ground to make the claim. It's not illegal. They're not deemed as doing anything illegal per se. And it's that way because if that Jew was to try and cross at a point of entry, they'd be turned around and sent back. So that's why the laws are set up the way they are, is to think about what happened to Jews in World War II. And when they would cross a border, make a claim to asylum, they're not seen as illegal. They aren't necessarily shipped back because they might get killed. That's why the laws are set up as they are. Again, I'm not saying they're not being taken advantage of and there's not loopholes that are being exploited and stuff like that, but that's why the laws are set up that way and why it's not, in quotes, illegal, right?
Well, the cartels, they have a whole system. They take these people, they try and smuggle them. They're coyotes across the border, So they paid these people to smuggle them. So that's a lot of that's going on too. Sure, there's going to be people fleeing, the violence and economy and stuff, but there's already a system set up there, for past sneaking illegals in. Like, it's been there for a long time.
Oh yeah, and Motor City. Not to talk about somebody that's not here, but he was talking about the other day. I studied quite a bit about the American Civil War lately, and he was talking about the Spanish that you know, between Spain and England and France, they colonized the Americas or whatever. And he made the point that, like, you know, for generation after generations, that was all like Texas and California and stuff. That was all Mexico land. Like, those people we used to come up through there like all the time. It was normal. And then, you know, obviously past little while, it's, you know, since the United States has taken, you know, Texas and California and stuff, or bought it, or whatever you want, however you want to put it. You know, it obviously that's changed, but it was like a natural route that was their land at one point. Like, it's, I don't know. It's just interesting when you think about.
Yeah, but you stole your land from Queenie.
The Spanish and English and French colonization of the Americas.
You stole Queenie's land.
Well, I didn't, but I know what you're saying. I do recognize that the genocide of the American First Nations people is the biggest genocide in the history of the planet. It's not okay.
That's crazy. Wow.
That's why it drives me freaking crazy when I hear all these white people in North America bitching about immigrants. It's like, what the? Like,
well, I immigrated. Me and my family immigrated. I'm definitely an immigrant. You know, me and my family immigrated from Ireland to America, so we're immigrants. So I've been an immigrant for a long time.
Me too.
Now I'm a citizen, but I'm a citizen now. We're all citizens.
I'm not native from Spain. And I'm not native to England. And I think going back further, I'm not even native to Ireland. Go back deep in the blood. You know.
My dad.
Allegedly, my mother told me she's fucking Canadian. Yeah, adopted by people of London.
My dad is a UK. He's a Brit. So my dad himself was born in England,
so
and then my great grandparents on my mom's side came over during the war. So they were refugee immigrant farmers from Romania. So I totally recognize I'm descendant of immigrants and refugees. It just, apparently they don't count because they were white Christians or something. Like, they were still immigrant refugees. Like,
I mean, that's how it was done back in the day, like conquer with the, you know, with the sword and stuff. And it was brutal back then.
Well, we still see it today with what's going on in Palestine, but
yeah, it's still happening, right?
Yeah, and Miss Frosty's right. People tend to forget too easily. It's not many generations ago that they were still like stealing, you know, native children type deal thing, right? So
yeah, that was yesterday, you know, and
that was just a few decades ago. They closed the last residential school here in the 70s. Like,
right.
You know, it's just a few decades ago.
It's horrible.
Hey, McGovern. Good to see you, Mac.
Mac will talk some sense. Hey, broke fishing.
Yeah, Mac's off visiting Dave Brown today. Hopefully they have a good visit.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's in Kentucky.
Dave Brown. That would be beautiful.
He's in Kentucky. I have family there. Kentucky. Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah, my family moved there from Boston. When I moved out here, they moved down to Kentucky. I was talking to Dave about that. But yeah, two old guys meeting up. Great, exciting. Good for you. Now fuck off.
Hey, Earth Angel Lucy. All right, darling. That MacGyver, he does some road trips, doesn't he?
Yeah.
That is nice.
Well, he was spending quite a bit of time there in Arizona with his family there before his past the. Yeah, it's not my place to tell, but
on the road again.
Has Mac started his camping vacation yet? Or is he still collecting bits?
I'm not sure.
Listen, but going back to that World War stuff, yeah, with all them friggin' Jews, yeah, that the rest of the world could have harbored and gave sanctuary to, yeah, like there's a lot of guilt around the world for that. Do you get me? You know? Apparently, all those Jews dying in Germany or being at the hand of Germany when the rest of the world had option of offering them sanctuary, but the world refused. You know.
Well, to add a different perspective to that, wouldn't it have been bad if those people fleeing Europe were allowed to just come to Canada or you at wherever, pick somewhere else, and just allowed to come and live and have a good life and all that? Would Israel have happened?
Probably.
Not if they were allowed to come everywhere else and live happy lives. I don't think so. I think if you had ships that were
because it was all
sending them
planned.
over,
it was all planned.
Yeah,
right? It's like we'll put them right here. Like it was set up that way. It's almost like World War II used to start Israel.
That's right. No, you're 100% dead on. And my that's how I see it. That is why World War II happened, was to form and install Israel. That was the whole reason and purpose behind it. So if you have boatloads of Jews coming to Canada to live happy lives that don't need to go to Palestine, Israel doesn't happen. That does not accomplish the goal of World War II, which was Israel. So they had to turn them away, and then that justified some kind of Israel. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, it's a crazy idea, but it is so crazy that they would do something.
I have friends from Poland, and I guess I've talked about this with them too, and they freak out when they hear me talking about this stuff because they're like, nobody knows this in North America. What you get it, you understand what happened. Apparently, in Poland, it's like an unspoken thing where this is their words. This is how they said it to me. It was open quote, World War II, the Jews screwed over the Jews, end quote. The Zionists screwed the Jews in order to get their freaking Israel installed.
It's like they sacrificed their own people.
100%.
Wow.
They do it pretty consistently, actually. The ones that died in the camps were the ones that didn't want to go to Palestine and refused and were like, I'm not going to Palestine to go take that place over. Why would I do that? I had a good life in, Munich, where they, had their shop or whatever. They weren't persecuted, had a good life. Like, why would I go to Palestine? Those were the ones left behind in the camps. The ones for 10 years, the train ran from Europe to Palestine, shipping trainloads of people every week. Everybody that wanted to go to Palestine went there, as per the 1933 Havara Agreement with the Zionists and the National Socialists. Like, the Zionists and the Nazis are actually documented partners in history. They're documented again further by the Darren Griff medallion that was struck in commemoration after a 6-month visit. The medallion has the Star of David on one side and the swastika on the other, with Palestina written on.
Wow,
it's documented. It's documented that they're partners.
I want one
not
of
a
those.
theory.
Okay.
Not a theory.
What's the final plan then? The final, what
Greater
are they
Israel.
looking? What?
Greater Israel. They want their Greater Israel project. They want of Palestine, parts of Syria, Lebanon, Iraq. If you Google up a map of Greater Israel project, you'll see everywhere where ISIS seems to be driving people out, interestingly enough.
Yeah, clearing the land.
Yeah.
Huh.
Making the land dirt cheap.
Right.
driving the people out, shipping them to, Europe and North America, so people will freak out about refugees that, Western nations are creating by supporting Israel and their bullshit. Yeah, Mac knows.
That makes sense. Even to a divvy like me, that does sound accurate.
It's all roads
little
lead
slow.
to Jerusalem. All roads lead to Jerusalem. It's screwed up, but it's just seems to be the way it's always been. Everybody always wants Jerusalem.
Business as usual. So when in Rome, right? What do? We just enjoy it, bitch about it. Revolution time. We document it for history.
I've been trying to do this for like a couple decades, and my big thing is like inform people, like just try and inform one person a day and wake them up to what the hell's really going on, and day in day out. But other than that, like you got to do it through, in my mind, you have to do it through peaceful means, because they're planning for violence. That's what they want, right? So anything violent, it's going to be, you're going to get gunned down. They're going to call you a domestic terrorist. It'll drive people away. Oh, they're a violent group. People aren't going to want to join. It's really a tricky situation with that. So to my mind, it needs political organization where,
it needs grassroots change, right?
Well, I can actually, like, to explain kind of my point. I know you're familiar, Ronan. The
I like what
trucker
you're
protest
saying.
here. Well, the trucker protest here that happened, right, in Ottawa and the border, like, I was part of that and whatever.
Yeah, Trudeau dressed as Aladdin. That was cool.
At the Ottawa protest in 2022, after they raised $10 million, which is by far more than like all the political parties combined didn't raise that much money in never in such short amount of time.
And they shut the money off?
Yeah, but Tamara Leach kind of, I'm not trying to single anybody out or blame anybody here, but she made a comment that she was happy that there was $10 million because they could afford to have those trucks parked there for years. Well, now you've just kind of said you plan on doing this occupation. You know what I mean? Where, to me, the way I see it, the proper thing to do, or the better way to word it, would have been, that's great. Now we have money to politically organize and buy advertisement time and freaking, get the pieces together so we can form a political party and let's exercise the democratic process here. You know what I mean? Like, there's a big difference between taking that route and saying, cool, now we can have these trucks parked here for years. Like, of course, the government's going to freak out, right?
Yeah.
That little bit of verbiage is, that
like
in my mind,
it's like the Revolutionary War. We got to do what the forefathers did, right up at Declaration of Independence.
I was going to say, you guys have the right to bear arms. We don't have that here in Canada, so. But even still, like, it's, to me, in my mind, if they would have said, cool, we have $10 million, let's politically organize, get a political party together, get campaign freaking going, and now we have money for signs and advertising and freaking, we can make commercials for media. Like, to me, I think that's what scared them the most, was the amount of money in such short time. Like, that had to scare them. If the popular thing would have been being said, cool, we have $10 million, let's form a political party and, use the democratic process and take control of our house through legal through legal means and through proper actions and the democratic process. I think that would have scared the shit right out of them. Had to concern them, that money. It's more than the political parties here make. It's more than the political parties here make. So
that reminds me of all the money Donald Trump got. Like, he came out with the Trump sneaker, and those things sold out instantly. And now they're going for like $10,000. But Trump is getting that kind of money. Like, the people the same kind of attention from the freedom truckers.
It's interesting. Actually, I don't know, because I was before the freedom protest here in Canada in 2022. I've been pro-Palestine for decades longer than that, and it's very interesting to see just how many of the pro-Palestine people are like making it aware that Republicans and Democrats both get their dollars from AIPAC and the Israel lobby and stuff, right? So I think it's great. This is just my opinion, how I see it. I think it's great to see politicians like Dr. Jill Stein, who, you know, they don't allow foreign money. They cap their donations out, that, you know, and they're the ones now getting support because they're not controlled by the foreign lobbyists like AIPAC. I got you, Mac. So it's interesting to see the Dr. Jill Stein's getting more popularity and attention, and yeah, Mac, in my mind, everybody that's, you know, pro freedom or human rights or an egalitarian or all of those is, you know, they should be on the side of Palestinians against, you know, you take the side of the oppressed, not the oppressor, right?
Did you see any of the footage of the Hamas guys breaking in and shooting everyone?
Oh, I acknowledge that Hamas was backed into power by Israel.
Did you see the footage though? Did you see any of it?
I've seen some of the
They're just gunning down anyone, you know, basically dragging their dead bodies out of shot up cars, you know.
I recognize that Israel needs that. If Israel needs the violence, right? They need somebody they can demonize. If they can't demonize somebody, then they can't sell their bullshit to us in the West. Like, without Hamas, that's seen and labeled, demonized as some terrorist extremist, blah, 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 that Israel backed into power, literally Hamas would not exist if not for Israel. But Israel needs that boogeyman to demonize in order to sell their bullshit to us in the West. Like, so there literally would be no such thing as Hamas if not for Israel. I kind of look at it that way, where it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit.
It's so like intertwined and stuff. It's like, man, that's like pure hatred on both sides, and it goes back so long. And this is just more new violence to be mad at.
Well, that's not true. That's not necessarily true, because again, to go back to World War II, it was the Palestinians that told them, like, yeah, that you see you'll see a picture that they like to use for propaganda all the time, that it'll have a Nazi sitting down with the Grand Mufti of Palestine. And because they had that meeting, people are like, oh, look, they're in bed together. What actually was happening was the Nazis were going to the Palestinians saying, hey, can we ship all these Zionists here? And the Palestinians are like, yes, because remember, the Palestinians welcomed all these people in with open arms. And we're like, yep, this is the Holy Land. Like, the Jews have always been welcome here. Like, definitely send the refugees here. We'll take them, no problem. Like, that's what was happening.
Does Saudi Arabia fund Palestine?
Oh, man. No, well, honestly, as I see it, and if you look and like kind of pay attention, like even when Trump was in, he went over to Saudi Arabia and hung out with them with the weird glowing orb ball thing, right? Like, it's, if you look at like Saudi and the United Arab Emirates, like UAE and stuff, they are normalizing relationships with so-called Israel, and basically
Qatar,
basically kind of shunning the Palestinians, right? So I feel very much that the Arab world, such as Saudi and the UAE, have been infiltrated much in the same way that we have here in the West with our politicians and the lobbyists and APAC, and like, let's not forget who runs banking, right? So the Saudi Arabia, the United States, the Chinas of the world, all have their central banks ran by the same freaking group of people. So no, Hamas was backed into power by Israel. Actually, it was just part of a channel that did a kind of an expose. They wanted to dig into that topic the other day. They did a live all about it, and she was quite surprised, where she was like, what do you mean? Like, she started digging into it, and yeah, Hamas was backed into power by Israel. They need their boogeyman they can demonize. They can't sell the ethnic cleansing of Palestine to Westerners if they don't have some kind of a demonization figure. So it's all bullshit. It's all a stage. It's all theatrics. We're being led astray.
We got somebody in back chat. I was just trying to.
Probably
Hey,
Mac. I
man.
dropped his
But we
finger
got some-
in for him.
It's broke fishing. Hey, man.
Oh, it's broke.
Hey, man. Hey, dude. What's up, dude?
Likes our
Yeah,
broke
Mac
Yeah,
fishing.
man.
Mac was
Yeah.
asking for the link too. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to see the little Palestinian kids, running for dropped food, into the water and then drowning and shit. I don't want to see that. It's all messed up.
Or,
They're
well,
like clearing the land right now.
They did the aid thing too. What was it? Was it flour or what? Was it rice or flour? Where they brought in an aid truck and the Palestinians went to go get it, and the Israelis all opened fire and just started shooting them all as they were going to get food.
Yeah, snipers.
Hey, Brooke Fishing.
Hey,
Yeah, snipers everywhere.
so I got a question for you.
Hey,
think-
man. Hey, what's up, dude?
You think that World War II wasn't a continuation of World War I?
Because some prince got shot in the head. That's what World War One was over.
Well, I know
If
very well
you're
what
asking me
World
what
War One was over. World War One was stopped because of a thing they called the Spanish flu. Everybody got sick and they sent them home and had an armistice, which means we're going to go back and make more shit so we can shoot at you again. And then World War II was the continuation.
so
Planned
I
from the beginning of from when they started ending World War One.
I see it differently. I do agree with you to a degree, but it's just a different perspective where they had these big plans for, Israel. That's what their goal has been, is this whole freaking place called Israel, which was never on any map before 1948, ever in all of human history.
Do you believe in the Torah?
Let me just finish this point, and then we can talk about religious text, if that's okay.
No. You're saying it's not ever been on any map, but do you believe
No, it
in
hasn't.
the Torah? Do you?
It doesn't matter if I believe in the Torah or not.
Do you
Hold
believe
on.
in the Holy Bible, which is part of the Torah, where they show Israel on the map?
Are you gonna? Can I answer the? So, no, the land of Israel was a person in religious texts. He was a person, and the land of Israel was the land that the person Israel overlooked and ever oversaw. Israel itself was never a place; it was a person. There was, whether I believe in the Torah or not, I look at maps, and maps show quite clearly that there's never been any Israel on any map in all of human history until 1948. So to get back to your question about World War I,
It wasn't a question; it was a statement.
You asked me if I thought it was a continuation, if World War II was a continuation of World War I. You did ask me a question.
Well, yeah, a questions type statement thing, because we all know it
So,
was.
so they had the same goal, which was Israel. And if you are a Zionist before World War I, it didn't come around until the late 1890s, you can't put an Israel into the middle of the Ottoman Empire. That's impossible. It's crazy. So World War I, in my mind, because everybody gets fed different narratives, I know, but from my perspective and how I view it, World War I was to break up the Ottoman Empire, because you couldn't put an Israel into that. And at the time of the Balfour Declaration in 1917, the Brits did not own or control Palestine. Now, there's two things with that. Number one, they had no right to give away land that they did not own or control. And number two, possibly more importantly, it shows quite clearly that plans for Israel existed decades before World War II. They made plans for Israel decades before World War II. So World War II was not Israel was not a result of World War II. It was the main goal and main directive and like the whole reason and purpose for World War II. So World War I was to break up the Ottoman Empire, because you couldn't put a freaking Israel into that. World War II was to actually install Israel and create the UN to try and give some kind of validation towards this Israel, and number two, to start us down the path of a one world government. That's how I look at World War I and World War II. So they're definitely connected, but the goal all along has always been Israel. That's the goal.
So, in your mind, how did World War I start? What was the catalyst that started World War I?
It's completely irrelevant. My mind is it doesn't. How the catalyst and how it started is kind of not as important as the end goal and what came out of it. And what came out of it was the breaking up of the Ottoman Empire, redrawing lines in the map, and prepping for what would later become World War II in Israel. The stage was being set.
So the assassination of Franz Ferdinand was just something they had to do. They couldn't do it any other way. They had to assassinate a member of the family.
World War II was started over. I know. Just listen to what I'm going to say first. I know you're talking about World War I. World War II was started over a false flag event where they burned down the Reichstag and blamed the commies. Right? That's what sparked World War II. How it sparked and was set off is not quite, to me, is that if they wouldn't have found one way, they would have found another. The war on terror was done via a false flag where Israelis freaking did controlled demolition on the Twin Towers in New York and sparked the, in quotes, war on terror. Like it's
so let me get this. The planes that the whole world watched on national TV, people's videos and all that were fake?
No. That's not what I said.
You just said the Israelis blew up the Twin Towers.
They did.
So the planes didn't have nothing to do with it.
They hit them with planes, and then they did a controlled demo. It was Israelis arrested that day driving around vans that tested positive for explosives. And it was Israelis arrested that day dancing in the streets of New Jersey celebrating the towers being hit. So they when caught, they said that they were sent to document the event. Well, if you're sitting in Israel, how the heck do you have time to fly halfway around the planet to go document an event that you're not supposed to know anything about. Like 5 minutes after the towers hit, the Israelis are sitting there documenting it all. Don't you find that a little suspicious? Wouldn't they have had prior knowledge in order to be over there to be filming it when it hit?
Not with the population of Israelites that are in New York City. It doesn't surprise me at all that they had guys with cameras within minutes there.
Well, it's, as I understand it, they documented the whole event, as in they had prior knowledge of it happening. That's why they set up with cameras to document it.
So, do you have a link to where they show all of them documenting the whole event?
Oh, just look up the 5 dancing Israelis.
Oh, it's a just look it up. You talk about it, but you don't have that link to what you're talking
Of course I do, but I'm not going to pick your source for you. See, I'm big on that. I don't want to pick your source for you.
No. I want you to give any source for this. You know, on YouTube, it's known as receipts.
Heck yeah, I know all about them. I'm king of receipt. Ask the miss.
Well, no, you're not. You're not king of receipts. If somebody asked you for a receipt and you're saying, go look it up yourself.
I can give it to you. I know how this goes. I've been through all this 100 freaking times. It is always the same thing. You give somebody a receipt and then like, oh, well, they attack the source and whatever. So that's why I don't try and pick out people's sources for them. I'd rather people learn better if they look up and discover information on their own.
Because I'm not
That's
arguing whether it was or whether it wasn't. This is the first time I've heard this rabbit hole we're going down. And yeah, I would like for you to give what you are citing your receipt. Not tell me to go look up and try to find the same thing that you're talking about. Not possible. I can look and find 30 different conspiracy theories about the Twin Towers. You mentioned a rabbit hole. Let's go down it. Do you have a receipt?
Cora was 9/11 carried out by Jewish Israeli secret assassins. They're arrested, then allowed to go home. The one guy's mother used to be a Mossad agent. Same guys appeared on Israeli TV, said they were in New York to record the event. What event? How's that for prior knowledge? Film available on YouTube. Dude, there's like so much overwhelming. That's why I was like, just put that into your search engine and pick something, because there's so much overwhelming stuff on the 5 dancing Israelis. It's just crazy. I mean, I'll see if I can get a YouTube link, because I Googled it, and you get like, there's so many results. It's freaking crazy. It's a very well-known thing, the 5 dancing Israelis, or it should be. It especially should be amongst Americans. Wow.
What?
Pardon me?
I said, wow, what?
Oh, I Googled 5 dancing, or not, sorry. I typed into my YouTube search 5 dancing Israelis, and I'm like, there's nothing coming up. Like zero, like literally nothing.
But, okay.
Oh, that's good to see. There's a video here for Netanyahu pushing for the U.S. to invade Iraq after 9/11. We've been talking lots about how that was part of the goal. It was Israel that
he ain't the only one that wanted everybody to invade over there with Mr. Hussein. He ain't the only one.
Whatever. No. Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11.
Videos
so
of the prime
no business going into Iraq.
You can find stuff of the German prime minister calling for it. You can find stuff of even Russia calling for it. So, neither here nor there. Hussein was
Okay, so
a piece.
you strike
Hussein,
me. Like,
can
sorry,
I
I'll
can
read.
I finish talking, or you go ahead? Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Your turn. Your turn.
I was just gonna say it strikes me like you don't quite maybe understand the global community we're in now, and how the US government, whether you're red or blue, has been infiltrated and corrupted. Canadian government, the England and the UK, France, Germany, all the Saudi, UAE. We were just talking about how all these governments have been invaded and corrupted around the globe and planet. Doesn't matter if it's an Arab country or, some North American one. So this global community we have now is just because, right now, the UK, Canada, and the US won't recognize freaking Palestine as being an official state. Why is that? Maybe because we've been infiltrated and our governments are corrupt with Zionists who don't want to acknowledge Palestine. They want the people to keep sending them welfare and arms to keep ethnically cleansing Palestine.
Sir Big Nuts, good to see you. Chef Life, good to see you. Well, gentlemen, yeah, I'm going to leave you on panel. Yeah, you watch me, cats. Yeah, I'm going off go and get water. I'll be back in 10, 15 minutes. You all right?
All right, cheers, man. I'm not sure that one's going to fit. Yep, no worries. Cheers. This is not going to fit, is it? Nope. So you do a search on a freaking popular site, and it's just like conspiracy theory, conspiracy theory, conspiracy theory, and it's like, no, all real hard evidence leads to Israel did 9/11. I thought that this many years later, I thought you'd think everybody would know this by now. Oh yeah, that's right. When they were detained and arrested, they said that it was we're not your enemy. We have the same enemy, the Palestinians or whatever. Oh yeah, the moving van. They were driving around a moving van that literally had a mural of the towers being hit. So here's just I just did a Google one and scrolled down a little bit and it was like, oh, what's this one? Just 5 dancing Israelis, the forgotten something. So there you go. There's a link. There's one receipt, but that's just one of so many. There's so much overwhelming evidence that Israel did 9/11. It's crazy. And I would implore people to don't choose your own source. Don't just, somebody gives you a link, don't just blindly follow it. Definitely, research yourself and learn to go through biased sources and et cetera, et cetera. I mean, there's lots and lots, and you don't have to look too hard to find out about the 5 dancing Israelis. It would make sense that there's more on TikTok. The Herald from Scotland. I just see there's Queen Nessie in the chat. The Herald from Scotland says 5 Israelis were seen filming as jetliners plowed into the Twin Towers. This is from Harrods. That's an Israeli freaking publication. 5 Israelis detained for puzzling behavior after World Trade Center tragedy. Daily Motion, the 5 dancing Israelis Mossad on 9/11. Video. Let's see if they have video here. Yeah, there's overwhelming evidence that Israel did 9/11. It'd be great if the majority of Americans could wake up to that. That'd be fantastic. It was reported on national news that it was Israelis detained. It was an Israeli contractor service that were doing renovations around the center of the towers for like 6 months prior. Israeli security company. There's just everything. There's overwhelming evidence. Coffee Mac. Yeah, he just went to get, I think he said he went to get some water and stuff for the cats there and whatever. He'd be back in 5 or 10 minutes. Yeah, I know. Mac knows. Mac definitely knows. Me and Mac know that each other know. See, I always try to make sure very clearly, though, that it's Zionists, not Jews. Real Jews know that, they are exiled. They're forbidden from forming a Jewish state. Like, real Jews support Palestine. You'll see that with the protests the past little while. I'm not sure how many have been watching or paying attention, but a lot of the Palestine protests, you're seeing a lot of Jews come out and support Palestine. A lot. I think they shut down Grand Central or something in New York there. The Jewish people did and said, like, not in our name. Like, there's a lot of them that are very upset that ethnic cleansing of Palestine is being done in their name. They don't like it. They're not happy. Yeah, Mac. Mac knows. Maybe one day. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen where I think anyways, it's gonna happen where it's gonna get to a point and the conscience, like the public majority of the US will recognize that Israel did 9/11, and when that happens, look the heck out, because shit's gonna go biblical. It will rain fire. It's gonna be bad.
Hey,
Steve. Back. Hey, Steve, welcome back. Matt MacGyver said he's in backstage there.
Oh, there doesn't appear to be anybody back chat. Maybe he's left already.
Maybe he left. Yeah, he might have bumped off. He said he was backstage.
Oh. So what did I miss?
I was just talking about 9/11. I threw a couple links in because Broke Fishing was asking for something, so I threw a couple links in, and he could go check out. And please, I tried to influence people to doing your own research. Don't just believe a link some asshole like me posts on the internet. Like, just don't take my word for it. Research these things yourself. Find your own sources. All that. Don't, just because some asshole posts a link on the internet, don't believe it.
Exactly. It's a good point.
Be
Don't
responsible.
believe everything you see on TV. Take everything with a pinch of salt until you've got assertiveness, yeah, until you really, really do know something, yeah, that you can put your life on the edge. Fucking night. That's the fucking way it is. Yeah. We're living in times now where everything's created for the illusion. You know, like a lot of people say we're living in times of fear mongering, you know, like where politics, you know, like police stating and one world order and all this one. It'll only happen if you let it happen. Yeah. If you fall into that
Yep.
trap, you're going to encourage it. Yeah. So don't be falling into the trap and encouraging it. And don't be falling into the trap and encouraging other people to fall with you. That's the biggest mistake that people have been making throughout all time. Yeah, is getting other people
Yep.
to believe your own bullshit.
Yeah, no, that's why I try and very much. It's like choose. Like I can present you with what I think and some information, but I don't just mindlessly believe people. Like not me or anybody else. Like I like to. Sometimes I wear a graphic or I have a meme that I'll share. It's like, yeah, I'm in a cult. We brainwash people into thinking for themselves. Like, think for yourself. Don't let me or anybody else just, brainwash or push you or do your own research,
Correct.
learn things your own selves. Be responsible. Yeah, Chef, that's what I was just finding on when I looked up. It used to be, a number of like 5 years ago, even if you went on YouTube and punched in, like you typed in 5 dancing Israelis on YouTube, you'd get a bunch of videos back. I just did it right now as I was on panel here on my other device. I put in 5 dancing Israelis on YouTube, literally nothing. Like not even anything. Scrubbed and wiped clean.
Now, my father-in-law, many years ago, before the internet was what it is, he was involved in an alternative freelance solicitor sort of thing, where they'd be taking on the corporate companies, big corporate companies. And for myself, like the Nexus magazine was a lot of conspiracy theories, because the truth is there. The people were acting on behalf of the truth, but yet the masses is silencing the truth. And I experienced that fucking more than 20 years ago. Yeah, that was like 25 years ago. Yeah, before the internet is what it is. Yeah. So how those people had that information 25 years ago. Yeah. And now how we progress to what we are at today. I mean, I see a lot of people catching up to where this man was 25, 30 years ago. I don't know what happened to Mac just then. Here he comes again.
Am I back? Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I was having connection issues there.
Okay, yeah, you're back. And this one keeps bouncing.
MacGyver said he's backstage.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, his camera's not on yet. Yeah, now it's on. Now I can add him. Oh, stripes.
Yeah, to what you were talking about there, that's why I was talking about maps and like looking at maps and stuff, because I found, like, I knew of this, obviously not 9/11, but I knew about, Palestine and Israel and, the banking and all that kind of stuff before there was an internet. I used to spend a lot of my time in the library and researching, you know, banking and monetary system and looking at maps and like old maps and all that. And that, so I knew about all this before, like the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. I knew this was happening before there was an internet. And yeah, once I came on the internet and talked about it, I've been an enemy of the Zionists ever since. They hate my guts. Hey, Mac. Hope you're having a good trip.
Hey, Mac.
Oh, you muted. His wife must be yelling at him or something.
I'm all right. You can hear me.
Okay.
I can hear you now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also the Ashkenazi Jews. You know the word Nazis in that word? Yep. The Zionist shit, H-Man was a part of them. And they figured out if they can come up with a plan here to, you know, maybe get rid of some people and make us feel sorry for all these people that got, you know, taken out. And then they come up with this, you know, anti-defamation, you know, league. So you can't say nothing bad about them. And it's the only nationality, well, it's not really a nationality, but it's the only people I know that you can't say anything bad against or you can get in trouble for it. Isn't that weird?
And
Hello?
also, there's a lot of there's a few places around the world that if you even question anything surrounding World War II, you can go to jail for that too.
Isn't that fucked up? That's so fucked up. Yep. And they've been slowly infiltrating each organization, blackballing, compromising people. I mean, they've been thinking about this for a while. I mean, you just can't take people with brute force, but these people actually buckled down, got a fig tape, and came up with how to manipulate people and do this. You can't do it overnight. It's going to take a process. Because brute force don't do nothing. So they're outsmarting people. Am I still here?
You're still here.
All right. I just wanted to make sure. I'm on my cell phone, so sometimes I wonder about my connection status.
Yep.
Yeah,
You
but
seem loud and clear.
yeah, but see, it's not a race. It's not a what do you call it? What do you call it? A creed? What's the word I'm looking for? A nationality. Jew is not a nationality. It's a religion. So if a person says they're Jewish, you ask them, what's your nationality? And they say Jewish. No, you're Israelian. That's the you know, their heritage. But Jew is just a religion. That's all it is. It's not a, you know, nationality.
There's a vast, large portion of the population of the planet seems to forget that the ones that viewed Jew as a race was the Nazis. That was the H guy. That's who tried to deem Jew as a race.
Yeah, it's not a nationality or it's a religion.
Right.
And people that say they are and don't even go to church at all, so that's more or less saying me they're not religious, they're not Jewish. I mean, I could say I'm Catholic, right? But I never go to Catholic church. So am I a Catholic or am I just saying that? Yep. So I just believe do good to others, you know, wish done unto you. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, I don't judge people because you think different. I don't do that. You're entitled to your own thinking, your own beliefs. I mean, what the hell? Am I making myself clear?
Loud and clear, senor.
Yeah.
Yep, loud and clear. I just
Yeah. I
nipped
think
off to start making my spaghetti. Yeah,
right. I
you're
mean,
you're, you're loud.
uh, right. Yeah, around the world, there's a lot of good people. A lot. In every country.
This is the way I like them. Chorizos,
Right.
sausage, yum yum. Do you like chorizo?
Okay. He heard. Look, Siegel said he heard Hitler sacrificed all that to the devil. Yeah, possibly. Yeah. But I knew he was part of the Zionists to get this agenda going to wipe out a bunch of people and to, say, oh, they've got picked on too much, always got pushed away and pushed away. We can't ever say anything bad about a Jew. And then they come up, this every defamation character law, whatever they want to call it. So you can't say nothing about them. It's the only religion I know. And to tell you the truth, to be honest, we're fucking Israel's bitch. America is. We sold out. Yeah. All right. Well, just let us know when you're backstage or something. Yeah. But I've been thinking and how to, get our country back. They got all their bases covered, man. They got all their bases covered.
What's your plan?
I don't have a plan because they got all their bases covered. I would like to get a bunch of people. Yeah, but I would like to get a bunch of people and go like to the White House, but I can't do that because people ruined that already. They had a group of people going down there and they ran deep into it, and next thing you know, it was a shit show. So even if I did get an organization together, what are they going to do? Of course, they're going to get the media involved, and they're going to blackball us and through the media and saying that, they're going to probably find somebody in our organization and make some lies about them. And, oh, you don't want this crackhead in your organization. And, the media spins things.
All
right.
Glacier Sharks in the house. Good to see you.
We got to go after the money. We got to go after the money. BlackRock and Vanguard industry there. Those big money making companies. Protesting out in front of those places. It's just hard. They got the bases covered good. Yeah. Or I start making waves. My group of people start doing pretty good, but they're not going to give us any media attention. Hell no. So once they took over the media, this is like pretty much when the shit started hitting the fan. Because, hey, the media controls it all. We own it. We push the narrative. And yep, follow the money. Yep. So, yeah, I look at the top members of the board of trade up over there for Vanguard and BlackRock. Look at their top investors. Yep. Soros. Yeah. Bunch of those other rich bastards. Yep. But I think we all know they print money out of thin air now. That's what they got to be doing. I mean, all this immigration over here, all the people that are unemployed or Social Security benefit crap, yeah, they're putting out a lot of money. That's why I think they're putting it out of thin air. And they want people to be home. The government is used to the people. The government relies on the people. No, they're turning all that around. They want the people to rely on the government. Yep, that's what it led me to. The Swiss bank accounts. I thought that was a joke, and I find out a lot of these Israeli Jews, whatever, live up in Israel, or excuse me, up in the Switzerland and shit. And where's our damn seeds at? Our natural, beautiful, good seeds. I think they're up in the Swiss Alps, up in the mountains. And it's funny because if you look at the Vatican, who are the guards out in front of the Vatican? They ain't no Roman guards. No, they're Switzerland guards. Look, they're Swiss guards that guard the Vatican. Yep.
Yeah, following the money is what led me to Israel decades ago when I was still a teenager.
Yep. Here's a good one for you, Frosty. Look at the Titanic itinerary, where the banker families that backed off on the last day of the Titanic. Look at those people. Those are the bastards that conned all these other bankers that didn't want to privatize the banking industry. Yeah, let's go on a little cruise with the families. All of a sudden, boom. Oh, did I leave a coffee pot running? I gotta go. You bastards.
It's I'm not sure if you you might not be subscribed to me on your new channel or whatever, but I just shared a thing on my community. I shared a thing on my community tab the other day about it's like a 20-minute video, and it talks about how it's very clear, it's very simple, easy to follow along. It's kind of just a, you know, succinct, like short kind of overview. It was done really well. But it's like a 20-minute video about the Rothschilds and how the Rothschilds are the ones that were responsible for creating Israel. And they go over in the little video, that 20-minute video, it's like 5 times the Rothschilds changed the world. And very fascinating. It's a 20-minute video. Definitely watch it if you have the time. It's worth the watch.
Yeah, the Zionists.
Also,
look how many countries they've been kicked out of. The Zionists, look how many countries they've been kicked out of. Yep.
But for, you know, it's infiltration of governments and trying to take control.
That's what they do.
I was asked a question earlier about religious texts. And for the person that asked me that, if you're still listening, I don't believe in any religious text. I'm an atheist. That said, every Christian should definitely know what's written in the Talmud. The Talmud is what is running the Zionists, not the Torah. Just so everybody.
Right.
And I shared a 12-minute video the other day about the Talmud as well, and I would highly suggest everybody watch that. It's very important, especially if you're a white Christian in North America. Definitely watch that video, like, or in the Western world, like UK or France or whatever. If you identify as a Christian in those places, definitely check out that 12-minute video. There's stuff in there you need to know.
Yep. They train your kids once they're young. You know, they teach them curricular stuff that they don't teach normal kids. They teach them a lot of math, banking, all of this shit.
Hello, Blackwatch.
Hello, Frosty. I got to tell you, bro, where do I send this check for 20 kilos of gold? I love the way you handled that. I got to say it. Which is a kind of an inside thing. Which do
there you go.
You ever look at the first 2 world wars and the German aristocracy and royalty were involved? They kind of lost it. And remember the Bolshevik Jews who slaughtered, tortured 16.7 to 20 million Gentiles.
Yep.
It's there. You want to look at that? Well, I know you know it. You know, I know you know it. This is kind of a thing for me, you know, because I kind of had trouble on a few channels. And I got a friend that does this stuff. He's in Alabama. I think he's a fanatic, but he does it. You know what he said to me, Frosty? Because of what I was accused of. He said to me, "You don't hate Americans, you just hate the stupid ones." American selective history. You ever notice that, Frosty? And there's
100%.
too many are doing it. It's not all of them, don't get me wrong. Just, it's kind of like, McCarthy. Oh, Kevin, Speaker of the House? No, Joe. Remember him? Who?
Yeah.
But you handled that brilliantly, man. Listen, I'm going to send you a bouquet of roses on that. It was priceless. It was priceless.
But I see, if it's boring, I'm not going to do my footwork. I'd rather watch my sports, watch my soap operas, play my video games,
Yeah,
But reading up on that, doing some research, it's boring. Ain't going to do it.
And one thing you will not find in the history book, my father should have died in Belgium. He should have. By word of mouth. When the Allies were poised at Berlin to take it in, you know what they were told? Wait for the Americans. I'm just saying, I'm not coming down. That's the truth. Don't you?
Well, you're entitled. You're entitled to your opinion.
Not opinion, that's fact.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Yeah.
I'm not down
I
on
didn't know that. Sorry.
I know you're not downing us. I know.
It's just, it's like a problem, man. You don't know there's a problem. You don't identify it. You can't fix it. You can't change it. History keeps going around and around and around. And
Yeah.
You're right. You're right about 9/11.
Oh, yeah.
I remember Bush, when he finally landed Air Force One, New York, had that four corners, and he got on the top, and there's this old firefighter covered with dust. And I'm sitting there thinking, I know what you're saying. Let's go to war. Give me the power to go to Congress. I'm saying no, send in the special forces. The Afghanistan people are not the enemy.
Well, that's how H-Man did it. They blew up some buildings, they blamed it on a certain race of people, and everybody wanted to go to war with them.
Look at it this way. Has anybody ever looked at this? Because it's whoever, I can't remember the family, Jacob, whatever, 1700, his 5 sons, fill in the blank, the name, right? What were the World Trade Centers? What were they? 110 stories. What were they? The economic forces in the world. And the Jews.
Yeah.
But
Wall Street.
Well, not per se, but yeah, Wall Street, if you will. So who had the economic desires? The same ones that always have had. The Jews.
You got it. We'll just say Zionist. We'll say Zionist because there's good Jews out there.
Well, maybe
100%.
so. But a lot say Zionists, or they trace them back to the Egyptians, which, is a bunch of...
Yes. That's where they got the Egyptian symbols on things. But there's good Egyptians and there's bad Egyptians.
And there's also good...
There's good and evil in everybody.
And the Romans had the Iron Cross. But symbolism, what does it matter?
Yes.
What does it matter?
Yes.
But it couldn't be that maybe German, through all that Second World War, was getting back at the almost 20 million the Jews slaughtered. Think about it. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying maybe it was.
I don't believe the numbers surrounding World War II. I acknowledge
I don't believe either.
I acknowledge the 1933 Havara Agreement, which saw, for 10 years, the trains roll into Palestine every week, pulling in buttloads of people. And, you look at 1948 and the Israel that was thrust upon us. And the very first thing that they did was essentially go to war and somehow do well. Like, how does that work? Like, you're a brand new nation. Like, how do you already have a very armed and capable military, strategically already planned out for all this? Like, very questionable. In my mind, they were prepping, as they were, what was it they were saying in the camps? Life in the camps would prepare them for life in Palestine.
Mm.
Yeah. A scientist did a breakdown on 6 million that disappeared. He says it is physically impossible to get rid of 6 million people. They did get rid of people, but not no 6 million. They played the numbers.
Yeah, but what does the
And
number?
the,
What does the number really
and the
matter?
one,
Or, you know,
the ones that,
Well,
If
the
they
ones
apparently
that,
the numbers.
Spanish person and they said 6,000 in Spanish, yeah, that's 6,000. Yeah, so 6,000 could quite easily have been 6,000. Do you get me? Yeah, but bad translation said.
Right.
yeah.
But it sounds less evasive when you say 6,000 compared to a million. And people hear that number and they freak out. That many people? Yeah, exactly.
But
I
does it
call
really-
them the separation organization camps. The ones that were left behind or killed, the ones that were stripped of their wealth, and that wealth was sent to the Zionists and freaking going to Palestine. Those were the ones that were against. Those were the real Jews, the actual real ones that acknowledge that Jews are exiled and forbidden a Jewish state. And they're like, no, it goes against Judaism to go and try and create a Jewish state. We're not doing that. Goes against our faith. That's extremist. Like, those are the ones that were killed, stripped of wealth, left behind, all that. The ones that were for going to Palestine, they went there as per the 1933 Havar Agreement. That's why you keep them alive, isn't it? Like, what does it cost? I'm not trying to be insensitive or anything, but like, what does it cost to, like, you know, take a knife to somebody's, you know, artery in their neck, right? It doesn't cost you anything except the soldier's wages that day. So why would you collect them all, round them up, keep them all alive, feed them, house them, transport them, and then get them to the one place on the planet they really, really, really wanted to go to, Palestine? Like, doesn't make any sense.
You tell me, I don't really get into, you know, too much looking, because.
Hello, AK.
But the thing wasn't it something where they said maybe it was 33 to 39, their build up, where they wanted them out, you know, and we'll take up to $10 million of your money. And when you bind a country that'll accept you, we'll give it back to you. I don't know if that was ever followed through on, but like it said, they didn't want them. You know, like
I think about it like this, where it was another instance again where you needed a demonization, right? You need a demonization figure, boogeyman that you can paint as a bad demonization figure. Now you're justifying and getting support from the, you know, in quotes, Western world. You're getting support. Oh, you need to, like, have this Israel installed. Like, this clearly needs to happen, has to happen, because look at what's going on. So they've created their boogeyman for demonization purposes to garner support.
Well, let's see. The boogeyman, what? Napoleon, Hitler, Saddam Hussein, who's the other guy they just threw in the ocean? So damn insane. And who else that guy? Bin Laden. The boogeymans.
Yeah, but they always
in my mind, how I look at it, I see a lot of comparisons with Trump to Hitler. Trump is going to give the Zionists literally everything they want. Everything. That's what I say. Everything the Zionists want, Trump's giving them. The Zionists, they jump, and Trump just says, like, how high?
Get up on panel.
Yeah, but that's what the media is doing. They're trying to make him seem like he's a bad guy, and they know how the Americans think about him.
No,
I disagree.
You don't get it.
I disagree.
You're misunderstanding.
You want to know what's happening there? Sorry, you want to know what's happening there, Mac? The same thing that happened with the freaking Hitler guy. Same thing.
Right.
They're making it. They're making it. They're making it seem like he's some kind of a rogue, right? That he's standing up to the powers that be. It's a facade, right? They're making it seem like that.
Oh, come on.
In reality, he's actually their biggest puppet.
Frosty,
we know that.
Be fair, Frosty. He looks cute in a Santa suit and outfit slippers.
He's a Freemason from the Swedish Reich. We all know that.
You guys probably think coming and he can walk on water too. He's a billionaire. Why would a billionaire want the presidency?
Well, he went bankrupt, what, twice? And his buddies bailed him out and gave him his money and his wealth back. You see that shit? He went bankrupt twice.
His ego. He wants to cement his son's future. That's it. He doesn't give a shit about you people. No more than ours
Dude,
about us.
I'm seeing some shit about Barron Trump, his future.
I think it's funny that Trump always has this kind of mentality where, oh, the people worship me and I'm like a king and I'm like a messiah. And it's actually the Israelis that treat him like that. They think that he's some kind of the Israelis love Trump. Like he's the best politician the US has ever had in their eyes. They love Trump. That's why they have Trump Heights in the Golan Heights, right? That Trump community that's actually on Syrian territory. Like it's Trump's the biggest.
Don't forget about the quintessence, the underdog, right? Frosty, the underdog.
Yeah, that's it. The underdog. Everybody loves an underdog.
Yeah, until they get on top.
See, if you think about the comparison to Hitler, wasn't he viewed the same way? He was standing up to the bankers and standing up to the immigrants that were all coming in, and it's the exact same narratives, exactly the same narrative. Protests were happening, freaking like the same conditions are all being formed in North America as what we saw in pre-war Germany. The exact same conditions and environment.
It was also a vengeance against the Russians for pulling out all the industrial machinery. Hitler brought that to the strongest economic power in the world. He did it. You know, so there you go.
Then they say the Antichrist's going to take over and everybody's going to like this Antichrist because things going to be going a little easier and stuff, but that's not the real guy. Could it possibly be him or Barron?
Now remember, there's always a race. There's always a race for the new commodities. Yeah. So where Germany had industries, they lost industries when the wars came, but then they gained extra industries. If you have a look at Britain, they lost a lot of industries when the war came. You get me? Yeah.
We're losing it now.
What's going to happen now in Palestine and places like that? Yeah, they're going to lose or gain industries because the influences from the worldwide that's getting involved. They put those industries there, yeah, and they put value and reason to be there.
Yeah.
You may have a desert. You may be like, it's the middle of the desert. There's fuck all there. But when you have a look at modern technology, how we can manipulate life in extreme conditions, yeah, they're looking at putting us in Mars. These deserts are ideal fucking training grounds for us to be living in fucking Mars. Do you get me? Yeah. So it's no longer the cities we know that they're after. It's the open land, which is where farmers are not firemen, yeah, and fishermen don't have access to the ports, the coast. They've controlled us from the outside in, and we don't understand it. We don't see it. But when it's pointed out, yeah, you'll see quite clearly what I've just said. Yeah, they're moving. They want to flatten mountains. They want to prove that the world is flat. You know, they want to sink everything that's already here and build everything up brand new.
You know, I had an interesting question asked of me because I was a teenager at the time. And they said to me, how did you feel about, you know, the JFK thing? You know, Warren Commission, all this. And I said, I had the answer right in front of me. And what are you talking about? I said, when LBJ and the Air Force One landed and he stepped out onto that landing chairs, he waved and he had a big smirk on his face like, oh, am I the president now? There's your answer. Would not have happened.
Yeah, you said.
Would not have happened without him.
Seen that and remember that, didn't you, Blackwatch?
I remember the moon landing, you know, the transmission, and you know, the JFK crap. I was alive. I was a teenager. I witnessed it, and I thought to myself, that guy looks like screwed up smirk. And you look back since the 40s when he became a senator, he wanted the presidency better than life. But there's a younger John Fitzgerald Kennedy in the way. in the story. The mafia wanted him out. Joe was told, back him off, Joe, or we'll do it. But the missing connecting link was LBJ, and a lot of older Texans agree. The same. So, you know, it's...
Here, here's one for you lads, right? Check this out, yeah? Totally, like, non-related and all that, right? But over years, over the most recent years, we've been learning about this anti-slavery, yeah? Like anybody, like, you know, like, fucking, I don't know who they were, yeah? But all these statues, they were representing the slave days and all that malarkey, right? Now, check this out, yeah? Not only have we just dealt with the eradication of the history of slavery, but they were putting this in preparation 20 years ago, 15 years ago. I witnessed it, yeah? In St. Paul's, Bristol, England, is predominantly, back in the day, it was predominantly Caribbean, African, Jamaican peoples. Now, they have a slavery carnival, okay, St. Paul's Carnival. And it was in celebration of the freedom of slavery or some shit like that. You know, like old traditions, old cultures, yeah? Now, what last year that I was in Bristol, I witnessed there was no money for that carnival. They can bring 2 million people together, socializing, peace and love. There might be one shooting, there might be one death, yeah? But you know, right, yeah? For 2 million people, one death is fuck all. Do you get me? Yeah, in a 3-day event, one death is fuck all. So understanding.
Yeah.
What I learned that year is that the government will not encourage those communal gatherings where we integrate and where we interact and we learn about other cultures and we relax with other cultures. Yeah, they didn't want to encourage that. What they did encourage was an EDL march. Yeah, English Defence League, which is a bunch of fucking skinheads. Yeah, National Front Party. Do you get me? Yeah, they put on a march. Yeah, for these fucking EDL bastards. Yeah, these racist confronting, you know, like not very nice peoples, folks, football hooligans. They bring these peoples all the way through Bristol city centre, but yet they did not allow us to have our carnival. Now, how the fuck can you justify that? You'd almost, like, for me, I'd almost be like, fuck off with your racist bullshit, yeah? We're going to have a party. You get me, yeah? We're going to bring people together, not have these divisions, yeah? You know? And these are all reasons why I can't justify being called English. You get me, yeah? I'm not English. I don't have those personalities. I don't have those characteristics. We got one world. We share this planet, and it's one world. Unfortunately, the dictators dictate whether you can have a passport or I can have a passport or not. Yeah, you know, like we don't have freedom. We don't have a choice. Do you get me? We don't have a choice about education. We don't have a choice about nothing. But people in foreign parts of the world, they come into our parts of the world. Yeah, they're sharing this part of the world with us, and they're gonna show us how to do it, how to appreciate it, where we fail to appreciate it. You understand me? Yeah, where we fail to appreciate the life that we have, those folk are coming to show us how to appreciate what little we got.
Absolutely.
And that's beautiful. That can be very beautiful.
It goes to what I definitely agree. It goes to what Mac was talking about as well with the selective history, right? Where they probably don't want a lot of people remembering and talking about the slave trade and like taking people from Africa and you know, some of these places and taking them to North America and enslaving them, etc. If you're like paying homage to that, and you know, it's not good for the image. Like it's way rather, especially with the direction they want things to go, support that hate group. And like you were saying, the skinheads and the racists, because that, well, technically that's the history, but like there's also, you know, they want that hate being fomented, right, and brewing so that they're trying to create that division and hate. They don't want egalitarians, that's for dang sure, which is, for those that don't know, the belief that, or the ideology that all people should have equal rights and equal opportunities. Like that's it. Everybody gets equal rights. Everybody gets equal opportunities. Like period. It's that simple. Like, you know, they don't want that.
Somebody in chat, Ronan brought the Knights Templar. Good point. There was a LWN. I'm not going to say what the channel is. You know, you figure it out. You know, kind of like a plumber, and all of a sudden millions of dollars coming in. And he started to recite the Oath of the Knights Templar. They were screaming at him to stop. You ever read it, Frosty? You ever read the Oath of the Knights Templar? It's even better than the Black Watch, which is
I've not. I can't say as I've ever familiarized myself with that. I'm used to the saying "Deuce Vault" or whatever, where it's like God wills it. Like,
yeah. But it
I
was
understand some.
interesting. I used to watch it, and it was kind of like full on, you know, Christianity thing. And he said, I'm going to recite it. And I thought, I'm going to stick around for this one. Talk about blood, gore, and everything else. You know, they were screaming at him to stop. You know, and he only got halfway through it. I'm with you on one thing, Frosty, because I asked for something and was denied it. So I kind of figured things do not exist. I don't lose faith. It doesn't exist. These names don't apply. But something hit me because of a friend. Consider this, Frosty. Go with me. You want to control somebody. Go back to the Egyptians, Romans, the slave trade. Do you not create a subculture that you can exist in? You know what I mean? Where they're happy. Day to day, they're happy. And they go along with it. The Hebrews, whatever. Would you not say that's a strong point of control?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I look at it from a perspective of there's two ways to control a population. That's either brute force, where you have military men on every corner in your city or community or whatever, or propaganda. So in my mind, you would kind of develop this culture where you're feeding the people the information that you want them to think or know. And, you know, as the Romans would say, you know, you give them entertainment and food and they'll never revolt.
No, I'm talking about the Hebrew before you go down. I know what you're saying. Brute force, you lose slaves, you lose them. You want them content, like the Hebrews. And my point is this: there's 2.1 to 2.3 billion Christians, right? It never occurred to me in all my years until one night when I was talking to a friend of mine. And consider this: the population of the Jews are very limited. You take anybody and they say, how can 700,000 or 7,000 dictate, you know, 1 million? So consider this, because the Hebrews, the Jews killed Jesus of Nazareth, whatever he was. So we can't control this. It's getting out of hand. And we believe the Messiah is kind of a political figure, or, you know, it's not him. But what if we can control it and we say, yes, he's the Messiah. But if we give them our God, that's sacrilege. So we give them, you know, their God, another God. So we give them our God. Can a handful of Jews be controlling 2.3 billion people? Think about it. Just think about it. Not saying it's, you know.
Very well said. Very well said, Blackwatch. Very well said. And they say that this has been going on for millennia. Yeah, we've been encouraging the fake God. Do you get me? Yeah. You know, like, yeah, I can see that. For me, I believe in sunshine being the Jesus, the Son of God. Do you get me? Yeah, the Creator of life, the water, the wind, the earth. You know, like, these are all things that contribute.
Yeah.
But it's not about.
And I think most would say, sorry, Steve, that the Jews wrote the Bible, and they wrote the Second Testament. And I'd say, in support of the concept, we want to control over 2 billion people, 1/3 of the population.
Likewise, that makes sense. That makes sense, because if you have a look at the mockery that the Muslim and the Jews hold, yeah, they will socialize, they will marry, and they will be invited into each other's places of ceremony. But yet the Christians are not welcomed in either.
No,
you get me? Yeah? Right. So it's almost like the Muslim and the Jews have like said, nah, fuck off Christianity. Yeah, You're the fake. Do you get me? Yeah. Between the Muslim and the Jew, I don't know. It's a little bit, you know, like you know, too much organized. You know, like you got to be some proper fucking organized peoples. You know, like yeah, you can't afford to have any weakness. Do you get me? And in modern times, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, consider the
I don't
story
think.
of the. Sorry, I thought you were through. Go ahead. Sorry.
I do think that the Vatican is a bunch of cheeky fuckers, yeah, and they need to open their doors up to the general public. That's what I believe.
There's definitely gaps in our history that are missing.
And if you look at the
Probably
table,
found in the-
if you look at the table
Sorry?
of money changers, if it happened, that you know, money changers and Jesus, I'm not going to say Christ. In my mind, Jesus and Nazareth knocked them all over. And the law was a Jew cannot loan money to a Jew at profit, nor can a Christian. But hey, Jew, I'll give you my Christian money and you loan it out. I mean, after all, that's me, not you. One hand washes the other.
Yeah, that's.
Things at all.
I think a large portion of the population would do well to familiarize themselves with the Talmud. The Talmud runs a lot of things. And just a quick point on what you were talking about the religious texts. I mean, I do find, in my opinion, all of the Abrahamic religions have been corrupted, infiltrated and corrupted, and are a long cry from what they should be. But also as far as shit. That's what I was going to say. The religious texts. It's interesting that the Hebrews that wrote it called themselves the chosen people. Like you're calling yourselves a chosen people in a book you wrote. Like that seems a little biased and off.
Never mind the fact you're waiting around for Moses to come down. When's the guy going to come down off that mountain? Oh, Andrew, can we collect the gold? And that was a Jewish taskmaster, not the Egyptian one. And he finally wanders down and he sees a statue of Baal. And all of a sudden, the Ten Commandments, the only thing truly written by God himself, is smashed to pieces. And it's a good thing Hoover invented the vacuum, because they sucked it up out of the desert and put it in the Ark of the Covenant. And, you know, and then they were banished for 40 generations, weren't they? Like, shit, if that's God choosing me, I think I want on the other side of the coin, you know? You know, it's selective. And still today, if you go to and you watch any rabbi preaching, we are the chosen, even today. How does that work? How does that work? You know, I'm not
according to the books that they wrote.
I'm just saying it's out there. You know, I often say to people, don't bitch at me or blame me for reciting history. I didn't write it. And you remember Frosty 1967? I do. The kids are going to draw a new Canadian flag. I thought this is a joke, right? It was real. But what they didn't say, the British North American Act was being abolished. And it was finalized in 1981. That's what they didn't say. Funny, isn't it? Another buried thing that I lived through. Yeah, kids are going to draw this and a big blue one and the blue flag and all this bullshit. And I thought, what's wrong with the coat of arms? Ontario still had it. You still have the coat of arms. This stupid looking fucking flag, quite frankly. And all it was is to get rid of the British North America Act. I wonder who was funding that one.
Going back in time, right? Like when I arrived to Ireland, they told me that, see these churches? They took over the old pagan sites. Yeah? Protestant, Catholic, Christian churches, they took over old pagan sites. To understanding, you know, like where you got religion dominating. And see, here's another prime example. The North Moors set up the Alhambras here in Spain. Yeah? And like the Christians keep trying to take it over. Great big wars. You know, They demolish it and rebuild it in their own style. It's disgusting. Now, why do they keep doing that on particular lands? Yeah, there's something where the churches and cathedrals are of old history that we're not being made aware of. Yeah, we see the church and this is disguised for something else.
Yeah. It's all about money and it's all about power. It always has been. Always. Remember the idea that they got to Europe crossing a land form that's gone in quest of fire, and the guy manages to keep the tree, little shard of a tree burning. He was a god to them in ancient times. That's all it was. Quest of fire.
Did they check the synagogues for tunnels? Sorry. Couldn't resist, sorry.
Well, there's the other thing they're going on about this whole thing about 1984 and it's today and everything. AI, I can tell you, I'm not going to brag about it. If I stayed working, I'd be in this IT game for 54 years. It ain't going to work. This thing about that was just fantasy. It's a movie. That's all it is. This is today. Some people, New York Radio Music Hall got together and they thought we're going to do something called War of the World. And everybody got the wrong idea. So what? A little bit of mass hysteria. It's just fantasy. iRobot and all this shit. And AI will not, you can send between computers files. Do what you want. They're data sets, not files. That's the way it started. And a computer's going to think on its own? What a bunch of bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Those are two people talking together. Shit, we can't even figure out the word peace. Think we're going to control the world in script? Get real. It'll fail. I'm telling you, it'll fail. I've seen it left, right, and center for over 30 years in it.
There's actually some interesting points on that have been happening currently in the past few years. You seem educated and informed, so I'm going to assume you've heard of the World Economic Forum, right?
Oh, I could tell you one on that, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So the second in command or in charge of the World Economic Forum, his name is Yuval Noah Harari. He's an Israeli.
Yeah.
He's an Israeli. And they've said very openly a number of things. One of which is they want AI to write a new religion for the world, which is, very interesting coming from an Israeli at the second in command at the World Economic Forum, because they usually have those things happen. But something else, which is more to your point, that's been said is quite openly, and Elon Musk was actually just in Israel not long ago as well, that Israel wants to be at the forefront and leading these, in quotes, AI revolution. So you have Israelis actually that are, it's funny, I actually was engaging ChatGPT one day and I was asking it all about OpenAI, and that's the company that's responsible for creating ChatGPT. Elon Musk was a founding member.
Yeah.
And I was asking the AI basically if it was influenced by its programmers, right? And it was basically like, to a degree, I'm influenced by the programmers. Well, if your programmers are freaking Israelis, you have Israelis controlling AI, writing new religion and influencing everybody, where they're the ones doing this, and you have an Israeli at the World Economic Forum telling everybody.
Kind of makes sense when I said, give them our God, doesn't it?
It's just an interesting thing where the Israelis are being very open about, they're the ones leading the way in AI, which would make sense, being that they're the ones responsible, like the Zionists are responsible for Hollywood, right? Where there are all these special effects and writing computer programs, and it's Ziowood essentially.
You look at the Jews, Brosky, on that point, aren't they always saying we're the victims? Poor us, we're always the victims. We're never the assailant. You want to go in the Gaza Strip and see the victims suffering?
Yeah, they're professional victims, and they victimize themselves. They create the boogeyman that's victimizing them, apparently, supposedly, and then they can portray themselves the victim and forward their agendas. But
Yeah, I mean, Frosty have an odd way of looking at things with that, you know, and I'll come out with it, my friend and everything, you know, and I get into it because they don't like the logic, and they don't like it when you quote the same logic, particularly Christians. They don't like it. They don't like it.
I'm an atheist, right? I'm a white atheist and North American, and I have these Zionists and I have Christians telling me like all the time, like, oh, like, you know, Muslims are gonna kill you or whatever, and like all this paranoia propaganda shit. And it's like, I've never had a single problem with any Muslim in my entire life ever. Not one, not ever. I've gotten so many death threats from Zionists and Christians because I'm saying factual things like, you know, the Zionists and the Nazis are documented partners, like 1933 Havara Agreement, Darren Griff Medallion, like what you said. Like, don't hate me because I'm reciting history because I knew this happened. Like, I didn't write the history.
So you've experienced. That's exactly what I've gone through since, like, well, you know, YouTube. I did security for 10 years, which is not just your password, by the way. You know, so the YouTube side was corrupting. I had the Gmail and all this. This is my last go on this one. You know, and this is just what you said. Nobody likes their mirror. Funny, I tripped over Steve after your mirror. They don't like it, you know. And don't blame me for pointing out history. I didn't write it. You don't want to hear it, then don't quote history. You went through the same thing, right? That's my point. They don't like it. They don't like when their own religious logic confounds their own religious logic, or any other logic for that matter.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I'm at the point I'm giving up, Frosty. I had to run in. I talked to another channel. I tried to go in, and she may figure it out, and she's no kid. And I'm at the point just give up. The same bullshit, the same rhetoric from 4 years ago, the same crap. I want my right to assemble. Your bloody president has his finger on a button of a war. You know, and then you have some of them.
I agree.
Then you have some of them, you know, and the guys have CP, granted, 30 years. Get rid of Biden, he's 80 years old, you know, down at which Trump is 77. Why does the world care who the U.S. president is? I almost fell off my chair. Why does the world care who the U.S. president is and what he does? Or she, if it ever comes along. If that kind of mentality
I imagine the Palestinians care. I imagine the Iraqis care. You know, if you talk to the people in Benghazi, they probably care who the U.S. president is, right? I mean, to a degree.
Duh. Because you don't stay at home. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? Uncle Sam, go away. No, open the door. Jim, my foot in there. I'm here to help. You want to find out what the problem is? That's it. And the only reason they talk about a jump off to the Ukraine. The reason they're in Israel is all the Jewish money in the United States and the influence. Period. Somebody's buzzing. Is that Steve?
Well, I agree with what MacGyver said earlier when he said the U.S. is Israel's bitch. It's totally true.
Exactly. And it's a bitch to the money. You know, a long time ago, Frosty, people were saying, blaming things. And I came up and I said, look, why are you going through the conspiracy theory? Why? All you have to do is trace the money. Follow the money. That clearly, you know, like money drives everything, you know, and I'm curious, Frosty. I'm going to ask it because I'm about finished with YouTube. I am. Do you not find that there's some Canadians on YouTube or whatever that should go down to the post office, get a photograph taken, get their passport created, and our country is not good all around. get their passport renewed, get their green card, and go down with the fucking Mulroonies.
Yeah,
They don't know about
actually,
Mulrooney. Nobody knows about Mulrooney, that cocksucking son of a bitch. I'm glad he's dead. I want to find out where he is, roll him over, face down, and stick some lilies in his ass. And find Driver and stick him up his ass, too. Son of a bitch.
I just was talking to somebody at the gas station the other day, and they're moving to Mexico. Like, they're like, no, Mexico's better than here.
Yeah,
and to your question or point that yeah, I mean, I've tried waking people up for a couple 25 years plus. I've been trying to educate people towards the banking system and like what's really happening in Palestine and like government, like infiltration of our government. It doesn't matter if you're liberal, conservative, like it's all that. And it's, after so much time and you're still doing the same thing. I'm kind of in the same boat as you. It's like, you know what? Screw this shit, man. Like, why do I keep wasting my time? So
I'm going to ask you
where I'm at now is I'm going to ask you. I'm viewing things different. I'm not going to go to, I'm not really interested in going to another landmass. I've kind of drawn a conclusion where if I actually want some kind of, in quotes, freedom, in quotes, big quotes.
I'm not saying we move out. Some of them should move to the state. Because
I'm talking about going, I think where we're going to find, in quotes, freedom is international waters. So I'm at a point of getting a pardon, getting my, papers, please, whatever. You got to have to set port somewhere. But international waters is probably a better place to be. Like, what food shortage? I'll just drop my fishing rod over the edge of the boat and like catch lunch. And like.
I'm not calling you out. I'm going to ask you. Obviously, you've done this shit. I was this woman. Been doing it for a while, and it's kind of like this is what I want to talk about. If I can paint the scenario, not more than a week ago, and up comes the tribe, right? They address that, and all of a sudden they got their portable soapbox, right? You know what I mean? And off they go. And this isn't going to happen, So I thought, fuck this, I'm done with it. So I went after them, and she let me. She let me with a wrench and everything else. And one of them says to me, of course, the woman usually, right? He's a Canadian. And the guy says, probably a liberal socialist. And I thought, should I go on panel and straighten you out? The point is, Frosty, we rely on the CPP, the OAS, and all this. Where did it come from? I asked one Canadian, I laughed at him. Where did it come from? What was its source?
Socialism?
No. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, in a way. It was Tommy Douglas, the Canadian Socialist Party on the prairies. He never got in power. But you know what he got tired of? And I know my grandfather, I know the stories. You work 30, 40, 50, sometimes 60 years of your life and they get rid of you. You don't mean nothing. We don't care about you. We used you up. You're an empty vessel. Fuck you. Tommy Douglas got sick of it. He says, you're not doing that to the people that built this country. And he forced the federal government of the time to put that in. Because it's like, well, sell your bloody house. You have a few grand and don't get sick and fuck you. Do you ever look at the pandemic? The 35-year-old going on about get the shot and everything. Let the old fart stay at home. And you remember when this guy insisted, a 35-year-old went to a COVID party, but it was one, and they recorded him dying in the ICU saying, we all will die. Get rid of the old people. Really? Where does these bloody young bastards come from? I'm not saying it because of my age. I believe that they disrespect the correctness and everything else. Socialism. If it means we take care of the ones that came before us, and died on the job, quite frankly, because their lungs were going out and they were still made to work in the freezers like my grandfather. And we assigned some sort of a value to their lives. If that's socialism, then I'm a socialist. I like to see the Americans. Take the Americans, take the SSI, SSIR, all of it, turn it back. The ones pounding the desk saying, "Oh, goddamn socialists, put your checks back. Starve, you bastards." They won't do that, will they? Because I just turned the logic around, Frosty. I just turned the logic around. They get pissed off.
Yeah, that was one of the things with World War II, where they wanted to demonize the word socialism because socialism screws up this whole capitalist globalist plan. Like when the citizens are looking out for each other, it doesn't work good for.
Socialism is, hey, the guy down the street's a cool dude, right? He needs something. His family's in trouble. He would give him a few bucks and some food. That's socialism. That's bad. That's giving a rat's ass about somebody else. And now you hear a bunch of Americans saying, let's get our communities together and help one another. You're socialist? No, I just want to help our community. Oh, God. Dim-witted. And they're up here, too.
I definitely agree, wholeheartedly agree. People do not understand.
I heard one guy go down.
People forget too, like we were talking about before with Mac, where it's like selective history. Like our society we live in is specifically called a democratic socialist society. We democratically decided.
Did you leave?
Yeah, the issue, I think.
The citizens pay for the.
Oh, you're roboting.
We all look out for each other. It's what it's supposed to be, anyways.
Right.
But this is recently there's one that went down to American Channel. Look at this. Can you hear me?
These bastards are using Twitter and Facebook and see how America thinks, and they see what America thinks about Trump, and they're just hitting it home. The government with Trump to make it seem like he's a bad guy, he's a criminal, he's that. Yet the people all want Trump. So once he gets into office again, which he's going to, people are just going to go yay and not realize.
Well, one guy said one thing, MacGyver, recently, an American, and he tells stories, and it's got to be in his 60s. But he said one thing very profound and very obvious, but most people don't see it. We have the longest undefended border in the world forever. We watch each other's backs. Finally, there's no division. We got each other's backs. You really want to fuck with that? Really? I got to ask, not you, but a handful. You really want to fuck with that? Do you want atomic weapons at the border at the 49th parallel and revolving doors? That's stupid. That's stupid. Somebody once said, annex Canada to the United States. And I said, yeah, when the red, white, and blue, the stars and stripes are within earshot of Ottawa, we hit the fucking button. Hard nukes go boom, too. And we have them. Don't kid yourself. But you know what I'm saying? Why fuck was that?
How long does the radiation from a nuclear bomb last? How long does the radiation last where you can't live there? How long does it last?
Do you want to hear something on that? But I almost spat out my
I'm just asking you a question. Can you answer me? How long does the radiation last after a nuke is hit?
Pretty well forever.
Okay, so Hiroshima and Nagasaki got hit by a fucking nuke, but yet there's people living right there.
And what saved it when they diverted the mountains?
Yeah, but
of granite.
You're not telling us the truth about something.
That's what stopped it. That was not the first destination, right? That wasn't the first target. I got something on that.
And Nagasaki were the first places that they dropped the bomb, but they've been practicing all over the United States in like Arizona and Nevada.
Your first nuclear weapon you set off in Mexico, underground. That was the first.
New Mexico.
I think it was Mexico, not New Mexico. It doesn't matter, Mexico. That's how it's written.
But if you look in Nevada, west of Las Vegas, you'll see nothing but fucking holes all over the ground. Tons of them. They did over like 1,000 testings.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, I've listened to some MacIver, and, you know, there's one guy that called me out. He's from the Arkansas mountains on some of these, you know. But anyway, they're talking about, and it was serious. It was a serious hour and a half. How to survive nuclear fallout. And he's talking about saran wrapping your house. And I thought there is no limit. There's no limit.
You need lead saran wrap.
No, there's no limit. It's stupid. Go out and And I'm thinking these people could get in power. But anyway, no, I'm not going to use that. Was a stupid example. That was, and he's gotten rid of the video of that. I was going to download.
Saran wrap does stuff with like maybe radio waves, but not radiation. No fucking way.
No, it's. Listen, I believe in salt of the earth, but these are like top of the mountain hillbillies, right? You know, like,
I'll get some beer cans. That'll do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get some Bud Light.
Well, recently, you know what, Brian? I couldn't sleep last night, so it took 4 or 5 bowls before I could settle down. And now I'm going to tell you how to survive a nuclear war. What?
Blackwatch, are you Blackwatch? You're Canadian, I take it. Or are you American?
I to the first
Canadian.
Yeah.
Come on.
So it was kind of what my point is kind of what MacIver was talking about earlier about that selective history and, you know, a lot of information kept from people. And I think, I don't know, maybe Matt could answer this, or maybe, you know, Ronan or Miss Frosty or the Americans around. Is it kind of taught to you guys how reliant you guys actually are on Canada as far as natural resources for electricity and natural gas, you know, up in Washington State at what is it, Boeing, that has their office there where they manufacture the weapons, like that you couldn't, like the US couldn't manufacture their weapons of mass destruction without Canadian electricity, natural gas. You guys depend on our lumber, you know, our oil, etc. Like, are you guys taught that you're so reliant on Canada?
Don't forget aluminum. Throw that into. They don't like that going on there. But anyway,
there's uranium out of Saskatchewan, and like there's a, you know. Are you guys taught that though, Matt?
Or the Quebec hydro corridors.
Yeah, we're really got a lot of minerals over here. Yeah. We got a lot of mining going on.
It's just something I was curious about.
Just look at the Laurentian.
It's something I was curious. Something I was curious about, because there seems to be a lot of like rhetoric that like Americans don't need Canada for anything, and it's like, oh, you need us for pretty much everything. Same as we need you.
As growing up, there was nothing ever with anybody in school, with people, anything ever had anything bad to say about Canada. We never did. I mean, this is what I see when I was growing up. We didn't hate Canada. We didn't dislike Canada. Canada was like America Junior.
That should be qualified, because there's a select few. You can't say all Americans. That's wrong. But there are, in my opinion, too many that are following rhetoric.
Yeah, today
and I find the 40 to 50-year-olds the most grave transgressors.
Well, the parents need to step up. I've seen a couple of parents do this, and their kids are great. But parents need to talk to their kids.
Yeah. I mean, a lot say you still follow the crown, not since 1981. It's all voluntary. Where you been? Commonwealth is totally voluntary. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, you got the Queen on your picture, on your bed.
Well, we all know they took care of Princess Di. And a lot of people liked her a lot.
Yeah. I remember seeing her father, and it was the ceremony of allowing her to be married. And I thought, stuff it up your ass. You know what I mean? Say no. You're not having my daughter. But
she was about to do a pro-Palestine campaign. Yeah. And she was dating an Arab, supposedly pregnant from said Arab. So bad for Israel, those few things.
Well, look at it this way. Charles didn't have to have the crown altered with those ears of his. You know, well, come down. Who wants to marry him? course, by law and everything else, it had to be young damsel, a virgin, right? And I thought, don't give your daughter away to that. So Canada isn't all pro-monarchy. I got news for you. You know, but
No, most of us would like to be away from the monarchy, probably, I would say. The majority of Canada, probably.
well, look at it this way: you got the Queen on your paper money. Yeah, you restricted to dead presidents. You know, who's better off?
They have a pyramid that's found in Jerusalem on their money.
On the $1 bill and all that. The eye.
Yep. Where do they got other pyramids? What, Alaska? Oh, definitely Antarctica has the pyramids. They found a lot of Egyptian shit down in Grand Canyon. They won't let people see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Illinois has a pyramid too.
I got to jump off panel here, but thanks for letting me in. Talking for a little bit, hanging out.
It's been great, brother.
You take care, Frosty.
Yeah, good to hear you guys. I'll listen in for a bit, but I got to get busy doing some things. So.
Right.
You're a good talk. I like listening. Thank you.
Can we come and watch for a while? Can we come and watch for a while? We got nothing to do.
Cheers.
Sure, grab some popcorn.
Make sure you leave a message in the chat, Frosty, so folk can now folk are more familiar with you within the chat. They can sub up to you.
Say what?
I said to Frosty, don't forget to leave a message in the chat so folk can sub up to him.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was putting the onions away.
Welcome back to the panel, Blackwatch brother. We missed you, we did.
Honestly, I was going to leave everything, Steve. I like I said to Mrs. Magpie, there was somebody who paralleled my situation a great deal. My time was taken up with her. I think she's resolved it, and frankly, the last part of when she left on the discussion, I just said, I won't be talking to you anymore. I know that. So, I just couldn't keep my big mouth shut. One last time.
I couldn't believe it, Blackwatch. Yeah, there I was randomly just sharing. I sat up on panel myself. I'd done people had been on panel, and then I just thought, I'd check who's live. I've got my second device, so I can check who's live and share who I pay attention to. The chilled out peoples, the ones that I'm subscribed to. And anyways, I tuned into a couple of folk, and then I tuned into Camo Caro, and there you was, bro. I was so excited. Seeing you there. It was like, wow, yeah. That's like my third time into that chat, yeah.
Carl is kind of ancient history, just as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, he really goes live. And Queen Nessie, I got my cigarettes, which are going, it's another story. Thank you for asking.
So we know what people have been doing. These group of people have been doing. But do you see what lies in our future, though? What's your opinion that you think our future might lie in? I mean, not lie, but be. What do you think our future is going to be like? If these bastards get their way.
Is that a question? Go ahead. Sorry.
It's your opinion. We're just speculating. We're not saying it's the truth, but it's just your opinion. What do you think might happen?
Personally, with a lot of industries prepared boys to be men and girls to be ladies, yeah. With a lot of industries now cancelled, yeah, because machinery or computer can do it. I think we're heading for a fucking catastrophe, yeah. I think there's gonna be a big fucking wake up call. I don't know where it's gonna be, but people have got lazy, they've got dependent. I mean, people that are most fucking dependent are the most richest, yeah. And this is this is a little bit fucking weird when you think survival of the fittest, which is something that was programmed into us growing up. Survival of the fittest, yeah, is what it's about. But in modern times, it's survival of the weakest. Yeah, the weaker you are, the more support. The stronger you are, fuck off and do it yourself. You get me? Yeah,
Right.
it's like weird.
All right.
Hmm?
Me, if you look, there's colleges, there's professors, everybody's telling that, yeah, yes, we are definitely chemtrailing the skies, but we're trying to block out the sun's rays. But they're not actually coming out and saying that the sun is getting hotter. And when that magnetic ball of plasma gets hotter and brighter, the magnetic field acts on the Earth's core and heats up our core. And this is what's causing the global warming, but nobody wants to ever come out and say this. All these rich bastards have these underground bunkers and bases. Why? Is there something going on with the sun they're not telling us? And if they do, it'd cause a mass panic, wouldn't it?
What does it
But the
matter?
thing is, no matter how much science and technology they got, yeah, there's always failure. Yeah, I mean, like,
Yeah.
I don't trust a lot of the fucking science or technology that's thrown at us, and all this spec believing that they know what the fucking sun is and all that whatnot. They don't even know what the bottom of the sea's holding. Do you get me? Yeah.
Right.
So I don't trust anything that they says exists from
Well,
outside this
can't you see the
bubble that we're
sun?
on.
When we grew up, the sun used to be like a yellowish kind of color. When it got down by the horizon, there would be kind of like oranges. This sun is like whiter color. If you could not notice it, it's whiter. It's hotter, definitely hotter.
Mm.
There's always changes. There's always changes. The concept.
I
Yes,
think that's just
yes,
I think that's just common sense in Mother Nature. Do you get me? Yeah.
yes,
You know, like what you're saying about the heat and the magnetic pulls and stuff like that. That's
yeah,
common sense. Right? You can
yeah.
see
Of
that
course,
happen. You can
of
feel that
course.
happening, right? We don't need scientists to fucking to tell us that. Yeah. You
Yeah,
know,
it's
we
called
can see that
induction.
on the map.
The induction
You
effect.
can see that on the map. Over the last 25,000 years, you can see on maps, you can see where there was
Yep.
luscious lands, rich, rich,
Farmer's
rich fucking
almanac.
land, and now they're deserts, yeah?
Yep.
And where
The
there was
farmer's almanac.
fucking deserts is now luxury fucking forestry or
Yeah.
oceans. So, you know, like, we can see that Mother Nature is like doing her own thing.
It's
We are
happening in our
trying to
past.
understand what she's doing, how she's doing it, when she's doing it, and yeah, it's none of
Right.
our fucking business. Yeah?
Right.
Yeah.
But all this stuff's in the farmer's almanac. It's been in our past. We had cold spells, dry spells, heat waves. Yeah, we had it all. It's all in the farmer's almanac. If you look at it and rehearse it, you'll see.
Hmm?
Yeah. But these
All
underground
these
bases,
weather, all
I
these
understand
weathering
that shit.
all these weather scenarios that we're encountering now, yeah, I mean, these were reported all the way through history, as far as I'm aware. Do you know, like this
But
is all part of mythology and stuff like this. Do you know, and the making of gods. Do you get me? Yeah, the
right.
first transitions are the first expression of, you know, we can put word to action. But how do you describe phenomena? Do you get me? Yeah,
Yeah.
when you're a nomad, you know, just a wandering fucking Neanderthal, and you stumble upon a farmer. Do you know, like somebody that's got their own food in the garden. Do you get me? Yeah, that's a god. Do you get me? Yeah,
Right.
somebody give you a piece of fucking clothing to protect your balls and protect your feet. That's a fucking god. Somebody, you know, like gives you a knife so you can go and fucking catch your own fucking fish or whatever. Yeah, that's a god. Do you get me? Yeah.
Right.
Hmm?
You know, funny thing with that one, Steve. You ever heard? You know, we've all heard it, I guess. You know, you could feed a man fish for life or teach him how to fish one. So I say
Hmm?
to that, but what if he lives in a desert? And they say, you're stupid. I said, am I? Not everybody lives by the sea. You know, just these quaint little things we have that's supposed to solve everything, you know. These down pat answers, you know. You say something and somebody starts quoting a chapter in the Bible. And
Yep.
the smart preachers in that say, you know something? Sometimes there are no words for what happens in your life. Those are the intelligent ones.
Yep.
Was pointed out last night by Mrs. Magpie, yeah, about the 10 Commandments or the 12 Commandments, yeah. For me, I can relate to that, yeah. That is the best thing that's come out of the Bible, in my opinion. That's the best thing that's come out of Christianity or Catholic stuff, yeah. You know, the 10 Commandments, you know. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not sleep with thy brother's wife. Do you get me, yeah? You know, stuff
That's
like that.
common
That's
law.
common sense, huh?
That's common sense. Common law.
Yeah. Exactly. Do you get me? Yeah. Those things I like to encourage and put into practice in my surroundings. Do you get me? Yeah. So I allow people to take the piss, but I don't encourage them to take the piss. Do you get me? Hmm?
Well, remember, Steve, I told you about George Carlin when he looked at the 10 Commandments, he got it down to 3. Be an honest dude. Honest dudes don't kill, they don't steal, they don't mess around with your wife, they don't play with your shit, right? Just be honest.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know?
yeah. Honest, yeah. Yeah.
I've said it many
I
times.
remember.
I say, you know, okay, I lost my religion. He disappeared. He doesn't exist that day, 2 years ago. But you know, the thing is, I said, I do know, however, when God dies, and I'm serious, when the goodness in men and women's hearts throughout the world disappears, that day, God dies.
And I
So,
keep reciting that TV series, American TV series, Gods of America. Yeah, I mean it's absolutely brilliant. Like how you've got the old gods and modern gods. You know, like and who's got the most beliefs is the strongest of gods. And as you get no believers, you
yeah.
disintegrate as a god. Yeah, that was proper funny. That series. It's terrible acting, but the story of it was fantastic.
But when you look at it, Steve, all the ancient gods made sense. Without the sun, the corn, the crops, the weeds don't grow. Without the rain, whatever. And so they kind of push it all together, compress it into one. But at one time, that made sense. Without the sun, we don't have life. You know, so why is it anti-Christian? Why is it, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Why is it, you know, whatever, heathen, whatever? Made sense, didn't it?
Why everything now has got to come out of a factory or a supermarket? Yeah, why we can't grow our own gardens? You know, why we can't catch our own fish or grow our own meat?
Well, you know, they're trying to take control of the food so they can control us with that. You know, they eventually want to chip us, categorize us, look on the Facebooks and all our media, and it's like, oh, this is a troublemaker. We don't got time for this guy. Get rid of him. Oh, this one's a brainwashed person, so we can keep this person. I mean, we're not, you know, they're going to chip us, right, eventually.
Yeah. And no, Ronan, I don't have a problem with him. He just has a problem. Oh, I'm not going to get into it.
Yeah, we understand.
Gave the dominion of the earth to man. We're not going to pray to him to mess with the earth, right? Like, forget it, man. It doesn't make sense. I use logic. It'll defeat you every time, Ronan. Your own logic. Been through that. I had one guy that said to me, science has proved God exists. Nothing from nothing to nothing.
The science is controlled, though. I mean, if I actually came up with the truth about something, oh, our scientific community says it's wrong, but we can see that I'm right. But that's what they do. I can't trust science. It's controlled.
Oh, lads, let's rewind to last night. I don't know who was watching last night, yeah, but it was absolutely fantastic. We had somebody that wants to believe in conspiracy theories up against scientists, yeah. I mean, for me, it doesn't matter about the individual characters, yeah, but for me, just the topic there of having that contrast of, yeah, is like what you're just saying, Mac, yeah, having the truth, having evidence up against fucking hearsay or you know, like, yeah,
right.
It's brilliant.
But they compromised the science community. We all know that.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, we're living in 2024, yeah, where everything is available at the click of a button. Do you get me? Yeah, there's no effort put into anything, right? No effort into research. There's no effort into fucking backing up that research.
Well, the kids,
you know, like,
the kids grew up with Bill Nye the Science Guy
from
on TV. Kids grew up with this guy on the TV, and everybody, you know, says he's a scientist, but you don't have a science degree. You know what I'm saying? I laughed when I heard that one.
You know what I said to him, MacGyver, about science? Because he said science, you know. I said, that's just inability to explain, you know, the obvious, so they use something. So I said, science promotes, you know, Christianity, you know, the Bible, the whole faith. Yeah. So I said, remember 1941, around December 6th? You know, the Japanese are playing around with Indonesia, you know, China and all that. Nobody liked that, did they? So they thought, let's deflect this. So you see all the Americans put all their ships in Pearl Harbor. Let's go after them. We'll put them in the Second World War. So the Joint Chief of Staffs get together and say, how many servicemen are we going to lose if we go to war with Japan.
So Pearl Harbor, or what? We paid some ships to planes to make them look like zeros and came at our own selves.
No, but anyway, the Joint Chiefs of Staff said, if we go to war with Japan, how many men are we going to lose? 5,600. So along comes the science that proved God and says, we'll balance the equation. We'll take out millions. Give me the damn bomb. Okay. But the same thing doesn't work, does it? Mac, does it? Science proves one thing, and science just proved we'll kill millions for the sake of 5,600. Praise be to science. Yeah. Makes sense, doesn't it? Your own same logic.
Science would never lie to us because it's science.
Sure, it was science. Remember, Oppenhauser died because the plutonium and uranium were coming together, and he grabbed it. He didn't die more than a few weeks.
Yeah, he sure did.
But that wasn't enough.
There was a couple of scientists that died messing with plutonium.
Has anybody got any objections to music? I've got a song I want to play because I think it's appropriate.
Music is always good.
Skyrockets in flight.
Skyrockets in flight.
Oh no.
Afternoon delight.
I used to get irritated with people's because they'd never they weren't, you know, like playing music and whatever. But now I've got my second device. I can do it myself. Yeah. Yeah, wicked. Do you know what? I just typed in one letter. Yeah, one letter, and the title, the song came straight up. That's how well my
talking about it.
I wasn't even talking about it. I never mentioned this song. This is Ryder Jones. I've played this quite often on my channel. Hang on.
Indigenous people, shine your light, we are equal. I remember the days when our prayers were illegal. I remember the days when being Indian was lethal. Yeah, we had a rough past, but get ready for the sequel. Get ready for the glorious comeback of our people. Oh, yeah. Rise up, all you prayers of love, all you answers to the prayers of our ancestors from above. I can feel it in my heart. Can you feel it in your blood? I can hear the sound of fire calling us to wake up, wake up. All nations rise. Rise up, cause now's your time. We don't have to hide anymore, cause now's the time. All nations rise. Rise up, cause now's your time. We don't have to hide anymore, cause now's the time. With forgiveness as my bow and my prayers as my arrows, pull them back and let go. I watch them fly like sparrows. Have hope, yeah, have hope. With compassion as my shield and faith down to my marrow, I will walk the pollen path even when it gets narrow. Yeah, I resurrect. Yes, you can bet that we seen the single mama raising children on the rest. We seen domestic violence tear apart what we have left. We seen the alcohol take it all and leave us dead. We seen the children take their lives when they can't take the dread anymore. Can't take the dread anymore. No, we can't take the dread anymore. No, we can't take the dread anymore. Yeah, it's a war, but we've seen it all before. And now we know we can change it, cause that's why we were born. We know we are the ones that we have been waiting for. We are the ones Grandma has been praying for. So rise up, all you warriors of love. All you answers to the prayers of our ancestors from above. I can feel it in my heart. Can you feel it in your blood? I can hear the seventh fire calling us to wake up. Wake up. Pueblo hermoso, levántate, es nuestro tiempo. No tienes que esconderte más. Ahora es nuestro tiempo. Mujer digna, tú eres tan sagrada. Traigas medicina de tu suelo todavía. A pesar del abuso de tu cuerpo y tu tierra, respetamos tus ancestros y la suya cultura. Hombre indígena, tú eres honorable y yo veo la fuerza que todavía sobrevive a pesar del abuso de tu raza venerable. Yo respeto tus ritos, tus danzas, tus padres. Somos guerreros del amor y guerreros de la paz y no vamos a escondernos más. Somos guerreros del amor y guerreros de la paz y no vamos a escondernos más. All nations. They say that history is written by the victors. But how can there be a victor when the war isn't over? The battle has only just begun, and Creator is sending his very best warriors. And this time, it isn't Indians versus cowboys. This time, it is all the beautiful races of humanity together on the same side, and we are fighting to replace our fear with love. And this time, bullets, arrows, and cannonballs won't save us. The only weapons that are useful in this battle are the weapons of truth, faith, and compassion.
All
That is
nations,
Lady Jones and All Nations
all
Rise.
nations rise.
All right.
Cool. Now let me close with Ronan. How can I have a problem with something that doesn't exist, Ronan? I don't. End of story.
So as we come to times on YouTube, where, we are communicating worldwide, for me, that song is very appropriate. Do you get me, yeah? We can pay attention to the bullshit history and the bullshit commercial bullshit. Do you get me, yeah? Or we can just ignore it and just like stick to what's real to us in our own real worlds. Yeah. I mean, like passing each other's knowledge. I mean, we can have 20 people and get 20 versions of any subject. But the truth is, like, unless you're experiencing it, what honest opinion do you have? What honest verdict could you have?
Yeah.
Unless you experienced it yourself? So we can all fantasize and think, it's this and that because we've read it or we know somebody that's told us, or we've seen the movie. But like that's just information coming from other people's.
Yeah.
The only real information that you're gonna have is the information that you've experienced. Yeah, not read. Yeah, not listened to other people, but experienced.
Absolutely. And when yet
And that's why art in modern times. In modern times, that's art to have the experiences because there's too much choice, there's too much competition.
And as you say, Steve, you can take, say, two men at war, go through the exact same thing, almost side by side. One comes out, he figures, I saved the world. And the other comes out saying, I never want to do that again.
Yeah.
Interpretation. It's like the saying, I saw a YouTube video. I say to him, I saw a YouTube video. I won the Powerball, and I'm a stud muffin. And the Powerball Commission says, we don't know what you're talking about. But I saw a video. Really?
And that's why you can't leave YouTube, Blackwatch, yeah? Because, yeah, you're beautiful.
It's just the logic. It's not me. It's just there staring at you. And we all know, because I watched the moon landing with the transmission. And I thought 1/6 gravity. That's why the flag's like that. But they looked wrong to me, even then. But who knows? You never know if they really weren't there. JFK was super pissed off that the Russians got the Sputnik up in 58. They beat the Americans. That much is so, but the rest of it, who knows? It's just a video.
Yeah, we faked the moon landing to get ahead of the Russians.
That'll always be there. Somebody pointed out, remember Baltimore Harbor? This is just I ain't saying it, there's a conspiracy theory, but did you notice all the Ukrainians on that board of that ship? And I thought, well, it makes perfect sense to me. If I'm in the Ukraine and Russia and I'm going to launch an atomic bomb to take out a bridge, and I said, holy shit, that costs a lot of money. Haven't we got a ship there to do that? Bullshit. Really. That bridge had a weak point since its construction in the 1800s, and it happened to hit it. Aren't you grateful it was at 1:30 in the morning and not 1:30 in the afternoon? It's crazy to think somebody did that on purpose. I just, what? Tragedies happen. Tragedies happen. And what, 5 people died or something? It could have been 5,000. What's it, a 1.8 kilometer stretch? Blame it on somebody. Like I say, it makes more sense, isn't it, Mac, to send, why not send a Chinese rocket with 12 nuclear warheads to take that bridge out? That makes more sense. Come on. It's tragic, it's terrible. So one life lost is horrible, but it could have been thousands. Could have been hundreds of cars, not just 5. But anyway, whatever. But what are you going to do? Just a blame game.
I remember seeing when that Baltimore bridge had a collision. I remember seeing a news reporter blaming the freaking builders. They were like, I think they're like from Peru or something like that. They're trying to accuse them of being like of a smaller height, and so the strength of their abilities was like not suitable for the American strength that is needed. Yeah. Americans are bigger, so things were made smaller because the South American peoples are naturally smaller. That's what I was told. I couldn't believe it. I posted that link. I was so like, what the fuck? How the fuck can you put that down to like things like that? Like it's just madness. Naturally, yeah, I'm fully aware that like with it doesn't matter what material you got around water, around wind and sunshine, it's gonna corrode. It's gonna corrode. I don't care what anyone say. Metal, concrete, cement, plastic, glass, it fucking corrodes. All of it.
Yeah.
Human skin, we all corrode around it. Yeah. There's nothing that can really outlast the elements, the elements, yeah. But yet we seem to we like we're mastering it. You put anything in the middle of a river, in the middle of the sea, it's gonna corrode. Simple as.
Is MacGyver still there? Did he go?
MacGyver's still here, mate. Yeah. Remember, MacGyver's on the road trip, I think, isn't he?
Oh, is he in the car? Oh, well, I'm not going to bother him driving.
Broke fishing's coming up on panel. You all right with broke fishing coming up on panel, lads?
I got
yeah, sure. I'm still here.
You driving?
No, I'm up in the hotel room now.
Because there's a guy that drives an 18-wheeler and he goes hands-free and he wants to talk on panel. And I figure, I hope I'm not on the road with him, you know what I'm saying? Like, I could stop 50 tons in 50 feet. Watch me.
Hey, Steve.
That'd be hard. How fast is he going?
Really?
I like your point, Steve. That's very, very true. And the other point is that people forget that ship had power troubles at the pier. Because of the forced schedules, they pulled them out. They got it going. Okay, it's been running for 10, 15 minutes. They pulled them away from the pier, turned them around in the turning basin, and sent them out, knowing they had trouble. The tugs released from them. And I don't care, but you send 2 football fields of steel going at something that has no concrete blocking before you ever get to it. And I don't
No.
care what you make it out of, we're going to damage it.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
I've seen plenty of ships running into docks, and they weren't even going that fast. But the weight they
Oh,
had behind
dude,
them,
our
man,
fishing
damn.
boat. If we even bumped the floating dock at the pier where we unloaded, that thing got damaged,
Yeah,
and we were on a little 40-foot crab boat.
yeah.
Imagine two football
With all that weight,
sizes of steel
all that weight.
losing power, being free to run at 8 knots with the current going with it, sucking it and keeping it going at 8 knots,
Yeah,
and no steering. And when the steering came back, the rudder was in the wrong
yeah,
position.
yeah.
I mean, Chief Miko has a really good thing on it, but yeah, there was engine problems before they ever left the pier. They should have never been forced to leave the pier until they knew the engine was running right.
Yeah.
And they
It's understandable
no,
they had a problem in
And then,
Europe too, and it was
yeah,
just partially cleared for seaworthiness. So it could be argued they should never been allowed to cross the Atlantic, but they did. Whatever.
well, when that bridge did come down, people said they seen sparks and everything. Where they said was explosions. My ass, those are
no,
electrical lines.
I watched the whole thing
Those are
live.
electrical
I
lines.
think I actually aired it. Those were sparks, and the power had come
Electrical.
on
Yep.
just before, but there's nothing they could have done to stop it.
Right.
After the
Right.
second power outage, it was all over. If
Yep.
they'd have got it back at the first time and it all stayed back, everything would have been fine. But also, guys ought to check out Chief Miko here on YouTube. He's a master engineer that works on these big ships, and some of those ships like that, you have to completely stop the engine, engage this brake, and then put it in reverse, and the engine starts going in the opposite direction. I'm not sure which one it is, but that guy's he works in the industry and giving good reports and reading the reports, doing what he can because he's at work on a ship right now, But he's got the best explanation of that whole thing I've seen. He explains how all that shit works and all that.
Yeah, but I saw a YouTube video and the guy just pulled the handbrake and all the engines started the other way. You mean the YouTube video was wrong? See what I mean?
Yeah, the guy's on YouTube, but when somebody says, I seen a YouTube video and this guy's right and he doesn't work in the industry, I'll wipe my ass with his YouTube video because I don't believe him.
Oh.
Yeah.
If he doesn't work in the industry, he doesn't know nothing about the industry.
Mm.
It's the easiest way to look at it. Like Steve. Steve's the ultimate camper dude. I've camped most of my life, but if I needed advice, I'd go to Steve about some advice. Mac's an appliance repairman. I have a general idea, but if I need to go beyond where I'm at for troubleshooting, I'm going to go to Mac. I'm not going to go to some guy on YouTube that goes, well, I think, and this one was this. Yeah, because you had the appliance repairman tell you what it was, and here you can save money by putting this part in yourself. See ya. And he sold him the part and away he went after he already diagnosed it, and we didn't see that on the YouTube part of the video. I catch on to all these. So we just had to move a bunch of single engine air tankers from McCall, Idaho to the Steens Mountains in southeastern Oregon, and they went off radar for a bit. I'm trying to find them again, but we got something popping out here, Mac and Steve. Well, everybody. We got something going on after last night's lightning.
I heard the only reason Matt goes camping is for the fresh pineapple. So I heard.
I heard he's just trying to get the old lady alone and scared so she'll cuddle up more.
Yeah.
Everybody calm down. Anyway, whatever.
He's probably getting a Denozo slap right now. Get off of YouTube. We're in a motel room. You're supposed to be paying attention to me.
She's sleeping.
Oh, how'd you luck out?
I took her out to a nice lunch. It was a perfect cheeseburger. She had a drink, and it kind of maybe made her a little tired, so she's resting.
Okay. What kind of drinky?
A&W root beer.
It had gin and blue Caraco in it.
Oh, that's the problem.
Yep, yep. She didn't finish it all the way either.
It's that
And you
gin
did finish
stuff.
it. I paid $7 for that. And you didn't finish it.
See, I knew she wasn't sleeping. She's listening to us giving you a hard time.
Nah, really, she's just resting. Yeah. When I go to Dave's later on, probably on live. Got his oven out of the way. It's all fixed. It was a
I
bitch to
thought
pull that thing out of the wall.
I thought you were there earlier. Okay.
Yep, was there earlier. Got
Well,
hungry, wanted to get something to eat.
why didn't Dave put it on the live? You fixing the oven?
I don't know.
And why did Dave cook you a pie? Now he's got a working oven.
He's got a Chrome computer that he's worried about his information in it, and he fucked up the screen on it, so it's garbage. I opened it up and gave him the. Those Chromebooks don't have hard drives; they have the damn memory sticks right in the motherboard. So I just took the motherboard, just a small little thing. Here you go, Dave. Here's all your information on this thing. So if you take a hammer to it, I'm sure all your information you have to worry about it.
Well, they say take a drill to them.
It's not a hard drive. It's actually a circuit board with little chips, memory chips, and that's where all the data
Oh,
gets stored in.
I hate those Chromebooks.
It's like an SD card built right into the motherboard. Yeah, I hate that Chromebook.
They shouldn't push them, and they push them at all. They gave a Chromebook to my kid at one school, and it was
Right.
like, really? The thing you want him to do this technical stuff, and the
It's
thing
mainly just for internet, more or less, use. It's not really for
well,
gaming or doing
they
anything.
wanted him to do this art stuff on it for a class, and the thing
Right.
couldn't handle it. I had
Right,
to
exactly.
complain. I had to call up and complain at the principal of how is he supposed to do this when the
Yeah,
computer literally can't, when your little Chromebook can't do it.
they can't do it.
That's
It's just made for browsing the internet. It's like a newspaper. That's all it's for. But it's not used for making running programs or anything like that. It's a
yeah.
newspaper. That's
He
all it is.
was he couldn't do the art they wanted him to do. He was so pissed.
That
I
was the
kept
fault of the teacher. They didn't understand the limitation. They use Chromebooks because they're easily locked down to use.
they use Chromebooks because they got them for free.
Well,
Too,
in my garage, I got two carts that they used in schools where you open the two doors of the front cart and you stacked all of these Chromebooks. I handled like 80 of them. They take the carts down the hallway and hand them out to kids to the room when they're done. They're supposed to put them back in the cart. But yeah, this shit is definitely wrapped by our government. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
what's really
Big
bad
time.
is a friend of mine. I have had a couple friends that one a book got left at their place. The other one, the kid went to a different school and they moved and they didn't realize he didn't turn in his school computer. You know what they told him?
What?
Keep it.
Wow.
We've already replaced it. And he's like,
Right.
no, give me the address so I can ship this back. He
Right.
was literally told it wasn't worth it. He goes, so what kind of junk is this? And then he went and
Oh,
opened it up and tried to get into it. The school had locked it.
right. I
That's
open
what
up
So it's
Dave's.
no
There
good.
ain't shit to it. It's just a little motherboard. I mean, a teeny motherboard with the memory chips on it, a battery, the little Wi-Fi chip. It is totally bare minimal. It really is.
Yeah, Chromebooks are not worth it.
It's crap.
Where in the hell? 3 planes go down here. They're off, disappear off a radar. They're moving the single engine air tankers. I gave you a link earlier in the chat, Mac. I thought you might be interested in those little one-seater
Well, I'd
jobs.
like to
Look
do
like
see it,
fighter
but I don't
planes.
do my laptop. I got my
Oh,
phone.
well,
Yeah,
I tried. You
thanks.
actually travel without your laptop?
Well, I did bring my laptop, but asshole me forgot my power cord. I unplugged the power cord, set it over on the ground there, grabbed my speakers, grabbed my headphones, grabbed my microphone, grabbed everything, my energy blocks, all this stuff, put in my laptop bag, and about halfway down here, it's like, damn. She's like, what? I forgot my damn power cord. So we're looking for a power cord to buy around here.
Do you have Office Depot?
Yeah, I'm looking. It's a Inspiron, Dell Inspiron. I've been looking at Walmart says they've got them, and Best Buy say they got them, but do they really have them? I'm trying to call
Yeah.
him up, but he's answering.
You can actually with Walmart find out if it is in stock at that store.
Right.
So did you blame yourself or did you blame like
Uh,
the dog or cat?
no, me. I remember because I unplugged it, and I said to myself, "Don't forget, it's back there, right?" Yeah. Well, I didn't listen to
I always
me.
wrap my cord around my laptop when I stick it in the bag.
Right. Because where my laptop's mounted up on my desk, it's got a like wire that holds it down, so I can lift it at an angle, so it keeps it off of the input fan in the bottom of it. And I had my mics and everything plugged into it. So first thing I did was grab the power cord and let it fall to the floor. And I took the speakers and all the stuff out of the jacks and
Well,
pulled
see,
it up,
that's
cleaned
where
it up.
you messed up, Mac. You're
No, I
supposed to
stood it in
take
the
that
kitchen and
power
cleaned it up.
cord, put it in the
Yep.
bag.
I should have took it and put it right to the bag, but I did. I let it fall
Yep.
down behind the desk. Out of
All
sight, out of
right.
mind.
We'll let you accept guilty plea for that one.
I did bring the laptop. I do got it here.
I thought all American bug out bags had a checklist. The first one is your phone and your laptop and all the cords.
But he
You don't want to
wasn't
bring a
bugging
phone.
out.
You don't want a phone.
Nope.
They'll know where you're at.
Leave that damn thing right where it was,
Yeah.
sitting on the desk. Maybe
Yeah.
the laptop, but I ain't gonna use it. But where I'm going when I bug out, I can't go plug into a tree to get internet.
Mhm.
That's another hilarious concept, like surviving nuclear fallout. Oh, good. Mad Max 2024.
We're all contaminated after the Bikini Island, the Bikini
Yeah.
Atoll area tests. We're all contaminated.
Especially
Every
3M.
single bit of ground on the planet is
Monsanto's crap.
contaminated.
We all got that in our bodies.
Look
3M
what they did
plastic
to that.
bullshit.
Look what they did to that aircraft carrier that was right there. They split it in half
Yeah.
and blew it. There's photos of it, historic photos of it. They blew it. Not only did they blow it right in half, they blew it up out of the water before it went down. The Bikini Atolls are so contaminated, they get 10 minutes of actual feet on the ground.
Yep, got it off. Nevada's got a lot of holes in the ground over there.
Oh, yeah,
But
they've done a lot of testing in Nevada. A
tons of
lot
it.
of testing in Nevada.
Yeah.
And over there in New Mexico, where the first bomb went off in New Mexico,
Yeah.
not Mexico, but New Mexico, that which used to be part of the Arizona territory. That place is so bad. They made glass out there in that sand desert. What
Yep.
was it? I can't remember how far away, but they made glass. It was
Greenish
so
colored
bad.
glass.
It was like a mile away or something. They had found glass made out of it. I'm
Yep.
gonna have to go look that up again. It was actually you go, wow, it was that far away. It's over a mile, I think. A couple miles away. They found that one. They basically made a glass dune.
Yep, and heated that sand up so much that it actually liquefied and cooled down into glass.
It was crazy when I heard that. I was like, what? And I used to live over west of there.
Well, you've seen glass or lightning shaped the glass rods in sand where lightning hits, and you can see it looks like
Oh,
a vessel. Yeah,
there's that one artist that goes around into that sand that's actually glass sand and puts rebar down into it
yeah,
every year when the lightning's coming. He makes
yeah,
some really neat shit.
yeah. Or the guys who take molten aluminum and pour down ant holes.
Oh, I seen that too, where that scientist thing where they went and poured that, was it the aluminum down the ant hole and then went
Yeah,
and dug it up? It's this
yeah.
huge thing. I was like,
Yeah. You
wow.
see all the places they live. I was like, wow.
I
It's a
was
trip.
actually surprised well, semi-surprised, because I did something stupid when I was a young teenager. We had a fire ant hole in the backyard, so me and a buddy, being brain geniuses we were, poured a 5-gallon can of gas slowly down that hole, waited about 5 minutes, and threw a match on it. And flames shot out of 3 different yards besides ours. So 4 yards, flames came up out of the ground. We were like, wow, the ground shook. The neighbor across the street was laughing so hard he had to sit down on the ground.
You'd think the ants got out that far with their nests.
Oh, the old man across the street, the old guy that told us, "You sure that's smart?" Oh, we know what we're doing. He was laughing so hard when we threw that match and seen what happened. He was sitting on the ground when we walked over there, and we let him razz us too. He
Yeah.
goes, "Do you guys feel like geniuses still?" Oh, I didn't think it was going to blow flames out of 4 yards. We were expecting it in our yard, but I wasn't expecting it in 3 different
Well, you'd
neighbors'
think the ants
yards.
went that far.
And one of them lived across the alley from us. It did work. That was the ultimate thing. It did work. But I wouldn't do it now.
Well, you didn't have ants for a while, right?
My dad didn't say nothing, and my mom just shook her head at us.
About what you asked earlier, McIver, at what point, at what age, as far as the future of the planet, well, you don't give a shit, nor should you? I'll ask you that.
Around my age, I guess 60 and up.
I'm with you, brother.
Oh, I was going to say 40. You shouldn't give a shit anymore.
If they're old enough,
Woo!
the kids let them figure it
They're
out.
still working. They're still working kind of attitude.
Wow, Steve, good job. Over 1,000 or over.
Oh, we climbing.
Yeah, you
I won't.
went
I
from
won't.
998
be
to
celebrating that 1,000 mark. I won't celebrate that 1,000 mark until like next week or like a couple.
yeah.
Weeks
See if it holds.
Yeah.
See if it holds.
Yesterday, we had two heads up that we had reached the 1,000 mark. Yeah. And like it went up and down, and again today it's gone up and down, yeah, we'll wait for another week or two.
Hey, Steve, you know what they say? YouTube, take us 10 and give 2.
Okay.
Steve, you want to know the ultimate lark? You know what the ultimate
A bird?
lark? You go to these highly faith-driven channels, right? And you create 200 sock puppets, and you keep the subscriber list at 666. Drives them crazy. It does. It does. I've seen it. It's hilarious. You leave it there long enough on 666, and they start watching Nostradamus videos for like months. Oh, boy. Now that's funny.
You just like messing with them, don't you, Blackwatch?
Well, I look at it this way. I do agree, bro. I tell some of them, if you look in your mirror, that tells you God has a wicked sense of humor, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh no, I went over the other day. What really gets them going is telling some of these English guys that it's soccer, not football. And you don't even have to be mean about it. Sit here and talk like we're talking. When they say something, you go, "Oh, you mean soccer?"
Mm.
Their head spins around 3 times. They turn all colors of red, and they stutter.
You talking about the English or Australian?
Oh, both.
Australians are pretty temperamental. They're all right.
Some of those English guys, though, it's bad. I was like, wow. I won't even go with my next argument for you.
It's a culture thing. Manchester United and whatever. Is what it is.
Oh, so you know some of them.
Very well. Very well.
We call them hooligans.
Ah, Nietzsche. You know what's the funny ones are in Australia, the rugby players with the mullet and the shaved side of their heads. A little bit. But that's a statement. That's a statement to say this is what I do, so whatever.
I know a young gentleman. I met him here in Oregon. We were talking about him watching soccer games, and he's not allowed in France when when his team's over there playing. They have literally put him on they have literally sent him back to England 2 days before the game. I was like, why? He's like, I got in a couple fights over there. You mean you started a riot, you dumbass?
That's when sports become too much. You want a parallel? Look at your college ball. What's more important, the NFL or college ball? We all know the answer to that one.
I like college because they're fighting to make a name for themselves.
College ball. Let's watch the Oregon Ducks and Beavers knock it out and see which one comes best.
Right.
Oh, that's right. We don't care. They're both Oregon.
I mean, look at it this way. How can a pet rock graduate Yale because he makes a good running back? You know what I mean? Like, duh. Sorry.
I met one kid from Oregon State that he's on their football team, but he's actually studying really hard and says it's hard on him. And I asked him why, and he's like, football ain't going to pay. The odds of me getting into where I can do this professionally for the rest of my life are like slim and none. So I'm going to do this because it's a job. Smart thinking. He's actually, I hear, might be going up for the draft, or already was. I haven't talked to him in a couple years. At least he had a head on his shoulder and was thinking about actually getting a certificate and doing what he wanted to do.
You ever watch TEDx channel? TEDx? Perfect example in 20 minutes of Yale University graduates. And they get jobs at university. And they're not going to explain, they're going to explain things to you. They're not going to discuss it, they're going to explain it. Because they're within the same mindset of the 1700s. You follow my point?
Oh, there's guys that want to have debates, but they don't realize in a debate you give the other side a chance to talk their side. They'll talk over you when you're bringing a point up that might be valid, but they don't like where it's going. They start talking over you. They turn up their mics here on YouTube. It's like, wow, this isn't
I
a
gotta go.
debate.
My wife is calling me. I gotta go. My wife's calling me.
What's she calling? Yeah, what's she calling you, Mac?
No, I'm just saying, come up with excuses just to get out because they're losing their argument. Oh, gotta go. My wife's calling me.
Yeah, right after they scream at you and all that.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, why do you pay somebody, male or female, $200,000 to sing "A fool on the hill sees the sun going round"? You know what I mean? They sit there and they think. I'm a professional thinker. You know, I should talk my niece got just such a job. But the point is, this is 2 and 2 is 4, and always will be 4.
Wait a minute, I thought that was 6.
Well, you're in trouble because you're the poodle on the hill. But you know what I mean? They learn it. That's what I thought in school when I went to 4-year. They allowed me to think. Now, this is this, and this is this, and this is this. Until you go to a 4-year course, and all of a sudden you say, but maybe it is 6. Well, show me. You know, but these university people, I'm going to tell you what it is. I'm not going to share it with you. I'm going to tell you. You feel
I've run into some newer professors that you just want to go, really? Okay. Or I used to love, you get these high school graduates that are trying to get money for college. They go and take a 1-week class to get basic fire. Their instructor even tells them, when you get out there, hook yourself up with somebody that's been doing it for a while. Because we're just giving you an idea. We're just explaining how all this works. I've had some of those come in that I get a look at how they did in their class. I know the instructor. I'll talk to them. Yeah, they did really, really well in the class. They came like, not the top guy, but they were like number 3. Okay, cool. And then have them try to tell me, who's been doing it for 15 years and is their boss, because I have higher certifications and classes than them, how to do the job. I'm like, really? How many fires you been on? This is my first one. Oh, okay. I've been doing this for 15 years, you dumbass. What do you got, Steve?
It's usually called nepotism. That's alive and well. Nepotism.
Is that a spider?
No, it was in there. Yeah, I can't get a reflection on there properly. But what's in there is a wasp nest. Yeah, and about 20 wasps. I caught it this evening. It is about a foot away from my head when I sleep at night. Not giving me any bother, but yeah. With the kittens running around, I've seen the kittens agitate them a couple of times. So yeah, I don't want to get fucked up by a load of wasps.
Yeah. Are you going to dispose of them or take them further up the creek and release them?
I think I'm just going to see what happens. Wait and see if they escape out of here.
Oh, okay.
It's only a minute or two. It shouldn't be too long.
Did you scoop up their toolkit with them, or you just put them in there with just the nest?
What do you mean their toolkit?
I was joking. You know, most people, you lock them in something, they're going to get everything they can to try to help them get out. It's a joke, humor. We all know what's going to happen.
Well, they've got teeth, haven't they? Yeah, so they just chew their way out eventually. They'll recognize they're trapped, and they'll have to chew their way out. So they'll either come out of the lid, which is plastic, or they go out through the side, which is like paper.
I vote for the side.
Yeah. Well, maybe they just suffocate. You know, like, who knows?
Well, it's probably C, but I'll go with B. They're going to chew out the side because they're pissed.
I hope you don't come to regret leaving that there, Steve. Just saying. Experiences I've had.
Yeah. I'm not going to sleep with them next to me bed tonight. That's for sure. You get me? So not like I did with the scorpions. Remember when I was picking the scorpions out of my bed? You get me? Yeah. It was like break your neck. I slept with them in jars next. Yeah.
I remember we gave my. Sorry.
Go on.
I remember we gave my parents a crabapple tree, and they planted a little sliver of a thing. Of course, it grew, and I ended up going with my mom after my dad died, after a few years. And the guy next door, they had a little kind of balcony on the house, like the way it was built. And he says, I got a problem. They're sitting up there with his wife. I said, yeah, what is it, Carl? And he says, my grandkids with the wasps. And I'm going, well, what can we do about it? And he says, it's your problem, I turned around, Steve. I couldn't see it except from there. And it was a wasp nest, like a cone. It was almost 2 feet down. And the next door neighbor to me says, well, we'll go up and cut it down. I said, you're mama. I'm calling somebody like a professional. He had it down in about, 5 minutes. God, that thing. Oh, I couldn't see it. It took up, about a third of the tree. It was huge.
Nice. I've
Climb
never
up
seen
there with
anything like that. I've seen bizarre wasp nests, yeah, just a single blade of grass in the fucking in the desert, yeah, and a couple of meters away from any other, like anything, yeah, and there's or wasp nest about twice the size of this one, and yeah, just attached one blade of grass, like fucking really weird, really fucking weird.
Have you ever seen that channel here on YouTube? The killer bee hunters. They're actually professional killer bee removers. Those guys actually use a giant commercial trash bag 90% of the time, but they just did a video of why they don't use the vacuum method to get those killer bees. I was like, holy shit, dude, half the damn hive just took off and is swarming around you. If you didn't have those suits, you'd be dead.
Did you see that one?
With
I
a
think it was
vacuum cleaner, yeah. Yeah, with a vacuum cleaner, but with a black sack you can go over. Yeah.
Yeah. They were trying to explain to people why they use the commercial grade black trash bags, the giant ones.
There was a series on PBS or some years ago, and the old guy, it was like taking care of barman type of thing. Now he's retired, but his wife is like the keyboard thing, and their son looks like a cross of what is it, Peter Fonda and the other guy, on a motorcycle thing, But his buddy, they go out in suits. His buddy is allergic to wasp stings. And yet they're buddy as hell going out with the whole walls wasps. And the two of them and this guy ends up in the ER just about every second night. Talk about comedy of errors, but that's what he does for a living. Varmints. People don't do.
So what's the story, bro? You saying you got fires in Oregon these days? Have you?
Yeah. Oh yeah, we've had fires all over. I was teaching Mac about the radar and how to find some of them, but we got one started down here in this area. 3 planes were going in, but now he's returning to McCall, Idaho. So I don't know what it is, but they did a round down here and it's a single engine air tanker, and then they went back up Idaho. So it looked like a start, but it's hard to say for where it is out in the high desert of Oregon. Maybe it was nothing or not worth like dedicating a whole airplane to it. It's hard to say. You got to watch this shit and go with it for a while, see what's going on. But shit happens,
Yep.
All the
Figure
time.
this shit out unless we're sitting here watching. I caught the smoke jumpers training the other day. That's what that one thing is that I finally just called in the other day on that one where we weren't sure what they were doing and none of us could find them anywhere. I ended up calling the smoke jumper base, and we caught the last training day for the rookies,
Northern California.
and we also caught that they had a plane down, so they had put out the call, and Redmond answered the call because they weren't going to limit themselves so on what we had up here in Oregon, and they sent one down to Northern California to cover for the day, and then they sent it back up here to Oregon when the other one got out of the shop. She told me what the problem was, but it had a problem. It was in maintenance, and they needed another plane down there. So in the midst of the training, she goes, "Wow, so you were." I explained what I seen, what we all seen. I explained how, and she's like, "I could see how everybody that was watching would think that was a fire." They explained that the area we seen them jump at, and they did jump. They did do everything just like they were on a fire. They used that area because the guys can go right down the hill, jump in a vehicle, and be back at the jump base and redoing shoots and everything for the next round very quickly. It was like, so, but this one, I'm not quite sure what's going on because they sent 3 planes down there. It's fun to watch some of these. And I do have a hot spot on the map. I did have a hot spot on the map in that area, which is now gone. So I don't know. On the next round of the satellite, it disappeared off the fire map. So who knows? Learn, love, or get loves. Or love, learn, or get loves.
But it's another lovely, beautiful night out here. Yeah, that's the moon. That little white pin dot. Yeah, that's the moon. That is. And yeah, it's a nice night out here.
Nice and clear, anyways. I hadn't looked at the weather today.
Yeah, I got clear skies, nothing but stars up there.
How'd you get them to shut the street light off?
Well, I just send it in your direction, don't I?
Yeah, I guess it's here.
That's all
Where
I
they
does.
turned
Is just
up the
send it in your
brightness.
direction. From here, it's just like get on over there. You get me? That's all I does. Guides it, sends it to you.
I
The problem
figured
is
you
it
might.
comes back around every few hours. It will be back here in a few hours, and I'll have to send it on its way again.
Now, we lost the United Kingdom. Have they gone to bed for the night? King Charles showed up.
Aye, nice one. Nice,
This is
nice.
good evening.
That's a pretty smart avatar you got there, Broke.
Oh, thank you. It's done by the actual artist for the band. This is an actual. He did the one that the band uses, the British Royal Marine, and he did this one for the United States Marine Corps. They're actually done by the same artist. This ain't somebody going in color in this. He did both of these. He sent this to the Marines for like a thank you gift type thing. But he did the British Royal Marine, who normally the flag is the tattered Union Jack, if that's the proper name for it. I can't remember. And this one, it's the tattered Marine Corps flag, and he's in Marine Corps blues instead of Royal Marine red. It's actually pretty cool to know that these guys, artists and stuff, do things like that. My brother, the Marine Corps gunny, sent this to me years ago, so I fly it. just to let him know I still think about him.
Smart picture. It looks like me in the background. Yeah, you got like the Grim Reaper in the bottom left, bottom right corner. Yeah.
Oh, you noticed that, huh?
Yeah, it's the first thing that I saw.
I got a video you should watch. It's Iron Maiden. Don't watch it on a live. You won't have your live anymore. But when you're offline and you got a minute, YouTube Iron Maiden writing on the wall. Full screen that bad boy and replay it a bunch of times. There is so many Easter eggs in that they're close to taking a record. They have, I mean, they're really there's an argument of whether they've actually had the most Easter eggs in one, what is it, 7-minute video or something, 6-minute video for that song. There is so many Easter eggs. Everything in there is basically an Easter egg. It's either something from the band's history. There's religious content in it. I mean, it's like, wow. Some of it is the band and religious content, and it's like, wow. They made me go look up a bunch of shit just to catch, and I didn't even catch all of them. I went and watched a video about how many Easter eggs in it, and that guy admitted I haven't caught all of them. The only person who truly knows is the animator.
Yeah.
And after my best friend Z, and knowing Z and Z talking to me about how almost every animated video out there, especially his, has Easter eggs in the video. Almost every scene.
It's mandatory some videos.
Yeah, you do know I like Monsters Inc. You ever watch that animated cartoon?
Oh yeah, I seen all the Easter eggs in that one.
Watch the background for Z's. They might be like a reflection on the floor in it. That's not a reflection. You might see it on the wall and go, was that a Z? Once you know what you're looking for, you'll be like, was that a? Yeah, it was. There'll be a bunch of that stuff.
Yep.
I mean, I've been told by the animator in charge of the background. Yes, there is. What do you mean might be? I actually showed him what I thought, and he's like, well, you actually pay attention. Yes, you're right.
Your dogs are barking and my cats are chasing, or the cats here are chasing each other. I wonder if your
Yeah, I'm
dogs are
not sure
barking.
what not sure what they're bitching about. I'll have to go check out in a minute.
You know, I found funny the other night, Steve. Like I said, I had cleanup to do, if you will. And you know where a lot go about indoctrination. Education is indoctrination. This is it. So some guy, and I'm not going to say the channel, the name, but he's NBMI. You ever seen that, bro? NBMI, not NBMEI. And you go to their site, North Valley Military Institute, and it says our objective, and it's more like how we can brainwash people. I found it funny, and yet he's very popular. Talk about hypocrisy. Just saying. Yet everywhere he goes, he's got a wrench, if not super mod. Anyway, YouTube, whatever. Queen Nessie's still with us from Glasgow. What's new in Glasgow? Well, I don't know. I don't think he had anything to drink, did he? Oh, Mac, are you awake?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Somebody put a match between his toes and light it. He'll wake up.
Yep, I'm here.
How can you be tired now? Look, it's not very late.
Sorry,
No,
guys. I had to go check the dogs.
I got up early. I'm all right.
It's only
Howard,
isn't even dinner time yet.
No, we had a nice sized lunch about an hour ago.
On the road again. Mac just can't wait to get on the road again. Buying drinks for everyone. Yeah, tell it in. Is this a holiday, or are you just, causing havoc?
I'm just causing havoc, getting out, just
Mm.
helping Dave out, get his oven going. Probably gonna go back there at about 7 o'clock. I'm gonna bring a 12er beer with me.
Well, it's nice of you to think of us during your holiday.
It's not really a holiday.
I have no idea why you're doing it, but it's nice to think about it.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I got a little Kentucky state refrigerator magnet. Looks like the state of Kentucky.
but anyway, we won't go on about 9/11 and all that stuff anymore. What does it matter, really? Done's done. Never
Right.
find out. I'm telling you, 12,000 gallons, U.S. gallons of jet fuel, don't light a match. I've seen those fires. But anyway,
Yeah. You could have a gas can, or excuse me, like a coffee can, fill that up with gasoline, take a cigarette and flick it in there. It ain't gonna go up. Gas needs a spark or an actual flame.
mm,
Yep. You see movies where they throw the cigarette down on the gas that's leaking from a gas tank somewhere, and it lights up and it goes down the stream of gas and then blows it up. That's a bunch of bullshit.
well, that's it. Since I was 12, I pumped gas back in the day. And this whole thing about Dirty Harry, he throws a cigarette in a pool of gas. It goes out. It goes out.
Yep.
Duh.
But they do have that documented case from that lady out in Georgia who the gas station was in basically like a bowl in the ground. It was in one of those little low valleys. It acts like a bowl. There's so much fumes. She was pumping gas, so she is adding more fumes into the air. And she had one of those old school flip phones. She flipped her phone open, and the little tiny spark inside the phone
Yep.
blew all the fumes. It didn't blow the gas station up, but blew all the fumes in that little valley. It was like a whoomp, and it was caught on a camera. I was like, wow, that's brilliant. They tell you not to mess with anything when you're filling your gas on a windless day in
Yep.
I used to work a gas station during the winter. Windless days, I'm sorry. Please, wind, come up. Blow all these fumes away.
Yeah, I see people start fires from static shock from their clothes, wearing a sweater or something. Yep.
Yep.
As soon as they touch the car, gas cap, whatever, spark. Well, I'm gonna take off, guys. I gotta get some stuff done before I go to Dave's later.
Ooh.
But
You know what Mac's gonna be doing?
I said, look, wife, I said, look, Dave. Yeah.
Yep. I'm gonna wake up. All right, take care.
Hi, somebody.
All right, so what are you doing, Blackwatch?
I'm just cooking down some onions.
For what?
To have onions.
Oh,
I've
okay.
discovered health food eating, vegetables and all that crap. But I found the onions, like the what do they call them? Sweet onions or something. I cook them down a bit. You know what I mean? Like a saute type of thing. And store them. Chili dogs and all this stuff, and salads, and for what I can afford now, which isn't much, doesn't last a month. Unlike MCM, baked potatoes, you can't get enough of them, no matter what time of the day. Contemplating, quite honestly, the history of this, the future of bothering. One creator had a real awakening the other night, and I agreed with her. So really, that's about it. That's the only reason I came up, because like Frosty was talking about some stuff. Yeah. But it'll
You
never
could
change.
talk, innit?
It'll never change. That's where I hit the wall. It's pointless. It's absolutely pointless. Not only will it not change, nobody's listening. She put up a video and she wanted remarks on it. And when you heard the narrative of it, which was a young lady's voice, it should make you think about a lot of things. And up comes somebody, remarks to it, takes it all over, 3 of her buddies, and they bring their soapbox with it, and it all starts again. The same bullshit. So I said to her, you know what I would have done? I would have said, thank you for coming on panel 3 out of the 4, but you didn't stay on topic. Please leave my panel for the night. So that type of stuff, you know. Only took her 4 years, 5 years. That's what I mean. It's never going to change. All this stupid. I'll be honest, really, it takes an election down there. I don't want to go to politics. That's the next step. As long as you keep the sock puppet's finger off that war button, you know, that's what I've been doing. Talking to her about it. And I don't think she's going to do any more. Now and again. And she's no child, you know what I mean? Oh, she's damn close to my age, no doubt. And that's what I've been doing. Trying to figure out why some people cut the lines of communication. And you'll never find out. like 9/11 and that. You never find out. Why worry about it? JFK, just learn. Anyway, I'll shut up about that.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I said. Okay. Whatever. But, I don't know.
I missed it today. Damn it. I hate when you get. Oh, I have a little really tiny post office that they're only open part of the day, not the full day. And they just notified me that I have a package over there.
Yeah, I remember those little post offices. I got one in the village up the mountain, freaking open for like an hour an hour a day, or half an hour a day. Fucking crazy that is.
Yeah, that type.
I remember a village where I lived back in Ireland. Yeah, like we had a police officer. It was like the same. He was only available 1 or 2 hours a day. And then the rest of the time he was a courier. He was a delivery man the rest of the time.
That's funny. Doesn't surprise me though. All right, I'm gonna jump off here and go look and see what I can find about this fire. I'm trying to figure out why they had put 3 aircraft into it.
I'm just sitting here chillaxing as I thank you for joining.
Yeah. All right, good to see you again, Blackwatch. You have a good evening. Enjoy your undance. Hope you sleep well when you finally hit it, Steve. We'll talk to you later.
Nice one, Broke Vision. Yep, nice one. I hope the fires ain't too bad. You know, like, yeah.
This one's looking like it might be out. It was a hot spot earlier, and now it's not. I'll talk to you later. Steve will be back up in a minute, Blackwatch.
I just made a copy. You want one, Steve? Did we go? Hello? I almost threw your coffee out on you.
I hope you got cream and sugar for that coffee.
Actually, I can't afford only the powdered cream. I can't afford dairy. It's too expensive. I don't like just plain milk in it, you know. It's too expensive, the cream dairy, you know, the actual dairy. You used to get it with a bit of Irish cream in it. It's too much money. I can't afford it.
Yeah. Bang out of order, isn't it? And
Yeah,
see,
so
that used to be peasant food, and now it's only a rich man's food.
yeah,
Yeah, mate. Yeah. They used to give milk products away, quite literally, didn't they?
yeah.
Hmm.
Well, even at this, it's a great big jar, but it's generic powdered creamer. If it's a coffee mate, that's a brand name. I can't afford that. It's the best stuff. It's delicious, but I can't afford it. It's outrageous. So it's whatever. At least I have it. You know what I mean? I look at it this way. I got a coffee. It's got sugar in it. It's got coffee in it. It's got the creamer in it. So honestly, Steve, I've on both sides of the street. One would have said to me, "You have everything," and I've been on the other side of the street. So you start to appreciate having it. Just having it. But the good news is, I got rid of the car. Technically, they took the bill of sale. So they said to me, I said on the 6th, just passed 6th of the month, I have an umbrella policy covering the automotive and then, the apartment insurance. So I said, what's going to happen? Because it was about a week away. And they said, well, you're back paying. In other words, you got covered, you got paid back. So I thought the best I'm going to get is they'll take the money out, then credit me, for 6 or 7 days, and you get a check. They only took out the house insurance. So I guess the woman at the agent was wrong. So I got $138 more to spend on food.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Celebration.
Uh-huh.
And that's why you brought up to 12 beer, wasn't it, to celebrate that? Or was that before?
Well, I mean, really, what are you going to get? Well, to take it out, you got to leave money in. So $135, what are you going to get? Not very much.
Well, I don't know. I don't know the prices of Canada, but for me, like that sort of money, that's basically what I survive on monthly,
Yeah.
and that's what I consider a rich month.
Well, it's not very much, Steve.
I know.
I mean, food, basically for one person, is at least $700, at least, and you got to watch.
Wow, with $700, if I had €700 in Spain every month, I'd be fucking rich.
Yeah.
Swear down, I'd pay rent on a property. Not that I want a property, but I could afford to rent property. Fucking insure a vehicle, run a vehicle, smoke weed, and eat food. 700 a month, easy.
That woman did a lie that I told you about. She might not, but anyway, she mentioned she's in Texas, some local kind of farmers co-op, and now down there a dozen eggs is 99 cents again. $1.10, $1.40. But here a pack of 30 eggs, family pack, is still $9.29. That's just one thing, just eggs, right? Eggs, milk, this bread, the staple. It's still like what? You got
There you go. The staple ingredients, yeah. But yet I don't buy milk or eggs generally,
Well, usually 1 or 2 eggs, they're not enough. I can't believe they say a growing boy. Well, we'll take a post-puberty boy. You give him a couple eggs, that's not enough. That's my point. It's not enough. But sometimes that's all you got. It's when I grew up, it was kind of, you want 2 hard-boiled eggs for breakfast and that. How many do you want? Today, it doesn't matter how many you want. This is all we could afford. You're lucky to have that.
Yeah.
It's like the war years. The London Blitz and everything. You're lucky to get ration out. That type of thing. Somebody's making a hell of a lot of money out of this. No doubt. I do keep track of our premier, prime minister, their releases and what's going on. And they're blaming one another, and it's a wholesale retail. But anyway, it is what it is. Not. I'm not really used to it because when I was 17, my dad said to me, "One day you will get married. You'll probably get married." I'm going to tell you now, your primary job, that's not going to be enough. So you did whatever you had to do, for your family and that. But food was not what it is now. It was not that big a concern. But anyway, it is what it is. I just cooked up the last batch. I think the last of the onion. I think I put one away for a special occasion. The lettuce is all but gone. The lettuce is all but gone. Mind you, I go into chats and I get these tips, right? Better use the lettuce in a week, and how to use it, make things last. But anyway, it could be worse. Could be worse. But it sounds pretty good over there. If you can get by on 700 euros and live high, that's not bad. Not bad at all. Anyway, did we lose Mrs. Magpie? I wanted to say hi to her, but we got into whatever. I don't know.
I'm not sure. I haven't seen too much of the chat this evening. My tablet keeps freezing, and if I sit too close, then it interferes with the signal.
Well, the last I think she did was the StreamYards link for somebody, so that was quite a while ago. She threw that in. But that's pretty well what I've been doing, Steve. I took a run at them that night, and what they didn't know, I had already talked to the creator, and I got a wrench. So I said to her, "How long were you going to let me go?" She said, "You'd know, I would have timed you out." They deserve it. But anyway, she's a wonderful woman. She's wonderful. They think she's just too soft. Well, she's not. But anyway, we'll see where it goes from here. It was, honestly, I don't think I'll talk to her again, Steve. I just don't. My intuition tells me that was the last one. She's found her way. You ever hear the song "Hurt" by Johnny Cash?
I'm not sure. Probably. Not sure.
That went through my head. I always leave you in the end. I will leave you. But anyway, we'll see how it goes. I don't hold out much for it.
That's right, Frosty. I have pinned the link now. I've pinned the link. I found a way of how to access the live stream. What I've got to do, is I've got to share it on my other from my other channel. Share it on that page. Then I can enter the live, and then I can do what I need to do with me.
Yes, I was going to tell you, somebody found a way around it, but I couldn't tell you exactly how to do it. They're talking boom, boom, boom. They got in again. I don't know how. But you weren't alone.
I've gone into it with my other account. I've come into this stream with my other account on the YouTube. I've shared it on the community page. Then with my main account, Mirror, I've gone in with that to my backup account. Tapped the live, gone into the live, and I'm live. I'm able to manage my chat live stream that way on YouTube.
and StreamYard. So I
You
got
know,
my phone there doing the hotspot, but it's also tuned into YouTube. So that's in position, sending hotspot. And then, yeah, I've got my tablet there. And
you know, I never knew that was your backup. You know, I'm thinking that account, I was thinking came from somewhere, you know, where I'm thinking it came from with the name. I never knew that was you. Oh, well.
yeah, the
Where do you?
Tony Soprano on peyote, you didn't know that was me, no?
No, I didn't. You know what well, you know who Tony whatever it was. I never knew it was you.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I got given that title when I was playing around with the mobsters. Yeah, when I was playing with the Italian mafia in Americas. Yeah, when I was playing with them people.
now you know
Yeah,
where I thought it came from. You know, and
yeah, they gave me that title. So I held that title. You know, like yeah, and I think yeah, you know why they call me Tony Soprano? Because I was the boss.
that's off the TV series. I remember watching, but I don't know.
Mrs. Magpie's listening. Mrs. Magpie's commenting.
Well,
And Mrs. Magpie, guess what? We got Black Watch up on panel. Yeah, and he wants to say hello to you.
hello, hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. But it's I don't know, Steve. Something, but I could see you too, cutie. But it's I don't know, Steve. It's very somber state of mind. You know. Somebody paralleled my experience to no end, Steve. It was incredible. What are the chances? But maybe she found her way out of it and she's off, you know. Bless her heart. Oh, wow. Fun while it lasted. Was Frosty coming up again, or was he? I think he was.
I think he's preoccupied at the moment.
Oh, that's Ms. Sorry,
Yeah,
Ms.
this is better after. Oh, wow. What the fuck is that?
Well, Ms. is from the state, so mind you, Alaska is a state, so which has a funny history to it as to how it stayed a part of the United States in the 1800s. The Canadian government used to put up, it was a moment in history or something, it was a series, and it was a moment like a snapshot, a reenactment of a significant point in history. I think it lasted about 6. They were really good. They don't do them anymore. They should. You know, if the kids are watching TV or whatever, they see things, you know. Confederation, where Queen Victoria comes down the backstage steps of Buckingham Palace. We agree it's a Canadian idea. You know, and all these ones, how history came to be. Alaska, everything, you know, it was, but they don't do that anymore. I mean, by the time they did it, I was a grown ass adult, right? But it was still good to watch. Anyway. So are you all set? Have you got sausage and food and tobacco and?
No, see. Me? Yeah, I'm all right. I got food. I'll have to go shopping tomorrow. But yeah, I've got food. I've got smokes. Yeah, I'll have to get some more tobacco tomorrow.
Good night, Nessie, and a big hook man to you. Hook,
Yeah,
hook,
none of this.
hook man.
Sweet dreams, my dear. Thanks, and thanks for joining. Yeah, and I apologize if I haven't interfered or interacted so much with the chat. But as you can see, we've had a busy panel.
It was fun.
Very interesting conversations, you know. And for me, the educated folk with the researches that they be doing, I mean, it's very interesting to listen to the variety of opinions or researches that's been done.
For some reason, I've always had trouble with that word, Steve. I look things up, but I don't research. You know, I'm just saying. It's just like a word that, you know, you look at things up. You know, you read things and you go through them. I didn't know it was researching.
Yeah, okay, yeah, looking things up is better,
Yeah,
yeah.
you know, I read about it, but it's just, you know, it became a buzzword. I understand that. You know, but like I say, you know, I watched a video and I'm kind of, you what? You know, you what? And that's why I'm not very popular. Like I said, I watched a video. I won the Powerball and I'm now the national stud muffin. What do you mean I'm not? Just saying. Like you say, different points of view. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's, of course, you know, the buzz thing, you know, like the topic of the day. You know, and they throw it up there and everybody's going to be watching that, right? They're going to searching for, well, like Frosty said, the 5 dancing, you know, realities. That was a hot one at the time. But it's, you know, I don't know. You know, you talk about, this is my point about how people are brought up. And the height of this, almost into it, there's a guy in Israel that goes to this IT channel, right? That I got banned on, but that's another story. And we went 2.5 hours, Steve. And I was telling the guy, this is what you should do. It frustrated me. And at the end of it, he did that, and it was corrected the problem. The guy was in the UK somewhere with the, you know, try to figure this out. But at the end of it, Steve kind of like, well, what are we going to do now just before we close down while we're waiting? So he says to me, what's the climate like over there? The climate? Yeah, what's the climate? The political climate? No, the weather. That's trying to show you the mentality, the day-to-day mentality. Politics, war, whatever. I mean, you can't blame the Londoners during the Blitzkrieg talk about war, can you? You know what I mean? It just, I don't know. What can you do? Did I tell you one time what I typed into Google, Steve? I got very bored and it was a Saturday, I think. So I typed in my dad's information, you know, and it went to my grandparent. I thought, how did it do that, right? Turns out Ancestry was free. I didn't know it. It was a free, you know, I typed it in, away it goes. I went back to 1710, Durban, Scotland. That was the last entry in my family tree. Kind of something else, isn't it? 1710. And it was documentation.
How old is your family name? Yeah, I don't want to know what your family name is, but what age is, how old is your family name? Like, for example, my father's family name goes back to the 1200. My mother's family name goes back to the 1100s.
I never checked the dates, but the name, surname is highly prevalent in Scottish and Irish. And you go back to the, I'm not too cool with the interpretation. Do you know what I mean? Like Peneluric would be clearing the rocks from the field. You know what I mean? The meaning of the surname.
Yeah.
So I guess it probably goes back to around your time that you're talking about, 13th, 14th century. It wasn't a prevalent clan. You know, it wasn't a prevalent clan like Murdoch and, you know, the prevalent clan names. Probably they would have been candidates for the black tartan, you know, not a clan tartan. I don't know. I didn't spend a lot of time with it. Like I say, I just typed it in and I going Lillian, you know, to James Tassie, and yeah, and it kept going. At the end of it, I kind of made note of it because you can't print it out. How the hell did it do that? And then at advertising, you know, was free that weekend. So that's how it did it, you know. But it ended 1710, Durban, Scotland. The way I understand it, Durban is too small a town because there's Edinburgh and, you know, Glasgow. That's pretty well it. And without somebody that knows the heritage there, they'd say, I never heard of Durban. Never existed, but it did.
Yeah. But there's also Durban in Africa as well, isn't there? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like, you get that Durban poison. That's from Durban. Yeah. So like, there's some connection there with that Durban there. Most places, the English, Irish, Scottish, Welsh, Spanish, you know, most of them where they conquered, they put their own titles there. You know, eradicated the names of the old and put their own names there. So where you got these newer aged societies, as to speak, because the culture's eradicated. Yeah, they've been infiltrated. You'll see, like, it's like Montpellier in France. There's Montpellier in Bristol, and Sierra Nevada here in Spain, Sierra Nevada in Americas.
We have we have Dunbarton, we have London, we have Bristol, we have, you know, all the English cities. We have the same. You know, it's like Frosty said, if you look in history, it was really England, you know, the British Empire, France, and Spain. The kings gave the money to explore the New World. So that's what you see. You know, that's what you see. I mean, the famous one is, I think it's French, it might have been, in Canada. You know, and of course you have the clergy, you know, the guy with the big hat. And they meet the Algonquin Indians. And what the chief is trying to say, come to the village, Canada. Come to Canada. And one of the, you know, the oarsmen was saying, I think he wants us to go to the village. Which the clergy said, no, that's not what he meant. Of course, that's what it meant. Canada, village. Canada. So Canada was named by the Algonquins. Really. So they called it the Heritage Moment when the government put them out. You know, it was really kind of cool to learn things. But it's, I don't know. Just one big melting pot, isn't it, Steve? What does it really matter?
Well, it won't. In the end, you know, it doesn't. It only matters while we're alive because we pay an interest to it. You know? Yeah, and why we pay attention to it is because it's been broadcasted to our ears. You know. It's not our doings, it's not it's not our purpose, but is our distractions. Yeah, and remember that. The reasons there are these distractions is because they don't want us united. They don't want us benefit on the world. You get me? Yeah, having the peace. They want us having the confrontations. Hmm?
I think there's
It
that.
encourages business, and it allows power. Instead of like how things was. Like power. Survival of the fittest, for example. It's like that's not the way. Yeah, we got learned this when Stephen Hawkins was the most powerful person on the planet. You get me? Yeah, and he was one of the most powerful peoples on the planet. Stephen
That,
Hawkins.
do you remember the movie Hawkins lived far longer than he should have on paper, but they did a movie and I thought it was Denzel Washington or something. He's in the bed. He's always in the bed, and he was super intelligent. There was a movie like, and I wonder if it was about Stephen Hawkins, really. Without saying it, because he was in the bed, and all of a sudden he drift off, and then they get the crash carts and everything. And he was like super intelligent, like Hawkins. All the thoughts. Hey, Skeeter.
Skeeter's in the house. In the house, Skeeter. Yo, yo, yo.
You're going to have to call him Sir Skeeter. He's part of a triumphant of a great and powerful cause now. You got to call him Sir Skeeter. Sorry, Skeeter, I was in a miserable mood that night. You didn't get half of what I was, which I apologize for over there. I wasn't that nasty, Steve. I was just giving stupid jokes that didn't make any sense, not even to me. You know what I say to some? I type something crazy, and I tell them that makes no sense, but it filled in the chat box very nicely. Made it 199 letters. I only do that when the whole thing. You ever go on a panel, Steve, and this is what they want to talk about? And two people come in and they soon become four and they take it all over? Every time. Every time. Well, guess what? Blackwatch is sick of it, Steve. So that's what I was doing the other night. I am a Canadian liberal socialist, according to one. Ah, God. Okay. But you know what you just had today, the discussion? That wouldn't last 10 minutes without one of them being told, you're a fascist, whatever, so-and-so. Don't pay any attention to him. So, I'll listen to anything. That's a line of bullshit now.
It's nice that you say that, yeah. A lot of places, the conversations that have happened here, a lot of the places that get misinterpreted, they get distracted with personal insults. But what I noticed, there wasn't any personal insults being directed. It's like it was personal opinions being passed, and there was that was it. Do you get me? It's like it was nice. It was really educational. A
I'll
good
give you
experience.
I'll give you one I didn't go to because they were insulting me. And there's a long 4-year history of that, back and forth. And the American, they go off on a tangent, they don't listen, they address the topic and then they go. So I was going to tell you what, if Canada's all that bad, we're all that bad. The next time you hire Arabs to knock down 230 stories of towers, keep your planes in the air until they run out of fuel. We don't want them. And if they land and crash on Canadian soil, we're going to sue you for damages. Think about it. You look at 9/11, how the role Canada played in saving lives. I mean, what more do you have to say, Steve? We got each other's backs. But they don't think about that. No, I mean, not all of them, you know what I mean? Like just the diehard banging on the desk, they did this and they did that, and same old rhetoric. In Canada, if you say that, well, you're a socialist and you're this and you're that. And next time the planes start to fall out of the sky with men, women, and children, and it's all American, keep them over on the ocean. We don't want them. What do you got to say about that?
Well,
Why do you have to say that?
A little bit of that and shake your ass. Do, 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 do.
Yeah, really. Isn't it a shame you have to? I never said it because I never got that part. She stood, for me, the creator. But why do you have to mention that? Why should you have to mention that? One of the greatest humanitarian efforts ever put in the last, probably this century. Why should you have to point that out? People stayed in Newfoundland and that with the families free for months, if not years. They still talk back and forth, the families. Why do you have to mention that? But anyway, it's somber. It's like when I grew up, you talk the balance over the curtains, Steve, over the drape. And every Christmas, all the bundles of Christmas cards, right? And on the top, you have the stamp on the right, and the top, they have a little address sticker. And about 50 of them said Belgium. How the hell do we know in Belgium? That's the families of the underground that got your father out, before the Germans got him. Why should you have to mention that? Those people are the reason I'm here. I'm not going to harp on Belgium, But anyway, it's not to get too whatever. Did you know if Skeeter has a new microphone, or was that a camera? A new camera. Just to change topic. He is a technological wonder. You know what I found one morning, Steve? 2:30 in the morning, I woke up and I got a notification, and this guy's going back and forth. He's been in here. I'm not going to say who. Here. I went, what the hell are you doing? And it was gone in 10 minutes. He got told he has cancer, Steve. He's on his way to the hospital. It's been a very sobering month or 3. No. So that's
we had one of our YouTube friends come into the chat a few days ago and share with us. They've been diagnosed with cancer.
Does his name start with a G?
Yeah.
That's him.
I'm looking
at the live going, what the hell are you doing? As he's live and going back and forth. He did that, closed it down, and went to the hospital. Anyway, what are you going to do? But I don't know. It's a tough time to be alive, Steve. Going through all this. But I guess every time's a tough time, isn't it, when you look at it? It's like Max said about what do you think of the future? Where's it going? Why should I give a shit? Really? Why? I won't be there. And anything I got to say, nobody wants to listen to, right? No.
Wrong.
There comes a point.
I like listening, Jeff.
Well, it's funny, like I told you, when I first come up on Zoom, a few of you Zoom, And I'm thinking to myself, you don't want to hear it. For the most part, they don't want to hear it, Steve. They don't want to hear it. And that's what this lady came up to the other night when we've been talking for a while, on and off. And she says, they don't want to hear it. Why am I doing this? After that night that I told you about. It was a tree. It was a narration of a tree. And you know what it meant? You know, this young boy goes to the tree and the apples fall and he says, well, I need money. So I take the apples, I sell them. Then there comes a point where the tree wants something back. I'm too busy for that. I got to work. And then the old man, right, cuts the tree down to the stump to set up. You know where I'm coming from? And they just walked all over it. The whole meaning of it with this rhetoric, you know what I mean? 1984 book, you know, the new nation, the new world, this book, that book, this book, same bullshit. I said to her, if that was me, I would have said, you're off topic, all but one. Please leave my panel for tonight. And I want to continue. She couldn't do it. Not yet, I don't know, but the meaning of it all, Steve, that's what it was about. The meaning of it all. But anyway, it's... no, for the most part, I agree with her. They don't want to hear it. You know what I said one time? I want a trip to Washington, D.C. I want an all expenses paid trip. And I want the Secret Service. And I want them to show me the big conference door with a 10-pound brass plaque that says the They Conference Room, because I want to talk to they. I don't know who they is. I want to talk to they. You know, they say, they do this. I want to talk to they. I want to find their conference room. I'm going to say, hey, they, I want to talk to you. They. It's used too much, you know. It was a reference to, you know, you talk about the moon, you talk about Mars, they. That's NASA. You know, we all knew it. Now everything's they. So I said to that woman I told you about to take over the panel one night, the one that said, fuck you, Blackwatch, you're so-and-so and everything else. I listened for it for 15 minutes and then I get into her. I said, what's the they? She says, the devil, the evil. And I said, like your face was when you were calling me those names. I said, I looked at you and I said, that's the fucking devil. And is he pissed? Is that the they? And then I laughed. You know, really, you know, the they. Blackwatch and Vanguard do exist. And they got to be taken out. They got to be in. Personally, I think the World Economic Forum is done. Whatever agenda they wanted is finished. They can't complete it. They can't. I could tell you a story about that from that channel. That was funny. You want to hear a humorous story? You know,
Yeah.
and do you want to hear it?
Claro.
Yeah. It's up to you. I don't know if we got anything other to talk about.
I'm excited now. Tell me. Don't hold back. Just keep telling.
This backwoods guy, you can look him up. You know, he's in Arkansas in the mountain. And the guy had him up, and I kind of thought, you're using this to inject interest in your channel, right? You're not serious. Of course, he was serious. I had a run-in with him that night. And that what the guy, the creator, said to me was, answer the question. We're still positive. He says, are you, and what he was saying, provoking, are you an instigator or ignorant? And I sat here, I had a wrench. I don't know why. He's in Texas. And I thought to myself, I can't answer that. I'm neither one of them. So the question is superfluous and therefore mute. But they're not going to listen to it. So it's kind of faith-based. This is my point. So a woman came up one time. And there's nothing else on. You can't find the guy. So I let it go. And she starts talking. You know, and I told you got imaginary friends. I left that kitty sitting here listening, right? I said, listen to it. Keep an eye on it. Okay. So I was making breakfast and that. So there's a channel called Soft White Underbelly. And this guy says that, like, I help multi-million-dollar companies make multi-million-dollar. So he's obviously in advertising and that, and he wants to give back to the world, to people. So he's a photographer, and he has people come up for interviews, you know what I mean? And you might have, I'm 26-year-old man, I'm a drug addict and a pimp. And I kind of buy, but I did watch it. So this woman comes up. Now remember, you know, faith-based in that, right? The goody-goody. So she's talking away to the guy, the creator. And she says, I was watching a video. I was curious. And I thought, should I be curious? Should I record this? I don't know. Which I didn't. So anyway, she says, I was thinking from a woman's standpoint. And I was watching this channel. So there's Jack somebody, right? That's who he was interviewing, you know, doing the thing. But Steve, his thing went something like, I got into about being 28 years of age. And I thought, I want to go into the adult porn industry, right? The adult industry. So a friend of mine says, you got to go to LA. And she's putting this in. You know, it's kind of like, I'm curious from a woman's standpoint, you know, why they do it. That, you know what I'm saying, the gist of it. So I'm listening to it and I'm going, she got nervous. She's reciting it. And then she got nervous and the chat slowed down. And she says, well, Jack, or whoever the guy was, said, I don't know if I should tell the story. I said, this is interesting. So what it was the members of the WEF were in Europe. And Jack got a free flight over there. And a couple of the heads of the WEF recognized him, knew what he did. So you want to come to a party on the weekend. Well, you know what the party would have been like, Steve. All the wives, porn industry, right? So she started to go on like this. This is backpedaling. You know what I mean? The WEFers, you know what I mean? Like evil. So Bad Kitty says to me, can I go over and look at this video? I said, sure, knock yourself out. So I searched the channel, male porn. I only came up with one. And the guy's name was Jack. And Jack went through all the stuff, saying word for word. She says in the 29 minutes, this is what the story went to. The video was 21 minutes long. Now, what happened with Jack is he kind of got going, right, Steve? Mm-hmm. He got a girlfriend, which was funny. It's kind of like you go to work, right? And you got to come home to the girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? That's a stress on the job. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So anyway, he went to work one day and he could have made $4,000, right? But he was having difficulties, nail difficulties. You hear me? You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
So guess what? Before the little blue pills and all this, I knew that. He kind of came up with a little vial and a needle. You get what I'm saying? This was the story he didn't know if he should tell. And he got through the day brilliantly. It was very uplifting. But after 2 hours after he was supposed to quit, it didn't come down, you know what I mean? So one of the women that were working there in the production kind of had to use another needle on him. And he says, well, she could have found a vein. That was the story he didn't want to tell. I was going to go back over and say, I just watched that video and there was no WEF at all. What's this thing about a needle? But I didn't. Mm-hmm. Can you picture that? She's starting to back it up. I'm going to talk about the WEF because they're evil. They do weird things, you know, just to say. I was going to say, I didn't see any WEF there. I already saw 2 needles. What the hell happened with that? By the grace of God go I, right? I'm not banned there, I don't think, but I saw my wrench disappear. I would not. I would not answer that. I wouldn't answer the questions, dude.
Right.
Do you know how somebody, we all know it. You can infer something so strongly, you might as well say it, right? And they were saying he didn't say that. Then he goes to a meeting and comes back. He says, okay, Black Box, I'm going to say it. Gays aren't fucking godly. They're ungodly. Yeah, you know, and did I ever? I wasn't triggered, but God, he almost lost his shit, Steve. He couldn't even string 2 sentences together after that. I could tell you what it was all about. It was simple. Ohio passed an abortion law, which I couldn't believe as written. And they're talking about that. And in one sentence, he says, gay marriages and now this abortion. So what was he saying, Steve? Weren't they clumped together? And he said he didn't say that. Oh, yes, you did. But it, you know, like I say, Steve, they don't want to listen. They don't want to listen. Then all of a sudden the chat, like this guy says, I got a friend down the way and he's gay and he's the greatest guy. I'd do anything for him. Then in the chat, my brother's gay and he's okay. They were all backpedaling.
It's funny, yeah. Like listening to people saying their friend's gay and they'll do anything for them. I bet they wouldn't do sexual favors for them, would they?
Well, whatever. I mean, it's all bullshit. I can say anything I want, Steve. But, you know, the whole concept of what I say is he finally said it. Because I said, look, you know, in the chat, the one line that shut it down. You know, so the idea, well, God, you know, it's man and woman and all that, whatever it is. So I said, well, then if marriage and all that, man and woman's godly, then gays are ungodly. Therefore, gays praise Satan. That's where everything came off the hook. So I wasn't triggered. I just said, well, by what you're saying, gays are against God. They're ungodly. So that's Satan. So if they have a God, they praise Satan. Did they ever lose their shit on that one? Came right off the hook. Just saying. I don't want to go down that. We see they can't take the logic. They can't. You know, the whole thing is God doesn't make mistakes. But he made them, right? Made them. I don't know how much you want to. You know, there's something called intersexual or intergender. I watched a woman's video one time. And she says, you don't want to hear this. I'm going to go. She's about 30-something. And I'm going to go into my sexual life. So if you want to tune out now, go away. Go away. Well, I watched it. And you know something, Steve? I never knew. You know, you hear hermaphrodite and everything else and, you know, how it sorts itself and everything else. This woman had no womb. She was born without a womb. She was born with testes inside her body. Intersexual. Far more than that, you know, but God doesn't make mistakes. Does that make her bad, Steve? That's my point. Could she not go to, you know what I mean? And it was a tragic story to listen to her.
It all depends on what culture and religion you're in, yeah, because in some cultures and religions, that'd be like signs of a demon or something like that, you get me, yeah?
Well, the one that got me, like, frankly, it won't go on because it's a subject matter. I had 4 granddaughters, you know, and all this. So a woman's thing of it, you know, there's no way I could say to a woman, you've been raped, you're going to have the child. It's her choice. It's her choice. But then you get this thing where these men are talking. So you know what I put in the, you know, men are up there, shouldn't be abortion, shouldn't be this, shouldn't be that. And I said, isn't it remarkable? It's a remarkable thing that the greatest experts on motherhood are men. They didn't like that. But it was true. But that, you know, that's where, you know, I just kind of sat here and I thought, talk about hypocrisy. God doesn't make mistakes. So you know what I mean? That's why I said earlier to you, Steve, their own logic of religion, they can't take the logic of it. Point was, you know how they said about rape and that? You know what their answer to that was? That's only 1% of abortions. So I said, then stand before the 10,000 women, 10,000, and tell them they don't matter. You hear me?
Yeah.
It's only 1%. Well, say it's 100,000. You stand before 100,000 women and you say you don't matter. Boom, I'm gone again. Another hit by channel. Logic. But anyway, we won't. You know what I mean, Steve? It's just, you sit here and you go, like you talk about the mirror. Honestly, this is what I did when I created this. You know what Black Watch is, don't you?
Go and run it by us.
Pardon?
Run it by us again. I do
Black
know,
Watch.
but there's
You know what
chat
the
is
Black
on.
Watch is? You're aware of what the Black Watch is? The creation of Black Watch. It's, I'm not, maybe you know, maybe don't. George II, 1712, took the 3 Scots and that made the first Royal Regiment in Scotland. And they'd watch, they're the watch on the Highlands, on the ships and everything else. And if you had a tartan of your clan, you wore it. And if you didn't, you wore the black tartan. But that's not why I created it. I took one last stab and I'm sitting here, I'm going to create a new channel. This is it, I'm done. I can get into YouTube, a month later, a week later, I'm done. I give up. Keeps corrupting. So I typed watch. And I thought, that doesn't look right. So I added my favorite color, black. So a lot of on the other side T channel has 394,000 subs. And of course, there's veterans in there. And they thought, Black Watch, right? 3 Scots and everything. So I got accepted. I just let it go, but that's not what it means to me, Steve. That's not what it means to me. And if you saw the movie Braveheart, you'd understand. But it's you know what I mean? Like these people, they don't want to listen to it. And yet all of a sudden everybody's saying they have gay friends, right? And he took it down. You can't find it, Steve. It's an old, he's up to number 170 something in a series, and it was number 67. So I went to look at it. I was going to download it. I was good. You know what I was going to do, Steve? I got a friend that puts a lot of stuff up. There's a lot of stuff, crazy stuff and things. It helped me with this. I had, the animator too. And I was going to do, we're starting a new series here, A Day in the Life of Black Watch. And I was going to insert all these ones that I'm telling you about. Audio only, you know what I mean? And like it would come from there, it would have been, fuck you, Black Watch. All these things. I would have said, I went to a channel today and they were so happy to see me that I put in this, audio. Fuck you, Black Watch. You're but I didn't. What was the point? But anyway, like I said earlier, they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear Steve.
People haven't got patience or time these days for listening, unless they're getting paid for it.
Actually, it was just on a lark, and I did talk to the guy, but he's obsessed, absolutely obsessed with this American. Like, who wants to listen to a congressional hearing on AI? You know what I mean? And I haven't talked to him in a couple of months. I don't. I've said to him, well, you got to have an election. That's it. Why don't you stop doing what you're doing and deal with whatever? But he's still doing it. He's obsessed with it. So I don't talk to him. I'm not. About 2 months ago, I sent him an email and said he got time. Like, I know what's going on with him. And he never replied. So I just left it. It's like Johnny Cash's song, I'm Gonna Hurt. Everyone I know goes away. If you listen to that song, that's exactly what I feel like now. Oh, well. Like I say, a bunch of men on panel talking about abortion. This is the way it should be. So all these men are the greatest experts on motherhood. How does that work, right? You follow me? But this is the aura out. It's not. It's everywhere, Steve. Because this woman and I, we went through it, and I gave her, I said I could say this, but I got to, the communities. It's almost across the board. Nobody wants to listen. Nobody listens. I'm not saying you. There's all exceptions. They don't want to listen. They don't want to hear it. Do you remember the movie with Jack Nicholson in it? Colonel Jessup? And there was, who's the guy in Top Gun?
Tom Cruise?
Tom Cruise. Of course, he's the military courts.
A Few Good Men.
Few Good Men. What about this? You want the truth? You can't handle the truth. You can't handle the truth. That's exactly it. They can't handle the truth. Don't tell me the truth. I want you to lie with me like everybody else does. Lie to me, baby. Lie to me. That's what it is. And we're all the same. Like, the truth is harsh. It is. Like you just found out with the guy with the cancer. I went on his panel the other day, Steve. It's hard to catch his lie, but I did. And I thought, I can't sit here and just listen to it, Got to go up and say something. Anyway, it is, we haven't had much music lately, have we? But, it's late there. You call the ball if you want, once you've had enough. But it's just...
I'm okay. You know, mate.
It's just as I say, I've heard so many Canadian people. I know YouTube, for the most part, is American. It is. I mean, they bought the damn thing, Alphabet, right? But there's so many, as I said earlier, we're not good. Trudeau's dad wasn't bad, but this, we need work. But Steve, so many that I sit here and I bite my tongue and I think, you should go and get your passport renewed, apply for your green card, and get the fuck out of Canada, like bluntly. Go down to the United States, get the hell out of Canada. I put that on some of the, the political sites. Somebody's going on. I said, why the fuck are you here? Get out. Go down the States. But they don't want to hear it. And like Red Butler says, Charlotte, frankly, I don't give a damn. Really. I know Mrs. Magpie's still there, but my buddy around Newcastle, I haven't heard from him. I don't know if he's better yet or he's worse.
I saw you had a call from him last time he was on our panel. You took a call with him.
No, this is a guy in Newcastle. I've more or less removed Skype. Why should I keep it? The 3 people I always talk to at least twice a month, nothing. And 2 of them I'll never hear from again. So why keep it? And Mrs. Magpie. If you got the drift of what I went through, Steve, this woman went through the counterpart of it, and she's just as amazed as I am that it could have happened. Talk about coincidence. I never knew. But she settled her case. She won't be back. She won't find it. She hasn't got a need. It's been quite the ride, Steve.
I could only imagine.
Maybe I should have refused panels and just left. Went back to just watching whatever. But the real people, the real, I could tell you a story about that backwoods kid. It'll make you laugh. Kid, he's 55 years old. And I love accents, Steve. I do. I love the people thing. But the idea of one of them getting into Congress is disturbing, and oh my God. He was talking about telling a story. He goes up on this one guy's podcast, right? I never knew it. I stumbled on it. And that's one where he started. I was serious about surviving a nuclear fallout. And I thought, this is a joke, right? This is like thumbing your nose at nuclear warfare and everything else. It was for real. And he says, I got to tell a story about when I went shopping. So it gets to the end. He said, okay, Backwoods. That's his name, Backwoods. On the channel to tell the story. I thought he was talking about driving. You know what I mean? Now this guy's, what a CCW is in the States, carry a concealed weapon, permits and everything. Well, you're on a mountain, right? I mean, think about it. I'm going to tell you about a story about a man named Jed, poor mountaineer, barely kept his family fed. And one day he was shooting at some food, and up from the ground came a bubbling crude. Oil, that is, black gold. You know what I mean? Yeah. So he goes to Walmart, and he wants to pick up toilet paper, tomatoes or something. And I'm going, where did these two, you know what I mean? On your way home, can you pick up toilet paper, tomatoes? Anyway, he says, you get out into a lane. I thought he was talking about driving. Now he's in Walmart, the food section thing, right? And he says, one old lady cut me off. I'm thinking this is driving. Well, I kind of thought to myself, I got to be nice to that old lady. So I let her have it, I just said, ma'am, will you please watch it? And then he says, this overweight woman, right? Cut him off. That fat head will kick me off. I kind of went down there. I banged her cart with mine. I ran right into her. And I'm thinking, this son of a bitch could pop her with her 45 under his coat. What's wrong with that? It's real, Steve. This guy's going around. Can you imagine, like a 400-pound woman with her shopping cart? And there's this hillbilly going around with a 45 under his, jacket. And she hits his cart. So he figures, I'm going to take you out, bitch. And he runs down the food aisle and rams her cart. Next thing you know, he'll really get pissed off and pull his 45 and pop her. Can you see the news item? Backwoods hillbilly pops off a 400-pound hippo with his... Oh, come on, that's funny. Darn Spaniards got no sense of humor. Steve, this is real. This is reality. The son of a bitch could have popped her. She ran my shopping cart, Your Honor. I was totally within my rights to take that woman out. Oh, my God.
Gold.
Think about it, Steve. They're out there. How to survive nuclear fallout? Wrap the soffits of your house in saran wrap. I hate to say it, Steve, but look at it this way. You have an 18-year-old daughter and a 21-year-old son. And you have a wife. And they look at this 55-year-old guy and say, oh, my God, he's my husband. And the other goes, I got it worse. He's my father. Oh, boy. But anyway, that's the situation on YouTube, Steve. Nobody wants to hear. What just happened would never happen. Because whoever it was would have taken somebody out. As you know yourself, there's some crazy panels, aren't there? I don't know. That's what I've been doing, trying to figure out what's the point. What's the point? You know where you found me the other day? Don't spend too much time in that circle, Steve. It won't make sense. Somebody who's in their 60s must have lived 179 years to witness and have all those stories, Steve. Believe me. Oh my God, is Jake here? Jake is here.
Nice to see you, Jake. Austin.
You sound tired. Long day.
I go.
You know what I think happened recently? Like I told you, the cigarettes, right? I told you about that. And I got them May 29th, but they got the supervisor on it and all this. And I'm going to keep an eye on that. They came that day. It must have been not the normal mailman. They shipped it, So I thought, I'm going to, I got 5 cartons. I'll make it through June, right? So I'm going to, I don't know if someone's backstage. Point is, I'm going to have $260. Normally around now, well, last week, would order, $260 a cigarette. But I already got them. I just got them, more or less. They took the money out. So I said, what the hell did you do with this? I thought, you didn't order them again so soon. I haven't got a reply back. I mean, to me, Steve, there's a certain, if my dad we went a weekend of drag racing, and it meant so much to me. Because I laid down some sort of a run, and the guys, high fives and that, and I could hear someone saying, way to go. Above all that, I could hear. My dad was about 100 feet away, clapping his hands. He's never said that to me in my life. So I went home, put the car away and everything else. And I went to see a woman. And somehow I thought about something. I said, where's your phone? The next morning, what do you need a phone? I said, give me a phone. My mom answered and I said, what's wrong with Dad? He kind of paused. Well, he got up this morning to go to the washroom and collapsed. He had a brain stroke. My point is this, and it did take him. I was there. Point is this, Steve. Had he had issues, it was damaged, but he was still there. And he said, when you're coming home today or something, yeah, pick me up a pack of smokes, a couple. I would not question that. I would not correct my elders. If that's what he wanted, he'd have it. And yet my son-in-law tried to correct me. Where do they get off? That's my point. Would you not agree? What would you do? Say your dad, you had a good relationship. I know the relationship wasn't good. But say he had the similar things. He's still okay. And he said, Steve, would you pick me up, a pouch of tobacco on the way home? Would you say, no, Dad, that's not good for you? When you're in your 40s?
Nope. I'd fulfill his wishes.
This is the point. But, this, because I said to you, he said, I'm not sending you, I'm sorry, I can't send a tracking number. You'll swear at them. Me. Like, Steve, I fucking swear the goddamn fucking shit like that. I never fucking do that. Now do I, Steve? But I was very nice to them when I got it sent. He tried to correct me. Mind-blowing. Sorry for that, but you know what I mean? I'm a nice guy. I don't swear. to what? Try to educate others. I can't really read this. But anyway, is that Bosty? Is that, no? I give up. I give up trying to talk to people. Absolutely give up. Nobody wants to hear it. They don't. Not the, the they. Blame they. Blame everything on they. It's not, this, I'm awake and all this shit. All these buzzwords. It'll never happen. You know what I say to some of them, Steve? They say, be awake, help your neighbor and everything like that. And I said, you know what scientists really did recently, medical scientists? They dissected the human anatomy, male and female, right down to the tiniest atom, the iota. You know what they didn't find? The meaning of peace. We'll never know it. But, whatever. But anyway, Steve, I've just about had it. I just about. Somebody's backstage, if you're interested. But I don't know, mighty something. I can't read the damn thing. My eyes. Oh, Frosty's still around. You realized it earlier, Frosty, didn't you? Go look it up. Well, aren't you going to have this? There was the ministry of the YouTube channels talking to you. You did it brilliantly, lad. You did, Frosty. You made my day. I got happy when you did that. I don't give a shit. Mighty somebody is backstage, Steve. I don't know if he's still. It's got to be 1 a.m. there.
Yeah, easy.
I don't know, Steve. I don't.
Oh, Mighty Righteous is back chat. He's a nice chatter, full of adventures.
Frosty's in Alberta. It's different here, but in Ontario, and we all, this. When I was a kid, this mentality. But I tell you something, Steve. When I walked to school, cold. It took your breath away. You had to turn from it. It's not around anymore. It's not. The weather is a little bit, quite a bit milder. But, yeah, I know he's getting very. Steve is floating in the wind. I don't think he'll be able to do too much of it, too much more. We just maybe let him go. I'll say this, Mrs. Magpie, earlier, unless you missed it, that's why I'm going away. What Frosty just had to deal with. Too many people know everything. Like the Sultans of Swing, all right? Bullshit. I left. Oh, Jake, I don't know. It wasn't you, Jake. It was somebody else. Hope you're doing well, Jake.
Jake Huston.
But the fellow just got diagnosed, Steve. That was about the last drop of air in the tire. What do you? Oh, I don't know. It's been quite the last 3 months, even though I knew they were coming. Known it for over a year. But, anyway, you must be getting tired. And I'm getting tired of hearing myself.
I'm not getting tired of hearing you. I've been listening to you for a good while.
You been up there? I am, you know. Nobody, years and years ago, you know, come on up, Black Watch, come on. It was an IT channel. He chose Zoom because a lot of us, you know, we went through the different platforms. And I sat here and I thought to myself, you don't want to hear what I have to say. At the end of the day, they didn't want to hear what I had to say. Somebody else was going to tell
Most
me it
people
all.
hear, but they don't listen.
No, it's. And you know who my nemesis was on there?
Who's that?
Some guy that was a programmer, 2-bit programmer. I've seen hundreds of them. And he retires. And I'm going to say it, he's Jewish. He's around Detroit. And his wife and him went to dinner. And her girlfriend had a hook to a Fortune 25 company. They say, we're looking for a VP of IT. He got the job. And he's going to school me on things. Long story short, he's still there, and I'm not.
You took what you had to say and ran with it.
Pardon?
Did you give him advice?
He tried to tell me how, I'll qualify it this way. I started September 69. Way back in the day of IBM, you have sales refunds and payments, right? And they go through a 108 collator and they add it up and it punches out a card. And if that goes to what the comptroller said when he cleared it, these two were German, assistant manager, comptroller. Then it goes. So I'm getting a card, put this together, these ledgers, put them in the computer room. So Dieter turns around and he comes to me and he says, stop what you're doing. I said, it's Christmas time. I've gone through 40 trays. Stop it? No. So he goes to the assistant manager. Anyway, he comes out and comes by. I know what you're saying. It doesn't work that way. And I said, Klaus, I'll tell you something. I'll remember this the rest of my life, which I have. Over 60 years of it. It just doesn't work that way. I found a way around it countless times. To which this guy was going to tell me, you got to understand the chain of command. Really? You little 2-bit college educated 61-year-old? You're going to tell me how it works? But the long story is, I'm gone. I'm banned. I told them to. They don't want to hear. They don't want to hear. I got to understand it. Blaming 61-year-old Jew that got his job in a Fortune 25 company, and he's a playman programmer. And he's going to tell me how the chain of command works. I dealt with vice presidents, the aircraft. Anyway, they don't want to hear it. That's my point. I don't want to hear my own stories. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to listen. Not tonight. We had it really good. This has been, I found with Steve, it's good. But I've also found with some, there's no respect. With one. But I enjoyed Frosty. That was really good. I enjoyed. North America, well, Mexico, everything like this. But like that guy kind of profoundly pointed out, for the most part, we got each other's backs. But they don't want to hear that. They'd rather hear the they, Steve's getting tired. Who am I talking to?
Mighty Righteous.
How you doing? No, I saw you go up there to go by. I didn't know if he let you up. He never gives hosts, so.
Well, he kind of let me up a couple times and then finally decided to keep me up there.
Well, usually with Zoom, because I had more, if he drops out, then the first one in gets host until he signs back in, and the way Zoom works, StreamYards is different. Zoom.
That's what we do with Mirror with Steve there. We
No.
We try to hold his strength for him so it doesn't die. It doesn't matter if I'm backstage and he drops out, I'm still holding the string because
Yeah.
I'm backstage. He can still get it back without having to make a new one. Yeah.
I'm going by the accent. You're American, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not
I'm
that
here
it
in
matters.
California.
It's like I say, I love accents. You know, we can all say the same thing, but not in the same way. And I like accents. It's a lot of people think I don't. Like I criticize of what I do with accents, but I you know what I'm saying? I just like them. It's like a look into different places and different people.
My
I don't know
accent
why.
is quite different because I used to live in the Caribbean for
Oh
many
yeah,
years.
yeah,
Lived on St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix,
yeah.
went all on other little islands, Puerto Rico, Tobago.
I knew a lot of people, a lot of guys from the islands. In fact, I dated a woman from the island that actually lived in Toronto for a while. That didn't go well, but that was just life. But you know what I mean?
Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes
No,
it
it,
doesn't.
it just, well, frankly, in the summation of it, you know, I had a divorce drag car broken into, and I'm going to go dating. And IBM downsized, you know, tens of thousands. And she really did, you know, nobody ever wants you and everything else. But a long story short, and her brother said, no one ever wants you. And then mom showed up at Christmas or something. But the idea was, she's not going to keep me, right? That was what she was saying. The next step, you know how the women have the next step, the green light. You know, go get a job, put up a fence. I said, look at my shoulder, Donna. Look at my shoulder. I can't, how do you think I did this? And I ended it with, you know what? You're trying to prove you can't keep me. You won't. And I'm trying to prove you can hold my secrets. But we both know that wouldn't happen. And walked away. It wasn't bad, you know what I mean? It's just not what you're looking for.
You know, I lived in the island for a long time, and a lot of people, a lot of folks down there don't stay with each other for too long. It's a small place, and
Yeah.
you need to be able to experience things. And there's a lot of partying going on, and you can't
Yeah.
be tied to somebody for too long. It's they can't settle down.
Sounds like they just don't take it seriously. You know?
Well, what is there to take seriously, man? It's like living a dream. You work just hard enough to party all night, to
Yeah.
wake up, and it's
But the
amazing.
thing was, she worked IBM, like the whole industry, worldwide, in the 90s was going. And she started like an MSP business. She went to McGill University and all this, quite accomplished. And she was like a Microsoft service provider, started her own business. And I just said to her, you know, you dated, you went out, and it was great. And I think you agree, the woman decides the steps, the green light, you know, to go. So I said to her, how do you know you can take me for 6 or 8 hours? How do you know? And I was pretty open with her, you know, about my situation. And she says, why don't you come for Christmas? I said, it's November. That's cool. That's cool. And her phone thing would say, Scotty and Donna. Well, Scotty was her bird, right? I guess on the phone it sounded good. So I was cleared by security. You know, they had Doberman guards and everything, and, you know, for the condo. And I went up to pick her up. I knock on the door. She opens the door to the wall. And she's, you know, she's well-dressed pantsuit now. She's looking at the ceiling like a 16-year-old, right? And I'm kind of like, what? The look on her, what's wrong? Around the corner from the kitchen comes Mom. Where did Mom come from? She flew in, right? That was the beginning of the end. Is that the way it is on the island? Where daughter might say from Canada or something? I'm seeing this guy.
There's always some kind of shame and scandal in the family.
Well, her dad made a lot of money back home, but he died, some accident. So they were quite well off, as I understood it. So I don't know if she just decided, hello, I'm here. You know, she just flew in. It's a, you know, and all. Anyway, that was the end of that. That was the end of that.
You probably had a good time, eh?
Well,
Was it fun while it lasted?
after 22 years of marriage and being asleep, it was a wake-up call. You know, there's crazy people out here.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't know it was that deep. I apologize. I couldn't possibly imagine. You make a commitment to somebody for 20 plus 22 years and then you have to separate from that. That's heartbreaking. I couldn't imagine.
Well, I knew the last 8, it wasn't going to last. This would be the old story, you know, stay for the children. That people, I don't, you know, but it was what it was. There was a credit card involved, possible layoffs and all this, not water cooler stuff. Like I say, what industry was suffering. I just said, if you use this, I'm gone. She did badly. I left. The end of it, you know, whatever.
Oh, you gave her the leash and she took it and ran with it.
Well, she was never good with it. She was never good with
I
it.
think there was a song like that. Matilda, Matilda,
Yeah,
Matilda, she take me money and run Venezuela.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know Matilda. She tried to take my money too, but I was smarter than that, man.
No, I mean, you do go into it, you think it's forever. And then there's always, for her sake,
It's tough because you want to be able to make that commitment, you want to create that trust, and you want to be in it together forever.
Yeah.
And then something happens, and that's sad, man. Sorry to hear that.
No, but honestly, for her sake too, we got married too young. It was too, you know, but, you know, then there's somebody will come along and say, I've been married 60 years. I just my high school sweetheart. You know, that's you. That's not me. But I think, what's his name is backstage. But I don't, it was what it was. She was no good with
And
money.
you have to cherish the good memories, man, and try to get over the bad stuff.
I made a dreadful economic mistake, but it was misrepresented to me. You know, it was just the times. It was just the times. And,
Hey, we get misrepresented all the time.
yeah. But there was the times in all industries. IBM, well, I won't go into it. There was Computer Associates. They had 75% of the market. And Computer Associates CEO thumbed his nose at him. And IBM put tens of millions into it. Now they have 75%. But people suffer. I was one of them. Could not get another job. Office politics. But it is what it is. You know, there's no getting around it. I mean,
Have you ever watched The Disposition of Bill Gates?
in what way? You mean that's a documentary?
It's not a documentary. It's the actual footage of his disposition.
Disposition is a broad term. IBM. Sorry, IBM really screwed up. When I started, well, that was a retailer like Sears, and I kind of saw the writing on the wall. You know, as soon as that manager retired, aircraft industry anyway. And one of the first things you sign is everything you do, everything you are, the company owns. IBM didn't do that with Bill Gates. Otherwise, he could never have started Microsoft.
Yep.
That's the history of that. OS2 is going to, you know, rule.
I think it's generally called a non-compete order or a non-compete. I don't know what it was called back then,
But I mean, the whole Bill Gates saga, I mean, he made a decision as a CEO that would have got him fired, but he owned the company. You know what it was? Why should we include Internet Explorer in Microsoft, in Windows? The internet will never take off. the internet is a dead issue. I don't know if you knew that, but that's what he thought. Any other CEO would have been fired over that. But, you know, Bill Gates is a bit, I don't know. He's like Jeff Bezos. He didn't make his money in books. He made it in AWS, you know, Amazon Web Services, hosting. You know, this is a whole, you know, the BlackRock owns most of,
BlackRock. Hey,
you know.
nice. That's why I put my money in a Union Bank.
Well, I remember when I started work, there was this big guy, red beard and everything. And he says, I'm going to buy gold. It was $35 an ounce. And I said, me and the wife want to eat. I can't.
Yeah, you make money. Money afford to make.
You're really breaking up. I hate to say it. I don't know what I sound
It's okay. Come back.
Somebody said you can go and stream your.
We're talking to each other from around the world.
Somebody said you can go into settings, something about default on the microphone, and you know, flush it so you don't have to go down. I don't know if Steve will there to let you up. That's the point. I don't know how to do it.
Oh no, it just took Steve a minute. His internet was bad. He couldn't quite get me completely up.
Yeah. Well, this is the point. This is getting shipped to StreamYards and back out, you know, through him. So anyone can have the data.
It's going from Spain to California, and are you in Canada?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Southwest Ontario. You ever heard of what's it called? TeamViewer? The remote thing?
I apologize. I'm not very familiar with Canada, but I have met quite a few good people from Canada that pay attention to America.
Well, most of America is the Great Lake North. I'm east of Michigan, if you're familiar with Michigan. The Great Lakes.
Yeah, I live in San Diego, but I work in Ontario.
Ontario, California.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's always been a problem for me. I have to clarify. If I don't say Ontario, California, I think maybe you're the one getting my mail.
No, it's Ontario. I know California. There's Vancouver in Canada. There's Vancouver in the States, right south of the border. You know. I kind of know something about the United States. Kind of.
Yep.
But it's, you know, you get into IT about Bill Gates and all that, you know, it's a real hodgepodge of IBM screwed up.
It was extremely interesting. A lot of people don't have enough patience to sit down and watch a court disposition, questioning when somebody's being disposed. I really, it's interesting, man, because some people shouldn't be saying some of the things that they say, honestly.
I don't know exactly. You're talking about Microsoft or what?
No, I'm talking about making a statement in general.
Oh, you're talking about the man, not the company.
No, I'm talking about our Fifth Amendment right to be silent. You don't have to say anything to these people. I don't know why people start talking and then they don't shut up. It's like your words can and will be used against you, of course.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's
some people don't. A lot of people don't understand. You don't need to answer their questions here in America. You don't. Yeah.
No, for the most part, I never talk like this. Just events in the last 3 years have shifted it. Normally, I have nothing to say.
It was interesting to listen to you. I was working and listening all day. I watched. Keep an eye on Steve, man. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on him all the time.
Well, the thing people don't, there's a general thing about mainframe. That's what I kind of, the first
what
one.
Was that term?
But all this Microsoft, all the things you see now came from mainframe computers. I know, I was there. You know, files are really data set. You know, everything's based in that. That was the beginning. But they say, oh no, you did that. You don't know what you're talking about. That's the biggest thing. That's why I don't talk to anybody. I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of hard when somebody starts saying stuff like that to you, man. It's just like, how can you keep the conversation going if the guy's just gonna put you down? Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. You know,
They don't directly say that because I wouldn't tolerate it, but that's what they're inferring strongly. You know, you don't know.
Yep. Infer body language. Yep.
You know, I have no clue. Like I said, I'm still on that IT channel. I've been for years, since 2008 and everything like this. But it's just, I lived it. I didn't graduate university and get the job. I went in to become a truck driver. They said, we don't have that. You want to do this on midnight? And I took the stupid job. But it is what it is. That's what you did. But, you know, the ones that know it all, you know, they just let them know it all. And go ahead.
Oh man, no, I can't stand it, and I won't let that happen. I've been alive a long time, and the guys that think that they know it all are going to find out really quickly that they don't know everything. That everybody has a piece to the puzzle, and even the smallest guy who you wouldn't think would say anything smart says something smart. And you got to listen, man. You have to be open-minded.
Well, that was the whole thing about the, like most people look at security as your password, right? It goes right down to the depth of it. I was the only one. That's why software wanted me. They realized, oops, this isn't just placating the president, right? The external auditors. This thing controls everything. But, you know, office politics.
Everything.
They, you know, they think that's just your password. Okay. You know, I could lock up the machine in a split second. But, you know, I could get into it. It's a boring subject. It really is. But the office politics. You know yourself, these vice presidents and that, directors, vice president all the way up, they're not hired like we are. Normal job. They have contracts through lawyers. I had an experience with one. I had experience with a lot of them. You ever see Lethal Weapon? Mel Gibson movies? And it was a house on stilts, and it was a white South African diplomat. Diplomatic immunity. Do you remember that one?
Oh, that word immunity, man. Different folks.
But the thing was, I ran into one from white South African vice president of IT. And he more or less said, what the hell are you doing here? Diplomatic immunity. And I says, you touch me, I'll sue the company, I'll sue your ass. I'll hang it up in your lawyer's office for years. But you see, this little asshole in Detroit was going to tell me how it works. You know, I could get all these names and all this shit and give you all kinds of 30 years and, you know, close the doors, university graduates and bloodbath of political meetings and everything else. That's what the job was. But life lessons, that's what I said about that. I know what you're saying, but it doesn't work that way. I said, you know what, Klaus? I'll remember that the rest of my life. It's a life lesson, and I have. It just doesn't work that way. And how come I made it work differently? Not all the time. You know, twisted it around. But, you know, it's a life lesson. It's not just IT. It's a life lesson. It's, you know, but anyway, it's whatever.
It's all about the life lesson, man. Yep. You got to pay attention to that life lesson. That's the only important thing.
Yeah. Well, this guy, you won't like, they say, don't judge anybody by one man. And I used to get Zoom host. And this guy, since day one, he was on me. And he was just going to pick at it, right? And the whole thing, coincidentally, was, you know, he bought $3 million of laptops to, you know, go home. The whole thing was, do you shut a machine down? And I went and I said to him, Gary, I've entertained you for an hour and a half. The answer is you do whatever the company says. You shut them down, you leave them on, or you throw them out the fucking window. You do what the company would. But I said, I entertain you for an hour and a half. Don't do it again. He did. I was making up names to call him for 25 minutes in Zoom. At the end of the day, I got knocked, not him. So anyway, and I'm supposed to be prejudiced. But he says, I got my dream car. And I said, a ZR1 bet, black on black. How'd you know? I said, because you're a Jew. End of my stories. But anyway, they don't want to hear, man. They don't. Go ahead. You know what was funny? He has a lot of clout with Microsoft. You can imagine. You can't imagine the kind of money. The vice president I talked about, we couldn't sell spare parts. We were hurting. And in one of the back door rolls 4 bags of mainframe memory. You rent stuff that cost you badly. And I said to the guy, we haven't sold a plane. How can you do this? It was one signature from that vice president. Company says, holy shit, they didn't install it. Who signed it? This guy. Cancel it. IBM does not lose court cases. We'll cancel it, but that'll be $8 million for the next 6 years. He cost the company $48 million. And he got almost $2 million to go somewhere else. But you see, the Gary guy says to Microsoft, you know, Windows Defender, that's a security. It is good now. And he said to Microsoft, tell me how it works. Microsoft says to him, thank you for your inquiry. Goodbye. He thinks they're going to talk to him. Anyway, it's a boring subject. I know that. But that was just life. But he's going to tell me. He's going to tell me how it works. Okay. What a clown. But anyway. So you're in San Diego.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I heard about San Francisco? This guy was telling about, are you going to San Fran? You know, the whole thing, flower power.
Yeah.
You know the Golden Gate Bridge?
Yeah.
So this guy says, we were all going to go down there because the Blue Angels were going to do a flyby under the bridge. So he says, we get there. And he says, I'm all ready. You can hear them coming in. And all of a sudden behind me was somebody went, hey, hi there. He says, I turned around and went, whoosh. He missed it. It was funny. I'm sorry. It was funny. I don't have anything against them, like I say, but there was some of the stories about it. The Blue Angels are going to, seriously apply, under the Golden Gate Bridge. And he missed it.
That must have been quite a sight.
Yeah, I could imagine. Like, I remember them, we have a counterpart, Blue Angels and Snowbirds, Canadian Snowbirds. They've had their accidents. But the aircraft industry, yeah. We were bought by a little paper airplane company down there called Boeing. That was an interesting 18 months. Boeing. They could never figure out how you got a flat bed of metal in and you put a full assembled aircraft out another door. Boeing doesn't operate that way. Wichita makes the wings and they, truck and train them in to Seattle. And anyway, it's boring.
They compartmentalize everything.
Yeah, they don't, that's how the 737.
Nobody down the line knows what they're building.
Mm-hmm. That's why a lot of 737 doors fell out. And Anyway, that's another boring. You know, I understand that. Don't get me going about high performance cars. I know that even better. But it, you know, it can be boring. And I guess Steve is probably asleep. So Jake, sorry you can't come up. I don't know how to do. Everybody likes StreamYards because you can launch OBS from it. You can't do that in Zoom. But, you know, so you're, you know, 3 hours behind.
Well, me, what, 4 o'clock in the afternoon?
That's 4:03 there.
Yeah.
Which is 7. Skeeter's still there. Hey, Florian, and Skeeter's going in and out. But yeah, it's I did a lot of drag racing in the Northeast of the Americas in the 90s. I had a fun time. New Jersey especially, that was fun. But somebody decided, you got shit. I want your shit. I shouldn't have to work for your shit. I'll borrow it. I had special insurance and they walked away on a technicality. That ended that. Had a lot of sponsorship from other shops in the States. It was a really good experience. Till we got a call at the shop one night and says, Jason, hiya, how's he doing? He's dead. Anyway. Oh, well, I guess Mrs. Magpie's gone to bed by now. Yeah, it was did you listen to it all today? It was an interesting talk.
No, Miss Magpie's still in chat.
Is she still going?
Yeah. Sir Big Nuts is hanging there. Skeeter's down there. Jake Hudson. Kelly Belly. Nice.
So you're still working?
There's some guy named Mighty Righteous in the chat too.
Yeah. But I don't know. That's what I find. People they don't want to listen. They just don't want to listen, and you know, I don't sleep much. I feel for you, listen. I sleep when I can't take it anymore. Just can't stand it anymore. But it's I don't know. What a time to be alive. I wouldn't have to still be working now. I wouldn't, I don't know what it would be like to go find a job and do everything today.
I don't worry about stuff like that. I work in the electrical field, man. I have a lot of experience and knowledge. If there's something ever happened, I wouldn't have trouble.
Yeah, I know a guy calls himself Wattlight in Georgia. He's not a bad guy. He's a little bit slanted with the narrative, but he's an electrician too. And it'd always be that job, you know, it will. You know, so but like I say,
I'm still an electrician, but I am a lot more than an electrician.
Yeah. That's one thing my dad put into me was, I guess what he was thinking growing up, you'll never afford tradesmen. You know, you have to learn as much as you can about as much as you can. Tiling, plumbing, electrics, yada, yada, yada. You know, I had to laugh at him. I put a 1-story addition on a house, and the only thing I didn't do was dig the hole while I was working. And I had baseboard heaters, you know, like the big one, 220. So I thought, just pull the panel. You know, you run the black, white, down, neutral, right? You know, 2-sided. He wouldn't let me do it. He said, I'm paying for an electrician. He paid the guy $600 just to connect it. You know. I guess he thought I'd sap myself. But anyway, cars, everything. That's one thing. Like I say, he should have died in Belgium, but they got him out. So his nerves were shot. But he did teach me that. I had a pretty good childhood. You know what? If I had a brother-in-law, I got one now. I think I'd have to tell him which side of the screwdriver to use. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's your life.
I got 2 sons, and they know exactly what to do with tools.
Yeah, you really, you know, it's part of it. You can't afford tradesmen. That's why I ended up going with my mom eventually after my dad, after years he was gone. Because, you know, well, I'm going to phone a plumber. And he was a good guy, but you know what you pay them? You know, stuff like that. And, anyway. And he thought, you're going to go to your godfather's station, pump gas, and learn cars so you can repair your car. I did. I also learned about 1960s muscle cars, right? But it was, you know, life itself, you know what I mean? It's most people today don't want to listen. And frankly, most people know I have an issue with someone in here, and it's just like, somebody knows it all. Okay, I don't know anything. I don't know a damn thing.
Well, I've been alive a long time, and it took me a while to realize the more I know, the less I know.
Yeah. You do.
The more
really.
I know, the more questions I have.
My
Yeah.
ex and I hated her, literally hated her for years, for different things, not just whatever that came afterward. And of course, you have to let it go. But she used to say to me, you know, when you look at yourself, you're a know-it-all. And I said, all that time you got it wrong. I just wanted to know as much as I could. That's all. You know. But it's the worst I ever had was university graduates in computer science. They never made mistakes. And when I pointed out the worst one made that handled, you know, the software of the machine, mainframes, 2 mainframes. That was the end for me. They were going to get me. And they did. Guess what? I was talking to the director. As soon as Boeing put me under him, I was talking to the director, who came from Magna International. He was a head cutter. 3 months after they got rid of me, which I was going every month to get my check, they let him go. Office politics. Which I'll just bore people with, you know, how mainframes, how they work. And then office politics. You know. But it's all over the place. It's everywhere. You know. But, you know, if I was 30 years old and I'm trying to find a job today, I don't know. I don't.
Oh, you never know until you have to try, man. If life puts you in a position where you need to work, you're going to go find a job. Unless you're one of those people stands on the corner, help, my life sucks, I need help.
Well, you know, till what we're doing, a funny story on that. There's what I call the old guard of communities. And to show you a funny story, there was Bonnie. I went on hers, right? When everything was, you know, 100 people in there and all this kind of stuff. And I finally tripped in to StreamYard. And she said to me one time, Blackwatch, you come in here every night. And I hope every night you take something with you to get you through the night. And I says, Bonnie, thank you, but that's not why I'm here. I'll let you know. And about, she did it every night almost. And about 4 or 5 nights later, I went in and I said, I figured it out. I know what it is. I know why I'm here. And she says, what? I said, I'm just here to bear witness. There's hardly anybody left, man. One died. Everything. But anyway, one guy was on his panel in Texas. And the guy that came on was 30 years old. He was north of Toronto, which is the capital of Ontario, which is my area, if you will. And at the end of it, what I said to him, because he couldn't, I knew where he was. He wouldn't say, north of, I know. And I said, I don't know what it'd be like. I don't think there's one job I applied for. I only had the last summer off since I was 11. And I worked in a lawyer's print room, McCarthy, 7 McCarthys and somebody else. I don't know what to tell you to get a job. I don't know what to advise you. I don't know. I couldn't imagine trying to survive, in the pandemic. But you know what got me mighty? He said, these damn women. And I said, what about the women? He says, they're all bloody lesbian. And say I call him Dave. I said, Dave, have you ever thought of something? You know, what's that? I said, men with you that tell them like that, talk to them like that, maybe make some women say, I'd rather be with another woman than him. Think about it. These damn women, they're all lesbians. I thought that's a great introduction. Would you like to go to dinner? Yes. What would you like to have? And by the way, are you a lesbian? Oh, God. I thought there's a 30-year-old that'd be by himself the rest of his life. Yeah. So how long you been in California?
I was born here, but I lived in the Caribbean for a very long time.
Yeah.
Over 13 years.
That would be nice. I mean, weather-wise, well, except for the typhoons and the weather coming in.
Oh, it was beautiful, man. Cruise ships full of single women would show up every day.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, you heard Steve's story from, what was it, last week, Mrs. Magpie? Because, it's near a commune and everything, and it's kind of just the way life is. And he says one day, I was walking home. I was just out there talking to 7 naked women. But they're very hairy, 7 naked women. Like this is an everyday event. Different cultures, right? Just the way it works. So you're an electrician. You know what the first thing you wanted to know on StreamYards and everything about me?
I do electrical testing. Have you ever heard of NETA testing on electrical systems?
How do you spell that?
NETA, National Electrical Testing Association.
I got a drift of what you're saying.
Yeah, that's fine.
What would happen is IBM would come in and, IBM would come in. IBM, well, you would know it in the business, the raised floors, computer, and they'd come in to put in hardware. You get an hour, whatever. I had to schedule down. Well, most of the guys, especially in the union, we were union until the job I took, and they'd have their coffee, cigarettes, break time, 2 hours and everything else. I'd have mine. I'd go in and sit on the, the tiles and watch them do it. Miles and miles of cables and hooking in. I'd watch them install it because I, was interested in, God, some of the, what I found, you might realize this. There was a time the 1:45 in the morning, except Fridays, you shut the machine down, right? You put ZEOD and then it starts the cycle. You don't push button. But the thing was, the noise, the hum, all of a sudden your ears, you can't hear. The amount of hydro going through there. The hum of the machine was incredible.
Bare Bones, are you from China?
Moi?
Or am I wrong?
Moi?
Bare Bones.
Nah, he's on the mountain over there. With Steve, he's about 15 kilometers away. He's an Englishman on a mountain in Spain. Hey, bare bones. About 15 kilometers away from Steve. He's an Englishman. He's a very, very old Englishman. Archie bare bones.
Well, I've been subscribed to him. I just haven't had a chance to go through his stuff. I was looking.
He dropped off, and correct me if I'm wrong, bare bones, off the grid around 1986 or something. Yeah, he's from England.
Well,
But it's China.
well, it threw me off because you go to Bare Bones' home and you scroll down to his Chinese urban village walks.
No, don't feel bad. It's just, he's been around.
I don't know him. Thank you for telling me though. UK. Thank you.
No, but don't take it. Nobody's cutting you up. It's just like Mrs. Magpie. Can you imagine bare bones? Wax on, wax off, $5. We're not making fun of you, man. You wouldn't know, but if it's
Oh, I'm a big boy. I'm fine with any of it. I know you're not, but still.
yeah, it's
even
just
if you were.
See, the thing is, the way I look at it, I got something in my life that's very serious.
Oh, wait a minute. Bare Bones, are you serious? Police officer reverses into a car and tries to get off. Security guard stops me filming. Oh, dude, are you serious? You do this? I need to talk to you, man. Homeless woman. Oh.
Have you seen very many movies? You were in the islands for so long. Yet there's a point why I asked it. Have you seen very many movies? You ever seen National Lampoon's Chevy Chase movies?
Yeah.
Well, there's this guy, like I say, Watt Life. He's a nice guy. Of course, he's in Georgia, master electrician. And one day he said, it was about drones. And there was a guy that was called out to run a drone for a day. Anyway, he said he went to Wally World. And all that ran through, I just about fell off my chair laughing, was Chevy Chase when they went to Wally World and it was closed. And the mascot got punched right in the nose. How come the Wally World were closed and Chevy Chase punches it right in the nose? I just went, you wouldn't know it if you didn't see that movie. But he was, he did get called the Wally World for electrical troubles, It was funny. I thought it was funny. I got one thing in my life, man, that I got to be serious about. And if I was that serious, I couldn't live with it. So that's why I make jokes.
Bare Bones, I copied a link, man. I'm going to drop it in the chat.
What's keeping you up so much, Mrs. Magpie? I hope everything's all right with the barns. Oh, God.
Okay, there we go. Sorry about the echo. Not all of the uploads are mine. That reminds me, I'm going to put in the future descriptions whether the video is mine or not. Hey, Bare Bones, I thought I saw some First Amendment audit stuff out there, man. Man, that was interesting.
Yeah, I've kind of been put through the concept. That friend of mine knows the Constitution quite a bit. That's the point of the First Amendment. It wasn't so you could say whatever you want to stop the government interfering. That's all. That's what it was designed for. There go Twitter.
Do you ever have you heard about cop watching or First Amendment auditing or?
I have a problem with some of the auditors. If you take a town,
Nice.
well, it depends what you're doing. If you're looking at what's being, where the money's going in that, okay. But if you're one of the ones,
Oh, once you start mixing clicks and views and monetizing your channel with activism, it clouds the activism. It's not true activism. It's hard to maintain a trueness to it. You know, when it turns into hate and bait sometimes. I go out there and I don't even need a camera anymore, but I still make a difference. I document my interactions and I follow through with the paper process to make sure people get retraining.
yeah.
Or sometimes I have to dismiss my ticket and then send them in for retraining.
I'm
But it's
talking
all
the
about,
one,
for me, creating a safer community for where I live.
I'm talking about the ones that I've witnessed in the beginning. Like you have a town square, whatever, city square, and you get, because we had the G20 summit a long time ago in Toronto, and you get where the police have said clear the place. It's getting out of hand. I have a right to stand here. I have a right to stand here. I'm going to stand here. Move it, sir. We got to clear it. I have a right. Then he's in jail and he's got his head banged in. Cop was told to clear it. You're stupid if you think you're going to stand there. And Mrs. Magpie, you want to know something? I couldn't go to my mom's funeral. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I just couldn't do it anymore.
Appreciate you, Bare Bones. Thank you, man.
I went to my
Bare
dad's.
Bones.
Sorry. What?
No, I apologize.
No, it's there's sometimes a delay and everything. I went to my dad's Mrs. Magpie and I gave the eulogy. And that was the last one I could do. Just couldn't do it anymore.
Bare Bones, you snuck into the court and in the cells? Dude, oh yeah. I'm gonna be watching you, man. I got my eye on you, man. Appreciate you.
You see this? The one that really threw me about the auditors, and forgive me, I'm sorry. There was a town they were waiting the federal, what would you call it, gift, grant, whatever you want to call it, comes back. But they hadn't filed. So this was going on. So these guys were talking, about 6 or 8.
They have up to a year to file here in America.
Mm-hmm.
That's where they kind of get you. And usually they like to file at the last moment before your bail is due, so that they could generate that warrant and wrap you back up in the system. Or arrest you.
You know what picture they painted these guys? Because they didn't even live there. There was this town clerk or something, young girl, right? Just small town. And he says, we rolled into town and they were making her life miserable. We want this and we want that. You know what I envisioned? I envisioned about 6 guys and they all have white socks on and they have these little tape around their glasses and they have a pocket thing, a plastic one with all their pens in there. And they got holsters with their mouse buttons in it. You know what I'm saying? Quit making the woman's life miserable. That's the one I heard.
Hey, Blackwatch, I'm going to have to mute out in a minute for just a little while, and then hopefully I can come back. But I wanted the Bare Bones. Let me speak to Bare Bones for a second. Bare Bones, do you know, have you seen Fallen Angel in the chat? If you're not subscribed to Fallen Angel, go ahead and do that. That is me. And I post videos from my friends doing their First Amendment audit stuff. I just posted a couple of audits from Australia. Yeah. So, sorry to interrupt you.
No. If Steve's asleep, I won't be able to let you up. He never, and it's his call. I won't be able to let you up. Even if you refresh the page and then still have the screen, and I won't let you'll be in the basement.
No,
Which
I'm just going to mute. I'll still be up here.
oh,
And if
okay.
anybody's in a, yeah.
I'm just saying this.
Yeah.
We get into this quite often. It's what 1:30 in the morning where Steve is, and he falls asleep, and whoever's on panel, that's it. So yeah, just
Yeah,
mute
not the first
because
time. It's a regular thing.
No, as I say, hardly anybody does Zoom because they say it's Chinese. And I said, well, one thing Chinese want is to listen to us. But anyway, it's true, nerds. It is what it
I'm going to
is.
dip out for just a little bit. Very nice to meet you and talk to you, Blackwatch. What was that, balloons?
Nice
Did
meeting
give me
you,
balloons?
Mikey.
What the heck was the balloons come from?
The what?
When I give the peace sign, the balloons come up. It did it just a minute ago, and I won't do it again. Now it makes me look like a fool.
Oh, so
Here,
they
try
have
it again.
crazy stuff. Zoom has crazy stuff. Little balloons go up and all these little hearts if somebody hits it. I don't know about StreamYard. I knew
Very
Zoom.
nice meeting and talking to you, though, Blackwatch. And thank you for coming up and holding Steve's stream, man. Hopefully, when he wakes up, one of us is still around and he can just pick up where he left off.
Well, usually I go as long as I can till I tired of hearing myself. It's good talking to you, buddy. Take care.
All right, rock on, Blackwatch. I'll be back.
Take care. I hear you, Mrs. Magpie. It was it's something, Mrs. Magpie. I remember it. January the 19th, 1997 was my dad's one. And it was cold, right? Winter. But the snow held off. And I was standing by the grave, and you throw the dirt in. And the guys from the performance shop, drag racing, standing there. And I thought, I'm going to make it through this, right? Till a friend of mine broke down. He couldn't take it. It was not the... Oh, well. Is what it is. It is what it is. But anyway, I guess I can't let anybody on panel. And I really don't feel like... I'll tell you now, Mrs. Magpie, because I'm not going through the comments and everything. I don't know how much longer I'm going to do this. If it wasn't for what you said on Carl's, I don't think I would be back. No offense to anybody, but I don't think so. I'm done talking. I'm done. Absolutely done. All right. You okay, Mighty? Mighty Righteous, is that what it says? I don't know. Names. So, Mrs. I got Bonnie through it. We had some talks, and she went through what I went through, Mrs. Magpie, for her own. She couldn't believe it. I think she's on the other end of it, and made a realization of everything. She's not going to talk to me again. She doesn't have a need anymore. A friend of mine, Mrs. Magpie, suggested I was just here for a reason for people. I'm tired of it. And anyway. It's all gone. We made a realization, Mrs. Magpie, her and I, at the end of that live. They're not listening. They don't care. Did they ever really care? But anyway, those channels, Mrs. Magpie, is kind of like a community gathering through the last 4 and 5 years. And now that's all they want. They don't stay on topic. They don't whatever. They just want to take it over. I'm tired of it. So is she. Oh, she. No. No. I'm tired of it. Tired of hearing the words in my head. Tired of talking to women, quite frankly, that don't talk. So, anyway. Anyway. See, this is the thing about drink, Mrs. Magpie. My sister got married. She shouldn't have. 1970. There was 5. They had to cut it at 400 people. There was him and 4 friends. The rest were my family. And they drank. I got tired of going to funerals. That's why I go on about drinking. They drank like crazy. And my parents-in-law drank like crazy. It was a simple thing, Mrs. Magpie. They had this very... She thought she had bookmarked it, but there's another one about the tree, like I said. There's a reflection of what happened. They lasted about 20 seconds and started their own narrative like they always do. And I could tell she knew it. And that's why I said to her, if I was there and I was in control, I would have said, I'm sorry, you're off topic. Please leave my panel for the night. But she couldn't. Anyway, doesn't matter. It is what it is. Maybe I should have dinner. What time is it? 7:35. I've missed the dinner wagon. There's got to be 1 or 2 there, Mrs. Magpie. You can't sleep. Yeah, it does. Miss Magpie, I go on the, not panels, I'm listening to lives, and you can hear it degenerate. You know what I mean? They start to slip off, they repeat themselves. It's the same old bullshit that I listen to. 12:30. Yeah, 5 hours. Mrs. Magpie, do you know Johnny Cash, the song Hurt? You ever listen to it? So I know exactly what it is. Yeah. But anyway. Don P. Adventures, is that the... I'm back. My name is Bare Bones. Yeah, exactly. There's somebody that comes in here, Mrs. Magpie, and I'm done with it. I mean, it insults my intelligence. I'll say it. I don't give a shit anymore. I'll say it to anybody's face. I'll say it behind their back. I don't care. Same fucking stories. It's impossible to be true. Bloody egos. Hello, John. Whoever John is from Adventures. I don't know. I don't know, Mrs. Magpie. I've just about had it. I got to phone the ISP and get this switched over to fiber optic. And then my landline goes through a modem. The modem goes out, I can't phone. Bullshit stuff. Yeah, it's sad. Everybody goes in the end. I think that's when he pretty well had it. His wife had been gone and everything else. I'm not much for Johnny Cash, but had a point of the song. But it's I don't know. Doesn't make sense anymore, Mrs. Magpie. It doesn't make sense. Just just doesn't make sense. I'm going to mute for a bit, Steve. I got to get something to eat. If you're still here, great. I'm going to mute with Mighty. Are we still here? Or is everything gone? Whoops, where is it? Yeah, smoking. You still there, Mrs. Magpie, or did I don't know if it went. No. It's too far along. Bonnie has it. You'd like Bonnie, Mrs. Magpie. You'd like Bonnie. Bonnie's a wonderful woman. Was honest myself. There was another way other than friends. She's a wonderful woman. A little bit younger, but but still, it's really good friends. Yeah, last man standing, really. Sometimes I feel that way. I need a sandwich. 3 layers of meat. I don't know. Where does it go, Mrs. Magpie? What was the point of it all? Bonnie feels everything happens for a reason. I don't know. Maybe she's right. Little Texas lady. That's one hell of a life, too. I don't know. I've tried quitting since 1977. I never pulled it off. Some things are meant to be. But anyway, I don't know, Mrs. Magpie. It doesn't make sense. My friends I did learn something about the people in, was it Weathersea, Yorkshire? They've been quiet on Facebook, according to her, so she says it's not just you. So I don't know if that makes it easier. Mm. So easy. You just have to press a button and you're 3,000 miles away. Well, if no one presses the button, you might as well be on the other side of the galaxy, right? Anyway, it doesn't matter. That's what I was thinking. Who's got a Jeep? Bare bones, you're in Steve's chat, not somebody else's. Who's got a Jeep? I think it's Weathersea. They let it slip. They let it slip one time of the town. And of course, it locked them. Not Weathersby, no, Weathersea. Weathersea. Something like that. I don't know. Oh, he has a Jeep. Oh, mighty. Mighty has. I don't know. I don't know. I never had a Jeep. My God had her 48 Jeeps for a service vehicle. Does that count? Oh, God. The kids are all right, are they, Mrs. Magpie? The boy and the girl, they're okay. She's okay since she got all her stuff, I would imagine. Hopefully. Well, she went out for the night for a beach party, so she must be. But, yeah, the Jeep. Isn't that big in the... Oh, you know what it was? There's a guy, I haven't heard from him in a year and something, Kyle Tomlinson in Sheffield. And his dream car was a Land Rover. He had the money, a Land Rover. I guess that's what it is in England. They like a Land Rover. All done out. I don't know. Yeah, good the kids are. Sleep. I would never get one of them, Mrs. Mag. I could never cared for pipes or cigars. Except the little cigarillos with the wind up. That type of stuff, ugh. But I know it's hard to quit. I don't know. They're all great. I have three. Two. They got two boys. Good. Oh, they go up and down, bare bones all the time. If he hits 1,000 though and it holds, he can't lose it. That's the one thing about it. But that's monetization. Let's see. Oh, boy. Wonder if Bonnie, next time she goes live, probably won't. But it's, there's a song to that, isn't there, Mrs. Magpie? The girl singing, "Don't give up." I can't remember the rest of it. Stupid songs. Stupid songs. See what Bonnie's doing, if anything. I don't think she'll go live for weeks now, if at all. No. There's only 272 people watched her last one. Usually it's at least 400 and not 500. They're losing interest. They're only using her channel. They're only using it for what they want. And if they don't get it, they won't come. I feel sorry for her. Yet I'm very glad I am. We're rocking down the streets of the mall. Oh, shit. Sorry about that. Oh, well, whatever. Yeah, just about. How many are active, though, Bones? How many are really active? Not what it says. Like Steve says, probably 900 are trolls. That's a pain in the ass. You can hide Nightbot anyway, but I don't know. Come out with some silly things. The hell did I do now? Sorry about the noise. It was muted. At least I thought it was. Now it is. I swear I had that muted. Commented. Oh, it was a comment, but it was. Thank you. Thank you, Nessie. I just caught that. Oh, shit. This stupid guy. 5 hours ago. No one's doing anything. I guess they're not tonight. Yeah, the thing about my dad, Mrs. Magpie, the guys at the shop, particularly that one, I think he almost saw this, his father. No, it was something else. But anyway. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, you can program Nightbot to do whatever you want. Just, little script to it. Not that bad. What the people did, dare I say it, nobody will ever find her anyway. What the people did with Bonnie's, made her into a saint on a pedestal, Mrs. Magpie. She's no saint. She's a very worldly woman. But anyway, I'm not going to give too much of it away. I'm not going to. No, it is what it is. I felt honored that she trusted me with, talking. You got to treat it that way. It was an interesting time. However, what are you going to do? And this little YouTube studio, don't tick the embed box, and that way the upload isn't sent. Just to I imagine there's all kinds of tricks to that of what they do. It's always being upgraded. It's always a work in progress. Oh, God. Mrs. Magpie, the lunch meat, got twice as much. I haven't got time. I'm going to ask you a question, Mrs. Magpie. When we go through things in life, and isn't quite often, say it's a relationship, for example. Well, learn from it, right? Don't make the same mistakes. This thing about it. As much as, it hurts and whatever it is, don't we make the assumption we got the time? You don't think about it. Will I ever get over this? And you move on, you take something from it. You don't make the same mistakes, whatever. Telling Mrs. Magpie, what if the answer to that is you don't have any more time? Then what? After my divorce, I never thought about it. But I thought I'd move on. I want this and that. And now I think about it, the assumption is you have the time. Think about it. And please don't say live every day like it's your last. That's just a cover story. Just a line of bullshit. Bullshit. What do you do when you don't have the time? Well, it doesn't matter. Time is on my side. Yes, it is it? Absolutely right, Mrs. Magpie. Absolutely. And in your position, I agree with it. But what if you're like me? You spend almost 3 years on and on trying to help solidify something, stabilize something in life, get on and move on with it. And at the end of that, you realize you'll never think fondly, positively of the time you spent. It was all negative. Exactly. It was sweet. And I think you know yourself what you'll take from it, if nothing else. What makes it worthwhile, caring, loving, is the sweet memories. But what do you do if they leave and take even them with them? So it's all negative. Anyway, it is what it is. Talking about it doesn't change it. Doesn't change it. Oh, God. Bravo to him. Wow. Third time's a lucky charm. Took me so many times to get it right, I had to do it 8 times. Who, me? Not me. I don't know about Mrs. Magpie. Not me. I haven't been married for a longer time. I was married 22 years. It's going on 32 years being apart. So I guess I won't get it right. You know, Mrs. Magpie, one thing about it. Hello, Randy. One thing about it, I learned an awful lot about women through like Bonnie and everything. Better late than never, I wonder. I don't think so. Oh, you're just a puppy. Good on you, Mrs. Magpie. Good on you. Steve's live yesterday, whatever it was, Crinkle was on. Was that taken down? I can't find it. The one, I couldn't find it. Was it taken down? I didn't watch it all. Was that AK, was that Peter Pope that was on there? I heard part of it, but I can't find it now. Noel. As I said, it's only 15 years. I don't know. Yeah, that AK really, yeah. I heard part of it. I wasn't really, back and forth. And they go, what the hell was, who the hell was that? Poor Peter seems pretty confused too. I'll call it confused. I don't know what word. Oh, is it? I went to the channel and they was the 13 minutes ago, the short one. Then the one before was like days. I don't know. I'll go look at it again. The what? Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I know. Peter was just the same story type of thing. I guess he was okay. I never had problems with him. He just seems when he's confronted with something, he got rattled. But which I understand. It's hard to put yourself out there. Very hard to put yourself out there. Yeah, Peter was always good. I always enjoyed his company. There are poor notifications. No, AC is alive. It's bullshit. Same old rhetoric. Oh, and Joe Norman sucking off of somebody else's stream. I don't think they should be allowed to do that. Open mic where hosted by... Oh, Joe's got his own live. It doesn't matter. I don't really care. Get tired of the same stuff. I got to tell you, karaoke is for fun. But some people, the way they think, it's too hard. Yeah, he is asleep, definitely. He's been gone for ages. And honestly, Mrs. Magpie, the last few days I've been unsubbing for a lot of channels. No point to them. I think of some music, Mrs. Magpie, but honestly, I don't want to take Steve's down, and I don't feel like it. And to be honest, Mrs. Magpie, I thought about it recently. now and again. The tables were reversed in like, in kind. I would have left too. But anyway. No, neither am I. You know what got that woman, Mrs. Magpie? There was a little altercation, great indication of talking later, and that was the end. Never, no closure. Things we do. The things we do for love, like walking in the rain and the snow and like that. Bullshit. Now, Mrs. Magpie, that was an old song, just redone. About 2 years ago, if you look at Mick Jagger's channel by that name, he wrote called Party Doll. It's a really cool song. The last lyric is kind of stupid, but it's a real cool song. She came to a realization, apparently on yesterday morning, because it's Central Time. And I kind of pleaded to talk with her. Realization she has value. I'm not going to let it happen. Oh, and the Sunday night she did it, and I don't think she cared. I'll give you the link, Mrs., but I don't know if it doesn't, I don't know. I think last night might have been the last one for her for quite some time. I don't blame her. And her panel got used, like it usually does somewhat. I don't know. How can you do? She's more or less looked at it. She's better than that. And, the door's closed. To go back to the life she has and try to. She wasn't told that it's a mentality of, this is the last year of your life, what will you do? So she's off doing it. There's a lot of people, a lot of family around her, which is really good. 2 marriages and 6 kids. Got cheated on both times. Oh, wow. If I was only younger. Who knows? Oh, they're all broadcasting Joe's karaoke. And most of them don't sound very good. Joe can sing, he's a tenor, he can sing real well, but he was incubated a number of times. So it's like a warble to his voice. But he's a good singer. last year. Huh? I almost. Well, Mrs. Magpie, there's a number of people that did that. And I tried to say, don't do it. I'm not saying delete it, just don't use it anymore. Just don't sign in. Just don't comment. No. There's one did it, and then she started another one a few years after that man died. And then she forgot the password, and she had to do it again. She had 700 something. Now she's lucky to have 50. Can't go back. Yeah. I just don't have a desire. I think that one I put up meant something to me. And it's somebody else's, but quite frankly, he's been gone for 7 years. But frankly, it was only there to cement the channel so I don't lose it again. I'm curious, Mrs. Magpie, when you went to my channel, we put the comments, whatever. Did you read that woman's one? You know what I told you about? She was putting them all in. I just left them. That's a crazy woman. I got hurt. Must confess, Mrs. Magpie, I still wonder. How's the song go? Here's a song. I can only think of the one lyric to it. And it goes something like, and I wonder what you're doing, and I wonder where you are, and I wonder who you lay beside. Who's the one? Wonder. Was it a Michael Jackson one? The Michael Jackson song? I wonder who you are, and I wonder who you're loving. Are you crying all alone, or is someone loving you? No, I think it was Michael Jackson. I can't think of it. Well, anyway. No, I deleted them, Mrs. Magpie. She was putting them to other people. She was freaking out, she was putting to other commenters, that I threatened her when I was on Steve's thing. She's crazy. She's absolutely out of her mind. She put it to you, whatever. Thing was, we have a mutual friend, but she's talking about her playlist. So do you want me to give you a link to a playlist? Like, hard to do it here, I can't do it. Would you like to give me your email? She said, well, they have it. I said, I haven't talked to them, which I haven't. They're not well. She gave me a phony email. I'm trying to make it work. So I called her a biatch. She could have said, I don't want to give you my email. I'm not comfortable. I would have said, okay, have a good day. Stupid bitch. Anyway, whatever. Who cares? There's another 57-year-old that'll be alone for the rest of her life. Whatever. Funny, she put one up and she says, today's my son's birthday. That's wonderful, isn't it? He's 41. Do the math. She gave birth at 16. I don't want to get involved with that. Mm. Crazy Australians. Well, Mrs. Magpie, I don't know how much longer I can do. He's asleep and so he should be. And I don't know about the other gentleman. I don't know what. The only reason I came up was what was being discussed. I think Frosty was really cool with what he knew. But I don't want to get too deep into it. Don't have the time left. I don't care. The Michael Jackson song. I've been loving you too long. Can't stop now. That's one of the songs. Hmm. Oh, the other one that didn't matter. I saw that coming. The one that matters, Mrs. Magpie, was, quite honestly, I shouldn't have. What a, the one that meant so much. And that email, 5 days later, I have no doubt the stress brought it back. And she couldn't face me. Couldn't do it. And that email, goodbye to me. I'm sorry I won't be back. I love you. There was no emotion in that. Nothing. It was just what you write. Dear John. No, there's no way getting up, Jake. He doesn't give the host. Zoom would have transferred it to me, I'm pretty sure. Whoever came up first. This doesn't do it. The security has to be set. All kinds of songs written about it, eh, Mrs. Magpie? Who's that guy? I can't think of his name. He's an American. His voice isn't that good, but he was quite popular. I could go check. Tell me what am I? What? Can't think of it now. What the hell is his name? My wife used to like him and Rod Stewart. Oh, I just thought I'll check it out. Hmm? No. Hang on. No. No. No way. I am not thinking about. Oh my God. What have I done? Oh, I'm still here. Let's see if I can find it. Sometimes it takes lyrics. Ah, damn. Ah, come on, eyes work. Michael Bolton. Just dawned on me. Michael Bolton, this is Magpie. But tell me, how am I supposed to live without you? When everything I've been loving is gone. Tell me, how am I supposed to live without you? Yeah. That one, Michael Bolton. Tell me, how am I supposed to live without you? After I've been loving you so long. Yeah, all the answers. Yeah. Yeah, I never really cared for his. I never really cared for his presentation, shall we say? That's a nice word. Yeah, Michael Bolton. You know what used to get me is the boss, Bruce Springsteen. He looked like he had his jaws wired together. You know, back in the USSR. No. What he did? What one did Bruce Springsteen did? The boss, USA or something in that song. I can't remember. Doesn't really matter. I never cared for him. Back, that was the Beatles. Back in the USSR. You don't know how lucky you are, boy. Back in the USSR. Michael Bolton. He didn't really do a lot of songs anyway. I don't think so. Michael Bolton. That's it. Born on the 4th of July. I can't even get it. I don't really want to get it. Yeah, born on the 4th. Something like whatever. Blech. Born in the U.S. Whatever, man. I want to think about it. Now I got Cher songs stuck in my head. See what you did? Ugh. What was the other songs? Oh, she did a lot of them. I got a playlist in my head of her songs. Gypsies, tramps, and thieves. Get out of my head. You know what was weird, Mrs. Magpie? She had 2 marriages, 6 children. She hears songs going off in her head when she hears words too. You want to hear something I came up with, Mrs. Magpie? There's only one I ever used was Tony's in Yorkshire. There's always these words. You want to hear one? The way I look at things, the way I look at these women, the way I look at the whole thing. Another time, another place, another God with greater grace. One of mine. But then again, there is no other one, is there? So there is no greater grace. Yeah. So what? Bullshit. The fear of death. I'm curious, Mrs. Magpie, because I kind of looked up, without getting down to it, how did you find Carl's channel? Earthworm? Yeah, I believe that too. How did you guys ever find Carl? Don't tell me Steve found Carl as the survivalist. Please don't tell me you guys believe his stories. Known Carl for 4 years. Our first meeting didn't go too well. What one of the first ones? Not Carl. You take care of it, whatever it is, Mrs. Magpie. I don't have it in me anymore. I don't hardly look at chat. I'm tired of looking at chat. Don't believe any of Carl's stories, okay? Because they sustain Carl. But it just doesn't add up. Whatever. Bare bones, I don't know how you exist over there, because I imagine there's a whole lot of people who find anything about anything you put up to strike you with. There seems to be a crowd of them over there in England. That's how they get their jollies. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. Carl rarely does it. Most times when he does his lives, he makes them private. You know, because he gets hurt. But Carl and I tolerate one another. It's a nice word, isn't it? Carl was a very insecure man, if you know what I'm saying, as in Magpie. Whereas I, for the last 25, 30 years, I know who I am, I know what I am, I don't have a problem. But whatever. My voice is getting sore. Well, I'm thinking of jumping down. He's not coming back. My throat's getting tired. And I'm smoking too much. Far too much. It's old time. It's been a while. We were just talking about you. We were standing guard over one Stephen, mirror, mirror, making sure nobody disturbs him. Thank you, Mrs. Magpie. I told you, love, I almost didn't bother again. If it wasn't for Frosty, I don't know, but I felt better at the time, and what's the point? Nobody heard it. Just driftwood on the ocean, you know. Anyway, I'm going to jump down, people, and I'm just can't do it again. I don't think I'll be going back to Carl. I'm not going to any of them. I'm going to unsubscribe. I'm just tired of it. Just tired of it. Go listen to something. I don't know what. Take some pain pills. Anyway, people, good night. I hope you, Mrs. Magpie, get some sleep. I don't feel like music either. All there is karaoke. Anyway, good night. Take care. Bye.